Shut it down! Match and series point for Rainbow Gaming!
We'll be heading to the grand final.
No!
Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Welcome back to the APL. The Salt Lake City Major is just around the corner, and we've already qualified most of the teams to go and play there. Not so in APL. I'm Dev Pengu. We have a couple of more APL playdays to deal with and a couple of grand finals to play out.
Yeah, just this weekend, and then it's over. And it's crazy how time has been flying by once again. We always say this, we've got so many games ahead of us, so many playdays, so many teams. You blink, and then you're at the very end and crowning the champions of all the various regions.
Yeah, of course, we've done that in most other regions. Let's have a look at what teams have qualified so far for the Salt Lake City Major. Of course, we've got 5 regions. We've also got the CN League, which we haven't got on this graphic, but keep that in the back of your mind. We look at the EML, the APL, the North America League, and the South America League, of course. We've qualified teams for all of those regions except APL. That's what we've got to do this week, and it's just Weibo that's qualified from APL so far.
Yeah, G2, VP, Twisted Minds, and Falcons from EML. Of course, as you said, we say Weibo here in Asia League. Then we have 5 years wildcard Darkseer, Shopify Rebellion. North American League especially has been a lot of big question marks on who's actually going to qualify in the end. DC looked like they were locked in completely, but then they lose the second map, go to OT. There's been some bangers the last 48 hours.
Yeah, a big surprise to me is seeing that we didn't have Team Liquid Alienware qualify from the South America League and EML as well. No Team Secret at all, despite making it to the Paris Grand Final.
Also, no Fluxo. Mention of that. Lowe's qualified instead, actually. So I think
insane.
ACL maybe had the most upsets in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, in the EML itself, we had quite a few highlight games. We were lucky enough to cast a couple of them, including that grand final. G2, man, they are so damn back, and they know how to put on a real show. Falcons, Twisted Minds, also some crazy qualification games. Of course, Falcons making it in the end, but it was pretty close. I mean, they had to go through that lower bracket, and they did end up losing to Twisted Minds in that lower bracket final. Now, they are still qualified, but in the lowest seed of the 4 teams from EML.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You're thinking, oh, Falcon's going to be great because it's minus Shaco plus Doom, a pretty, obvious one-to-one replacement, etc. And they still got the 4-man core of the Falcons roster that was so dominant last year. Well, no, it's G2 stealing the show. G2 being dominant. It's G2 laughing and smiling through their opponents and just taking them by storm. But you notice it's VP that you see on the screen right now. VP, they were a team where you have some Russian players, some French players, a big mixed roster, and you're thinking they might not be good right now, but they'll be good in the 6 months, right? No, they were good from the very first day of EML.
Yeah, we were lucky we got to cast a lot of their games. VP are looking terrifying. Of course, they have a coach who previously was in APAC North, Dark, but of course he's qualified to the Salt Lake City Major. Make sure that you guys go get your tickets because they're available right now. You can go to Salt Lake City, go attend the major. For a lot of people, it might not be the first major. Maybe it'll be a debut, especially if you live in the States. It's been a little bit of time since we had an event over there. It would have been Boston the last time we had an event in the USA. It should be a fantastic event and a part of the world that we usually wouldn't get to go and see in terms of Salt Lake City. I'm guessing you've never been to Salt Lake City before.
Nope, never been to Utah, never been that. I've lived in Las Vegas, been to LA, right, which is in that same kind of area, but haven't gone that far down south before. So it's a first for me, and I'm hoping to make my way over.
Yeah, I hope so. Of course, let's talk about what's happening today, what's happening tomorrow, what's happening the next day here in APL. Of course, to recap what's happened so far in the bracket for Asia. Now, this is the games that happen on Saturday, so this will be tomorrow. We already have one team qualified through to the major. Of course, it's Weibo Gaming. They are the best that this region has to offer, as we love to say. Throughout the entire of last year, Weibo were very dominant, and they performed very well at the 6 Invitational as well. Because Asia is the best region statistically in terms of the previous couple of events in the APL, they get 2 spots, which means that just by Weibo winning the upper bracket and qualifying for the grand final, they already make it on through. They beat Team Awkward, and it was somewhat close, but reasonably decisive in the end. A 2-0 and a big win for the best team in this region.
Yeah, and having Gohan as the coach behind the waiver roster has really shown that he's going to bring a whole new level to them in terms of consistency and respect in the server, because I was worried that they were going to be thinking, domestic play is too easy, we're not going to take it too serious, but they were locked in.
Yeah.
And while they did get tested, at the very end there, they're still showing that they are so much further ahead than anybody in Asia.
Yeah, of course. And that means that there are 2 matches yet to play in the bracket for Asia. Now, this will be played out tomorrow. Daystar versus Team Orchid. A huge match for both of those teams, because the winner will go not only to the grand final, but also to the Salt Lake City Major. Then the winner goes and plays Weibo. That will be a really important game as well, even though both teams are qualified, because the new major format with the play-ins, extra kind of phase to the major, it's going to change things drastically. If you win that grand final in Asia, you go straight through to phase 2, whereas if you lose it, you have to play through the play-ins. Of course, we've also got the OCE region, and we've got the APAC North region, both of which have a few games yet to play. Here's the bracket for OCE, and of course, because it's not Asia, we only get 1 spot for the OCE region, which means it's not enough to make it to the grand final like Enterprise has done. They also are going to have to win it. And look, we do see the OCE region as very much stacked. EP have consolidated. They have the best players from the old EP, best players from old Chiefs. But that's not a guarantee that they're going to make it. The new Chiefs and Man LFO are coming for them.
They are, and I mean, Chiefs, you see right here, lower bracket, they've been making the run of their lives. 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, and then now they face up against Man LFO before, of course, if they were to win, going to the grand finals. And we had that whole discussion about, are you better warming up into a match? Are you better off waiting for your opponent? Well, there are multiple teams making a lower bracket run, because we also have APAC North, who's doing a very similar thing, right, for Dplus. So I am curious to see if we're going to see the lower bracket Warriors or upper bracket Kings kind of take those wins at the end of the stage.
Yeah, let's talk about Enterprise a bit for a minute, because this team, I mean, they have been insane. Of course, their upper bracket final win over Man LFO, it was big, and they had some crazy highlight moments, but let's also admit, like, it wasn't just an open and shut case. I think EP still have a few things to work on, despite having this insane roster with, the classic, Brendo, Jigsaw from the old Chiefs, with Tuhan and Bappin from the old EP, and Cairo from the old Ludovico. Like, these are the 5 best players, pretty much inarguably, in the OCE region. And yet there's something quite different. Ever since losing Fisho Guy, this team has to operate very differently. Of course, they have Mag now coaching them, but I feel like they've got a ways to go to really prove that they can not only just be the best fraggers in the region, but the best team in the region as a whole.
And it's a bit scary, because in the highlight reel that we just saw, it's just Brendo was an individual that was stepping up massively, like making sure that they get those games across the line. And often we talk about players, like your Jigsaw, like your crazy fraggers, etc. But I do think that at the end of the day, it's about the foundation of the team. And it's going to be more people or more players, maybe like your Cairo, maybe like your Brendo, who can play that, pretty good game of Siege every single day, or Jigsaw can drop a good 20 bomb when he has to, or drop a 5 bomb otherwise. So I think that roster has a lot more stability than previously.
Yeah, and for that Chiefs roster, of course, we casted those games last week. Pengu, it looked like Chiefs were going to fumble it twice, and they ended up looking better in their second BO3 of the day than they actually did in their first BO3. They managed to overcome, and real credit to them, because, man, they looked really sloppy in some moments. And we're lucky enough that we had a chance to talk to Nate, and he said, yeah, I mean, this team is capable of so much, but when the pressure gets to us in those dire, about to fumble into overtime moments, that's when we slip up. And, of course, they were tested last week, but they tested again this weekend against Man LFO. But let's talk about not just what's happening for the rest of the weekend, but what's happening today, and that is APAC North. Pengu, of course, another sub-region of APL where we only get 1 spot through to the major. And my God, we've already had to kick out some absolute massive big hitters from this region. The new B&K Furex, gone. Help Us LFO, former PSG Talon, gone. It's crazy to think that now we're down to, and Scars as well. Now we're just down to CAG, Kinotrope, and Dplus KIA.
And just like Chiefs, look at that lower bracket run, right? You have, again, Dplus KIA making that run. Yes, they did survive one more upper bracket game, of course, taking down one opponent, but they've been down here in a very, surprisingly early moment. It was Dplus KIA and CAG fighting that upper bracket. And then it was a 2-0 for CAG, very one-sided, and you were thinking, okay, this is CAG being so back, right? They're gonna just take this entire region by storm like they used to, but Dplus are making a good case in that lower bracket, saying, actually, that was a fluke, we're gonna come back stronger, and it sets up the story very nicely for CAG to fight for first place, fight with the international cup for SLC, or Dplus making that comeback.
Yeah, of course, CAG, they're through straight to the grand final that will be played later today. But in order to get there, they beat both of our lower bracket finalists. In the upper final, they beat Kinotrope, and prior to that, they smashed Dplus KIA. So yes, CAG are back, baby. Like right after failing to qualify for the 6th Invitational, they are well and truly back in the conversation, and they will be sitting back and relaxing, waiting for the winner of our first match today to join them in that grand final, that qualification match to the major.
And it's so exciting. I mean, Kinotrope is an organization, it's a team that you and I have been talking about all of last year with high praise, thinking this has so much potential. These are some real shot for the Japanese seeds to elevate the level and maybe go up there and rival the likes of CAG. But then all of last year, they didn't really meet those expectations. Now they had some roster changes, etc., and they've had the best placement so far since we went from the current system of APAC North. They've never had this good of a placement guaranteeing top 3. They have a shot at guaranteeing top 2 by taking down just one more team today.
Yeah, but that one more team is Dplus KIA, and there's no one quite like this team in APAC North. Full of Brazilian imports, 5 Brazilian players, and now a Brazilian coach as well. They have been insane. They went to both the Munich Major and, of course, most recently, the 6th Invitational in Paris, where they really earned international respect. Such an impressive result. They took a map off of FaZe, the eventual champions. They beat both Shopify Rebellion, who have qualified to the major in Salt Lake City, and they beat Black Dragons as well. So the expectation for this team is, why wouldn't they go straight back to another international event after such a strong performance? And yet they're going to have to go through not just CAG, but also Kinotrope to get there.
Yeah, so the big question is, can they get it done? Import rosters, honeymoon phases. We talk a lot about these kind of very short form boosts that you get. We had LAV being import roster last year, and they have now gone back to more original roots of getting local talent. Dplus, they stuck the import roster. They have to find a bit more success. There's a bit more pressure upon them because you have players from Brazil. You cannot afford to fall short. So they really need for themselves, and of course it shows to their organization, and continue to get that support that, hey guys, we are worth investing into. So they are fighting arguably a bit more than just for themselves. They need this victory.
Yeah, I mean, look, not only do they represent arguably the biggest organization in the APAC North League, but what's more than that, they have really set an expectation with their international and domestic performances both. Muzi, the new pickup on the roster, a once world champion back in the Ninjas in Pajamas days 5 years ago. And we've really seen that form come into action for Dplus. Their wins so far, get this, 7-2, 7-1 over BME, 7-1, 7-2 in their second game as well, and then over Scars, another convincing 2-0 without having to go to overtime. So Dplus, they have a lot going for them, but unfortunately that really devastating loss to CAG is a bit of a black mark on an otherwise very convincing record.
It is. It shows that while these guys are really, really good, they can bleed. They're not unbeatable. And it falls down on every single player putting in their top level like they used to. But Dplus are making a good case in that lower bracket, saying, actually, that was a fluke. We're going to come back.
So I'm just enjoying listening to a bit of past Penguin.
No, I was like, please say something, James. Get me out of here. I was hearing my voice.
No, I love it. And of course, like we were saying, they represent an organization as big as Dplus with all the history that organization has back in the Damwon Kia days. Not only in Rainbow Six, where they infamously got so close to a grand final at the Sweden Major in 2021, 1 kill away from beating out FaZe. So close. Iconic. But also in other esports as well. Damwon Kia have been world champions and other esports, and they've got quite an impressive facility that you can see that they're all playing in right now in person in Korea. But they're going up against their APAC North rivals. It is Kinotrope, and you said it, Pengu, these guys are really punching above their weight at the moment. They are achieving what they haven't really done before, a top 3 finish so far, and they have a chance to go even better than that.
Yeah, they do. And the thing is, right, they've had some exceptional individual performances. That's one thing, and that's phenomenal. But also, as a team, they've been strategically sound, doing a great job picking out some pocket strats, going for some counter plays, adaptations, just catching their opponents by surprise, frankly. And Kinotrope, in my mind, has always been a very creative team. If you guys know Kawa, he has a YouTube channel, he's a content creator as well. He always is showing like tips and tricks And I know a lot of different pro players or coaches and support staff of those teams in tier 1 level of play, they follow that account because there's some good things to be learned there. So they know a thing or two about Siege.
Yeah, and of course they made a lot of roster changes coming into this stage. It was goodbye to Mau, goodbye to Yukiz, goodbye to Acerola.
Yeah.
Bring on Ayagator, formerly from Scars. You bring on Eclair, the Scars coach. You bring on Gatorada out of retirement. That makes 2 former CAG players on this roster, by the way. And Okamesh as well to join the support staff of the team. There's a lot going for Kinotrope, but there's a big task ahead of them. But they have been on the rise, and we can see that throughout their history of never quite breaking into the top 2 in the region. They now have a chance to do so. They've taken down some of the greats here in APAC North. Next up on the docket is Dplus KIA, and then should they be able to reach the summit, it's CAG that they will have to take on. A huge task, but we've seen so much from them so far that gives us a bit of a reason to believe perhaps they are capable.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just might be. I think it's going to come down to all the small details, right? What map are you going to? What starting side? Are the individual players going to show up? Is the prep work locked in? Is Dplus KIA expecting Kinotrope to do certain things in the server then therefore counter them? Or are they not sure what they're going to be doing? So many small things. But the fact is, regardless of today's result, Kinotrope, they have impressed us and they have surprised the world.
Yeah.
If they get 1 W, that's even bigger success story. But even if they don't, they have still done a phenomenal job given all the new changes to the roster. Very few people expect them to go here. We're thinking Scars might be the team to be in top 3. No, it's not Scars, it's Kinotrope.
Yeah, of course. Kinotrope took down Scars in the upper bracket. They also, prior to that, took down Help Us LFO, the former PSG roster. So we cannot discredit what Kino have achieved so far. But next up, it's Dplus KIA. Let's get into the vetoes in this best of 3. It's not just an elimination match, it's also a qualification match to that grand final where one of these teams will get a shot at the Kings of CAG and a shot at making it to the Salt Lake City Major. And here's the veto. Dplus are going to take us to Lair first. Wow, that is very exciting. I love that map, and we saw Dplus perform so well on Lair against Scars in the last playday. In fact, Dplus have played Lair in every single match they've seen so far. And then Kafe next up as well, which to my knowledge, we haven't seen out of Kinotrope yet. So they've kind of got a back pocket pick as well to bring into this BO3.
Little curveball. Mind you, going up onto Kafe against any Brazilian team is quite scary, and Dplus, they're from Brazil. But also, then you go to Bank and you're thinking, is Bank going to be a good map for Kinotrope? Well, mind you, they beat Scars on Bank in the upper bracket. Scars known to start to be a very strong team rather on Bank as a map. So overall, if Kinotrope can compete here on Lair and Kafe, they have actually a really good map veto.
Yes, the pressure is on Kinotrope here in this first map of the best of 3 series as Dplus have decided to take us to Lair. But Kinotrope, they're no strangers to this map. They got a little bit of a warm-up last week by playing CAG in that upper bracket final, and while they lost the map, they certainly have learned plenty from playing against the best team in the region. Now it's a shot at Dplus to go deeper than Kinotrope have ever done before. Let's kick it off on Lair.
So curveballs. We need to see something out of the normal executes here from Kinotrope and the normal setups on defense, because if you take these 2 rosters of Dplus KIA and Kinotrope, Dplus, they should be winning in most metrics. The experience, the individual players, yada yada yada. What Kinotrope can do now is not play default Siege, where you do the expected outcome and the same strat and what you're supposed to be doing. You need to have a bit of your own element to this, bit of a flair. So while the operator bans are pretty default, double shield ban, double electro bros, we gotta see the setups a bit more creative from Kinotrope here to start things off. And very important, first 3 rounds, so the very first part of the half here, just feel out your opponent, okay? If you're defending as Kinotrope, are Dplus going for direct rushes? Are they going for executes? Are they going for very like heartbreach oriented? Are they playing, you know, key operators like a Glass or a Ying or a Grim, for example? And then we gotta see around 4, 5, and 6 of the last half of defense for Kinotrope, what small adjustments they're gonna make to their operator selection and what kind of counters they're gonna go for. Here in the first one, it's a bit of different obstacles they're going to put in the way of Dplus. They got both the mirror windows, which they're then defending with the mute jammer, and with the Jaeger, which I love, because we often see teams pick just the mirror, attackers take the Ash, and then you just trade, you know, 2 Ash breaches for the 2 mirror windows. Now both operators don't have a gadget. By bringing out the Jaeger, now you can protect them a bit more. So if they were to pick up the Ash, for example, they got to burn the utility first and go through that whole second step. And then you got utility and information in the Echo, both plant denial, and of course information for the staircases, the roam extensions. Then you got a Sam to lock things down. So overall for Kinotrope, a very strong start in terms of operators.
And little minor details there I really like from Kinotrope. They created a single reinforcement on the operations wall and then a line of sight on the second one at the start of the prep phase. Very end of the prep phase, they reinforce over that kill hole. So if Dplus KIA had done a little bit of early prep phase droning and thought they knew the setup, they would be wrong. They were misled. They were baited. Oh!
Oh my god, the shoddy.
Oh my god, that's terrifying there for Muzi on the Deimos. Thankfully, though, Alligator doesn't overcommit here to the kill. And so he survives. He's got such a pivotal position with all that util on the main stairs, so he needs to try and stay alive.
Yeah. Small thing though, right? Like they're keeping Dplus on their toes, not giving them anything for free. They can just sprint to the building, open the door, and start droning it for free. They gotta be like, okay guys, let's drone in safe positions, hold each other, expect that kind of push coming in. Very good summer charge though. Sadly does not get shot. So now Alligator on a lot of pressure on the staircase, has 1 or 2 ADSs, I believe, and a mute jammer, so he can evade the Deimos tracker. He can survive some of the first initial capital fire. But if Dplus can go through this very nice and, you know, fundamental, step 1, step 2, step 3, they do have all the right tools to just maybe get a free kill here.
Yeah, I feel like the Capitao is the key ingredient here to get rid of the Jaeger's position, or the mute's position, I should say, but they're actually able to flush him out just before that anyway. He gets rejected by those Grim Bees as well as he looks to try and retreat, and Levy is inside bathroom, so this is good gradual progress made by Dplus.
Very good. They've gotten the hardest step done, I would argue, and they got a lot of damage once Alligator who can't take as many fights with the SMG11 shotgun combo. The question is, where are they going to finish this execute? Because Dplus, while they're showing us what they want to take in control, they can still go towards the back portion with display window. They can go frontal through the breach because they got in bathroom, they got in top rocket stairs, but they have lost Nears on the IQ.
No.
They're just going to walk straight into server solo and just lose the player. Levy, no trade.
Yeah, that is a very deadly position to try and push up against a shotgun from the Echo. And now Dplus are quite bloodied. 3 players remain. While there's a lot of damage here onto the Kinotrope squad, that's not enough. Nade needs to come through from Muzi. That's his last one. He hasn't even used his Deimos tracker even once, but a good down onto Eclair as Midi looks to try and get aggressive and finish it, I believe. The fire from Falls will do so. Muzi tries to make his way forward. He is essentially solo on this bathroom side of the attack. Meanwhile, Midi is going for a complete flank. He's gone through Skybridge and storage. Alligator is down below, but I'm not sure he has the adequate information because Dplus are actually completely flipping their push. And a big kill on the Kawau from Midi. The Yokai may be able to clutch this at the end of the round if Akayu doesn't do it first anyway with his bearing 9. The plant starting to go down from Falls as Muzi must cover with the AK. It comes down to Alligator and Akayu together, and they know exactly where the last 2 attackers are. Falls though, he and Muzi together piece this up in the 2v2. Akayu now revealed, he finds one, can't go for the reload when Muzi is there to swing, and Dplus just barely get that first round on the board.
Again, it goes to show just how well Kinotrope can fight back in the server, and they had multiple win conditions there in the late round. A C4 downstairs, a Yokai drone, and 2 people by the bomb side. And I actually think on 1 Dplus to round is, with 20 seconds left, they flank from Skybridge and they hit the back portion. So now they have 3 attackers attacking from 3 different areas with Kinotrope having a defender downstairs. That means, again, there's going to be a gap. 3 attackers, 2 defenders that cannot cover every single avenue, and Dplus they get into that bomb site. And then they go for a plant that is a little bit deeper in the bomb site as well, which means a C4 downstairs onto a default location is not going to find anything. So they think about the C4, they think about the backstab, and they flood the bomb site. Dplus simply just either read Kinotrope on the play because a new mute was downstairs from dropping the hatch earlier, or they thought, hey, we can't find that 3rd defender. The only way he can like mess with us is if he's gonna go below. So they thought about the possible outcomes. They go for a counterplay. It is just barely though a 1v1 round victory, and it goes to show Kinotrope, they do have a real shot at this because it's not gonna be easy defending here in Lair. Due to this double shield ban in the Monty and the Blitz, they have left open every single power operator known to man, and we saw it, right? The Grim, the Capitao, the Deimos, all being picked in round number 1. And here in round number 2, you're also going to start seeing the Blackbeard and then a little pocket pit here in both the Thatcher and the Roar for Dplus. This is showing us this could be a very simple direct kind of plant approach. We're going to close off some doors, watch the C4s or the smoke babes with the EMPs of the Thatcher, and then hit a plant with the shield.
Yeah, these kinds of direct attacks end up being very finicky, though. Sometimes you put down a Ryura gate and you turn your back to it, suddenly it gets impacted. We've got 2 impacts on Gatorada.
Yeah.
He's on the roam at the moment, but a C4 from Akayu could do the same. So it doesn't take much on the defensive side to just pick apart one ingredient. You're relying on your Blackbeard, suddenly the Blackbeard dies to some feet shots or to a crossfire or to some explosives, and immediately you are completely disoriented. Kinotrope, though, they've got good layers to this defense. The double fire in the Tachanka and the Goyo will keep the stairs locked down for a little while yet.
And they can 2-bar freeze the hatch or a wall somewhere else as well, just to stall for a bit longer on time. But if they deal with Aegator here on the stairs, I mean, that's going to be the first line of defense. So the moment that he falls back or dies, they can start approaching the bomb side. So now they're going to push this again. Kinotrope, they don't have an extended roam upstairs. They've surrendered the complete map control. They're only playing on the staircase and there's sole roam or top floor. So now it's about timing and 1v1 fights.
Oh, nice.
Toxic Bait pop. The explosive canister also shot earlier by Dplus. Now, mind you, there is an Asami downstairs here below Aegator. They can actually close off the window and run back towards the bomb site, but they have it played elsewhere. Gatorada wants to go for a flank down the stairs, but he saw the drone watching him.
Yeah, that said, I think Gatorada's done his job applying that pressure.
Oh, Toxic Babe is not...
Yeah, the problem is the Toxic Babe actually got destroyed by that grenade, I believe. Or perhaps it was shot.
Yeah.
He needs to try and put some more pressure on, but no, instead, he will fall. The Blackbeard getting active here. Dplus have broken through this defense and looking to chew off a little bit more. Kinotrope had a valiant effort, but the lack of that gas babe really caused them to suffer. No follow-up from a Tachanka fire or from a Goyo fire. And no flank opportunity as Gatorada's been shut down. Good kill from Kawao though. As now he can engage with the Shamika launcher, try and put some pressure on. 25 seconds does not leave a lot to go wrong here for Dplus.
Yeah, they're gonna roll off doors, deny the crossfires and start making their way in. They use the fire and the freeze coming out as well. Force navigate this perfectly with only 10 seconds left.
Good kill, though, from Nears. The Blackbeard is enabling this aggression. Now falls. Needs to go for this plant. He starts forcing it down. Kawao needs to try and deny it with the fire. He's not going to be able to do so. The Ryura also is going to make it so difficult. The recent buff making that door open even slower than before. And Dplus, a quick and frantic last-minute execute pays dividends.
If that Toxic Babe goes off of Aegator, all of a sudden the round is completely different because Dplus approached the bomb set walls with about 14 seconds left. A Toxic Babe removes 12. So again, we're talking about one more Toxic Babe, one more Tachanka fire, a few more Asami Keeper Bearers being tossed on out, or if Kinotrope didn't die so quickly, maybe they could have reinforced off the wall on the fallback. They had 2 spare reinforcements right here when Aegator died, and they had a soft wall leading to the bomb side, with only a hard can opener left in pocket of Musi, who's actually not too close in that moment. So again, all these small details could have changed everything in the server. 2 rounds in a row, still very close. But this is showing us, right? If you let Dplus go for a bomb site execute, they can get a round victory. So now Kinotrope can do one of 2 things. Either they gotta double down on holding the bomb site and just be a little bit better, because they only need to be a little bit better to like find a victory.
Yeah.
Or they gotta stop them from getting to that execute with 4 or 5 attackers alive and strong gadgets and contest them earlier on with more aggression. It really is a matter of either or. You can play that awkward middle ground because Dplus are playing so heavily into execute.
And to me, it goes to show that the best teams in the world, it's not just about the macro strategy, it's also about these minutiae of tiny little moments. That gas babe doesn't detonate correctly, and it lets Dplus in. Then the smoke loses that gunfight because he has the shotgun out, not the SMG-11, which means that the Blackbeard knows he can't die to a headshot. And suddenly, the situation changes. Gatorada on his flank gets shut down. All these little moments went in favor of Dplus. And once you add together enough of them, that makes a round.
Barrier deployed.
Counter opted for the Maestro, so more information, bit more, killing of drones, doing player damage. This I like, a shotgun close by the bathroom window. I kind of wish we had that previously. You can also shoot the Selma charge off the wall if they were to go for it, but instead, we shoot the drone, we run away, we take a bit of damage, now we're surrendering bathroom once more. And these mute jammers, they won't stop the Selma charge. It'll affect a Thermite and a Hibana, not the Ace. And if that wall gets open up, however, was there an Evil Eye that sapped it, or did they shoot it from the hallway?
Yeah, he has an Evil Eye in the bathroom right now.
Yep, so they put an Evil Eye Maestro Cam inside a bathroom, which means that the only way to destroy it is if they jump in the window first and then risk that player position or bounce a crazy nade off the window frames. And now they're gonna jump on in, but the thing is, James, they've lost their Selmas. So they used all their Selmas first, then they jumped in. It's the wrong order. They got countered.
Oh, but a critical kill there comes through. Gatorada supports from down below. He goes for a flank and he saves Alligator's life. However, the mute is still on the floor, which means that kill might be able to be confirmed before too long. Akayu's in such an awkward position. He's got the LMG of the Elder. Couldn't tell if he actually successfully shot that Grimby. I think he did. Claire almost got caught off guard, but Akayu comes to life with the bullet hose for one. Midi now in a 1v3, but with Alligator on the floor in that kill, it becomes a 1v1 against Eclair. I think he knows about this injure as well, and it's guaranteed. Now a 1v1. Eclair has Diffuser in his clutches, and 2 keeper barriers to try and change the architecture of this situation. Midis gets muted up, and now 1v1. It's an awkward position for him. He's got such a good weapon to take this fight.
Equal health, no drones from Mitzi, and 1 keep in pocket from Eclair. That's gonna go out right here. This is the final one. So 20 seconds left. Has to walk through a single doorway. He knows this. As does Mitzi. Is down to a raw 50-50 gunfight.
And he doesn't know where he is. He thinks he's on the mirror window, but no, he's behind the desk. He goes for a swing. A big clutch for Eclair, the former Scars coach, back in the server. And he gets Kinotrope, their much needed first round on the scoreboard.
And look at that, Kinotrope with a curveball. Akayu on the Maestro changes everything in that round. So you can argue that Dplus, when you throw in that first Selma charge, you should realize that it got destroyed and what actually destroyed it. I don't think they realized there was an Evil until the second Selma. They thought the player maybe swung the doorway or could see it from like an angle on the door, etc. But no, it was the Maestro Evil Eye. And they realized too late. So they jump in the window, they've already wasted their Selmas. Despite Kinotrope winning that previous round and finding great success in the first 2 despite losing them, they will call a tag timeout. But what did I say, James? After the first 3 rounds, it's up to Kinotrope to figure out how is their opponent Dplus playing and what adjustments do they need to make to counter it. They've seen the final operator bans, they've played 3 rounds, and they've won 1, lost 2, and it's been close. Now they get 60 seconds to lock in and figure out how can we make this second half the best possible to get even a 3-3 even half, or maybe try and get a lead 4-2.
For Kinotrope, that also means a chance to talk to Okamesh, their new coach. He's been on a number of teams in the APAC region and originally actually played with some of these players like Akayu and Carwow on that original roster, the previous iterations of Kinotrope when they were called Donuts USG, Varel and various other names. He needs to come in and help them because it has been a game of counters, hasn't it? Like you said, okay, we're out, we're doing this kind of mute Jaeger setup at the top of the stairs. It gets countered by the Ace. Okay, we counter the Ace with the Maestro. Now the Azami has been banned out, which is eventually what Eclair used to win that clutch. And for Dplus, they lost their Deimos, which means that the Blackbeard is still in, by the way. And I would argue maybe the Blackbeard has been even more threatening than that Deimos. Kinotrope took a little bit of a gamble going for that operator ban. Now they go back to the basement. They need to figure out how they can win that battle for the stairs that they lost last time.
So Kinotrope, again, different playstyle options. They have a ton of different trap operators that are like try and, get into better gunfights. They can play behind utility, like the mirror windows, deployable shields, because by banging out the demos, you can't get tracked in your, soul positions. You're gonna have 1 less set of grenades on the attacking side, because the best way to get nades now for Dplus is probably gonna play Striker and or Blackbeard. That's gonna get you 4 nades if that's what you want. In this case, they're actually gonna play flashbangs and can openers on the Striker, and then bring flowers for soft destruction instead. Or Kinotrope can play the same kind of small counter utility, right? A bit of Maestro, a bit of this and that, to try and get smoke for plant denial, stalling out the timer. but you're also getting a bit more aggro on the roam probably, because now, if you're going to be a sole roamer and there's no Deimos, you're not going to be having to fear that constant information game. Sure, False and Blackbeard can still run you down and look for you, but it's a lot harder to find the roamer than to hunt them, right? If you know exactly where they are, you can run in their direction. Now you gotta check every corner, every room, either drone everything or send Falls on that journey, who's also the main pusher for the staircases by the bomb site later on. So Falls is gonna have a lot of different jobs this round.
Yeah, it's a huge task. I can't help but feel like this round will be won or lost on this minigame here on the staircase.
Yeah.
That puts a lot of pressure on Ayagator's position as the smoke, and a lot of pressure on Falls on the other side. Flores here is something that we didn't have before, and also with that Azami ban, Kinotrope are not going to be able to control the downstairs at the bottom of the blue stairs. There's this window that previously kept getting Azami'd up. And now Ayagator will not have that safe fall-off route because the Azami has been banned.
It's Ayagator. Again, Toxic Babes last time had a big impact, right? If they grenaded mid-air and you lose that 50 seconds of burn, that's going to make the round much more harder for him. So we got one more left in pocket, and there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. They've done the vert, meaning that the fallback should be covered. They got the EP and Thatcher, who can nullify any of the helping gadgets. No more Toxic Babes. This is it. They're pushing the staircase. They're on the window holding the flank as well. What are they going to do? They're going to send it.
He manages to retreat just in time, but Gatorada gets red on his flank. He tried to do the exact same thing he did the last time they defended this bomb site. Thankfully for Kinotrope, even though they lose that engagement, they managed to get Ayagator back to safety and reinforce over the rotate hole that lost them the round last time.
I've had a can opener Moosey's on that striker, right? He played Deimos before with can openers, aka Hard Destruction. Now he's been the striker, exact same thing. So they just breached the wall at this moment. 30 seconds to go. Jashanke can still deny the plant in theory, but you're down a defender, leaving a gap elsewhere, and you gotta clear in this very, very dangerous corner. If he gets checked out by Falls, he'll be as good as dead.
Oh my god, he does get checked. I can't believe it. Falls. If he hadn't looked that way, that's the round done for Dplus. But no, he stays alive. And a second one for Muzi now, supported by that Blackbeard. Ayagator and Akayu now trying to desperately fight back. But they are pushed into a corner by the Rayora, and Nears has gone big for another kill. Ayagator, 1v5. As we went down into red time, finally the diffuser is planted, and Dplus are on the verge of finding their third kill. Third round on the board. Indeed, Midi puts the nail in the coffin, and Kinotrope are on the ropes.
I mean, we can basically call that a flawless round for Dplus, right? But it doesn't feel like it. There are so many small moments where that round can be won by Kinotrope. Whether it's Ayagator getting a kill on that staircase, whether all 5 defenders make it back towards the bomb site. If Falls doesn't check the hard right corner of the breach, which they had no intel on, by the way, Blind Blackbeard dies and the plant becomes much more difficult. Again, there are all these micro decisions that can alter the outcome of these rounds. And I hope Kinotrope, as individual players, are sitting there going, guys, yes, we lost, but that was a good round. That was close. If this flank timing is 2 seconds differently, either he flanks 2 seconds earlier or 2 seconds later, they might get a freebie. Like, there are so many things. Jashanka gets the melee onto Falls on the BB, but then Muzi covers him perfectly on the re-entry. But it goes to show the level of Dplus and how they're not underestimating Kinotrope, because look at every single attack. They are making it so unfair. They're fighting 3v1 on the staircases, forcing man advantage. They're always using a ton of utility, whether it's the fire from Capital, the flash grenades, or the frag grenades. Dplus are not taking any equal fights usually. They're always trying to make it unfair, as they should, but that's because they're respecting Kinotrope. Right? They're saying, hey, we know these guys are good strategically. We have to pick them apart strategically as well, despite the fact that we have really good fraggers.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, if you could go back in time, do you ban the Blackbeard instead of the Deimos? Because that shield was so powerful. Arguably, I would say the Blackbeard might even have been better than any potential blitz on Monty. When I saw the Monty blitz ban, obviously Monty is just so good because you can play so slowly with it. The blitz, I don't know, I feel like obviously only really good in close quarters. The Blackbeard, I feel like, is kind of the second best shield behind the Monty at the moment. Getting rid of the blitz and leaving that Monty, getting rid of the Deimos, leaving that Blackbeard in, feels so deadly.
I could definitely see a world where you ban Monty and then into a mixture of, you know, the Blackbeard, the Capital, the Grim, and the Deimos. That's kind of where I want to see it. I do agree with you that the Blitz ban does feel a bit low value, but if Kinotrope are expecting a double shield kind of aggro push from Dplus, that ban obviously counters that. Good bit of value there from a Flourish Drone, and again, Kinotrope, no roam game. Dplus are immediately on the bomb site breach, on the doors, clearing utilities, setting things up. But we've seen this attack so many times before, James, right? The good old sense, throw down the roly-polies, go for a plant. And Kinotrope, they got perfect response. They got Evilized in the bomb site that are being cleared right now. They got the Shanka, they got the Solus. They can see where their plant will be going down later on. Can they get a freebie on the bomb site here? Can they clear Kawa and Maestro? Because that's the big thing. If Kawa can go 1-for-1 trade, that is so worth it.
He finds his one, looks for a little bit more, as he's about to get peeks now by Midi on the Sens. Now, Midi is the most important operator left up for Dplus because he has that Sens. Not even the Evil Eyes can peer through those projector walls. Muzi finds one, Levy joins the fray. Gatorada on for his flank. The first time in this game he's found success on a flank, down into a 3v3. This is where Kinotrope are in the advantage because they have the control up above with that Solus. But thankfully for Dplus, Midi on the Sens is still alive.
A plan shouldn't technically be possible, but of course anything can happen if you catch a good timing, or you can disrupt them upstairs at the same time. And Dplus are figuring out, guys, can we just go for it? What operators do they have? They might not know that Solus is on the board necessarily just yet, because they haven't seen what happens top floor. They've only been joining downstairs. And by losing 2 players, they might have lost their win condition. Those are the roly-polies. There's the plan. Can they deny it?
Oh, indeed he can.
Easy.
Perfect. Didn't even need to overclock the gadget to be able to tell which electronic detector was the planter. Now he's being flanked up above. He needs to protect himself and deny the plant. Great pre-fire from the player that he was fighting. Muzi upstairs in a 1v2 now. Drops down into side with the AR-33, but he doesn't have the diffuser. And a great round there from Kinotrope, denying that plant and locking down the bomb site.
I generally don't think that Dplus knew there was a Solus on the board. They're planning without a cover, not going upstairs to distraction, and not really doing anything but just chalking down the utility and going for a plant, hoping those defenders of Kinotrope would walk into their guns. But as I said before in the introduction, Kinotrope are strategically a very solid team, and they're showing this here by having all these small win conditions and ways to win a game and a round. Honestly, big praise to Kawa, getting a 1-2 onto Capital, absolutely massive. And then Gatorada later on, who gets the flank kill finally to even bet the numbers to a 3-on-3. Because like you said, this puts Kinotrope in the advantageous position. They have equal numbers, which is the #1 thing. If there are 3 different areas of attack, they can cover those 3 different angles. They can hold a crossfire, they can fight back vertically, they can drop back down the hatches. They have different ways of playing out the round. If that was a 3v2 in favor of Dplus, for example, that changes everything. So, Kinotrope understanding when they're strong and when they're weak, when to fight and when to just let Dplus play out the round. And now they can fight for an even half. They can fight for a 3-3. But to do so, James, they gotta go back to top floor, which has been troublesome, okay? Yeah, they had a 1v1 clock here, sure. But that was also off the counts play with the Maestro Evil Eye taking down the Aces Selma charge on the bathroom wall. Dplus won't fall for that again. And now they brought out the Ying as well for a bit more chaos.
I agree with you. It was only a 1v1 when Kinotrope won this bomb site, but it was also only a 1v1 when Dplus won this bomb site. It was that 2v2 that eventually came down to a 1v1, and the Echo failed to clutch up the 1v2 for Kinotrope. So Muzi and Eclair have both clutched on this bomb site prior. Who wins it this time around? Well, it seems like Kinotrope are not changing too much, let's be honest. Obviously, they've doubled down on the plant denial and the smoke and the Tachanka, but they've foregone the Jaeger this time around. They've kept the Maestro, foregone the Echo. On the Dplus side, a brand new ingredient we haven't seen brought even once so far. It's that exciting, that crazy, chaotic Ying brought to the table by Nears.
And a different approach here for Dplus. They're taking it a bit slower than usual. Also droning downstairs. They brought secondary MPs. Really cautious of these hallways. Mind you, without any Warden in play, Nears can get a ton of value later on, but you can see Dplus how safe they're playing. This is a classic case of we're playing for execute, guys. What does that mean? We need all 5 attackers alive for the first minute and 40 seconds of the round. Let's get to the bomb site walls, to the bomb site doors, 3, 2, 1, and then work together. This means it's gonna be a very slow burn because they gotta ensure safety is the #1 priority. And then once they get everybody in the right positions, it's gonna go very quickly out of nowhere.
Grim has been so good on this bomb site as well for Dplus so far. In conjunction with the Ying, it might be able to flush Irrigator out of his position. Out come the Candelas. Big Nitro Cell doesn't find anything, but slowed is Nears, and he's not able to get into position in time. Oh, I thought he was running the shotgun. That's why he had the Reaper out, but no, actually he's still running the LMG. And now he looks to try and take some fights with it. Ran in these corners into server. Do they know how deep Dplus have gone? He doesn't have a lot of mobility here, but there's a player inside of the bomb site that is just looking the complete wrong direction. I don't know what's going on, but somehow Nears has managed to sneak behind enemy lines all the way deep into the bomb site. Found the gap, but Gatarada covers him off. And now suddenly Kinotrope realized Dplus was sneaking in from server all along. Big kill from Muzi after Eclair tries to retake mezzanine control. But now Muzi is confused. He doesn't know what's dirty and what's clean for Dplus. 15 seconds on the clock. And now DK must erupt into the bomb site quickly. Falls needs to look for a plant opportunity, but he's trapped in server at the moment. And now he's gone down. Big flank from Gatarada from the Sky Bridge. Will find Midi as well over at the breach. And that is the round and the half. Done and dusted. Kinotrope will push deep, but they tie the scoreline. Absolute banger tunes. A lot of tense emotions on the faces of both teams. Wow. So I don't know. I think we may as well just give a little bit of a spoiler, a peek behind the scenes to the audience, Pengu. But we heard from our production team that Dplus called their tactical timeout during the halftime roll swap timeout, which means that they want an extra minute to play out now. Now, we're getting confirmation of whether they can take that now. Apparently, they can't take it right now, but they've just had 2 minutes to talk about it. But it's kind of telling Dplus want an extra minute to talk about their defensive half. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the fact that Kinotrope had gone toe-to-toe with them, and also, there is a world where Kinotrope could have maybe gone, you know, 4-2 or 5-1 if this one gunfight, this one piece of utility, or this one area of the map went their favor. They have really showed us that Dplus, they are beatable in this matchup. In that very last round, it was very exciting for a good 60 seconds straight, so we didn't have to talk about it then, but Kinotrop had different win conditions on their final defense. They actually had Kawa on the Maestro dropped down below, sitting on the evil camps on site, and there was nowhere for Dplus to play, and plant rather, because Kinotrop had covered both the bomb sites fully with the Maestro Evil Eyes. And last round, Dplus, they got into server right here, they got deep in towards the bomb site, but Kinotrop arguably let them take that space for free, and then punished them by flanking back up the staircase in the hallways, and using the Evil Eyes, sapping, red pinging, etc. Kinotrop, they have been... I'm not going to say a step ahead, but they have definitely been on track and on par with Dplus. And I think that's why they're concerned and why they wanted that extra bit of time, possibly. Because they know that, again, one small mistake, and if Kinotrop can be as good on their attacks as they were in defenses, that's enough to maybe steal away Lair.
Yeah, that's an insane prospect. However, it's going to be tough when they're going up against a Clash and a Warden in this coming round. You look at the lineup from Kinotrop, you've got a Blitz. I mean, both the Warden and the Clash, in a way, get counter that Blitz. So Kinotrop, you know, obviously Monty was banned out. They could have gone Blackbeard like Dplus did, but no, not to be. Gators wanted to take close range fights, got shotgun on Deimos.
Not against it. You got a couple of staircases to fight. You got some good pushes later on. The big issue is the good old tale of Clash versus Blitz, right? What do you do there? You gotta go in a different location. Like, wherever Near's gonna be playing from, Akayu cannot go there with Blitz. You gotta just go the complete opposite side of the building because you're gonna get stunned and you're gonna die and you're not gonna have a very good time. So, this is Dplus giving them, hey guys, problem solve this. Kite Claw. They got the Clash, they got the Ward in the case of a Rush the Ying, for example. As it has been left open. Monty was removed from action. Let's see how Kinotrop can ever get this hallway. Getting the staircase control, getting the bomb site breach. That can be the difficulty of this bomb site.
Yeah, wow, the smokes. There's clearly something cooking here for Kinotrop, but I think Dplus are trying to figure out exactly what it is. Deep into the mezzanine now for Akayu on the Blitz. And the gridlock track singers are trying to restrict a little bit of movement. The Kaid here actually might be a little bit of a thorn in Kinotrop's side. They haven't managed to breach neither the external wall nor the internal wall of the bomb site where you would typically want to plant.
Oh, they're gonna come now. Kawa's rotating on in. He's on the mezzanine rafters position. They just found the kite club vertically as well with the air gator from beneath. They can pop up on the wall. It sets up a default plant location, but there's one more toxic beam in the pocket of Mitzi, and the Clash is still a huge problem.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? The Clash is going to continually put a thorn in Akayu's side as Muzi decides to get aggressive. He runs around the smoke to try and find one kill, as Nears can just continue scouting for info and making it really uncomfortable for Akayu on the mezzanine. Now he plants that shield down and wants to try and take some fights. How do Kinotrop deal with this? It's going to need to be explosive. But with that smoke keeping them at bay, this is going to be nigh impossible. How does Muzi miss those shots? I would love to know. Doesn't seemingly matter. Akayu goes down regardless. Kinotrop cooked for way too long, but turns out the round was burned after all. Dplus hold on very handily.
And that right there shows you just how much value the Clash can bring you. They can hold the bomb site, deny the breach, and just fight back against the two different enemies, right? A Blitz and a Capital holding the angles. Normally, that's a very strong position as the attackers. But with the Clash, you can sap the Blitz, and now the Capital is 2 versus 1. Or rather, 1 versus 2. It's a very good small bit of utility uses there from Dplus. It's good read into how to stop Kinotrop. Again, the Kite Claws mid-round, hiding them, not pre-placing them. They were dealt with pretty well there from Kinotrop. Job well done. But then how you deal with the Clash? You don't really have any ways to do so. They spin the caps on fire early as well to get the hallway control rather than dealing with the Clash. So, it goes to show that third operator ban, it could later on have to be targeted towards the Clash. But this is the awkward part. Clash doesn't really work for that many of the bomb sites here on Lair. Most teams only play the operator on top floor. Are you really gonna ban an operator to make one bomb site weaker? Because that's another issue. Well, you gotta learn how to attack the basement and the tertiary. So, to be honest, if you're Kinotrop right now, you go, guys, top floor, they can have it. Just gotta get the next two.
So the Kinotrop seem to really struggle on that top floor. Attack or defense doesn't really seemingly matter. Both sides, Dplus, have a really good read on how to play that bomb side. Now changing things up for Dplus. And a couple of curveballs thrown here. Very different kind of setup from Dplus to what we saw from Kinotrope. No smoke, no Tachanka, for example, but plenty of red on the operator lineup. We've got the Capcan, the Spetsnaz brother. We've also got the Skopos, which is very unusual, trying to seemingly go for a roam clear, but be able to fall back to site in case of a rush, which is exactly what's going to happen. Unfortunately, for Gatorada, he's got a face full of fire from that Goyo's Vulcan, which will slow down this attack from Kinotrope, and now suddenly put Ayagator in a little bit of a lonely position. At least he has a lone nade to deal with that deployable shield on the yellow stairs. I think Dplus have realized, alright, so they're trying to rush, that's fine. Yeah. Skopos can TP back to site, no worries.
Then they popped most of the Goyo fire. I think there's 3 different fires popped in the round to stop that possible rush. They don't know about, like, any of the external areas at the bomb site. They don't know about garage. They don't know about blue stairs. So they're popping the Goyos to say, guys, let's stall for 20 seconds, get people back towards the bomb site for those who can. Mitty, who's currently stuck on the roam game, has to worry about himself, where the anchors on the side go, oh guys, who's watching this door? Oh, you are? Okay, I'm gonna watch this door instead. Establish whose responsibility each area is. Meanwhile, for Kinotrope, they're gonna reset. Now they're thinking, hey, they rushed back towards the bomb site. That means the roam might be free. We can take some map space, more or less for free, get the verticality, get a bit of damage done. But the thing is, Mitty never rotated back. He is still upstairs. Scopo's shell can still TP top floor. So there's still roam gaming here from Dplus.
Roam game potential, at the very least.
Yeah, potential.
And they know about Mitty as well on that ground floor, seemingly, or watching the angles. Eclair wants to just peek into the bomb side, doesn't he? He's so close as well. With some vertical pressure. He's cleared filtration.
They have no denial, really.
Maybe he can prone in, try and shoot this Malusi Banshee. Indeed he does, from pretty much complete safety. Now he wants to prone inside. This is very iffy. Wow, this is a crazy kind of execute here for Kinotrope. The first impact doesn't deny the plant, but eventually the plant will go down. 2v5 in the post is nigh impossible for Kinotrope. Dplus KIA should be on the money here. But Ayagator and Kawau need to play this perfectly. And while there's a roamer upstairs, Kawau is completely distracted. He takes down Mitty, about to get flanked by a second player though as well. Dplus going for a very ambitious retake. But Ayagator is very close to the bomb site. And he needs to make his way inside, caught by the Denari's laser. I don't think he's going to be in position to try and take this player out. No grenades to speak of, and he won't be able to find the angle. A consolation frag means nothing for Kinotrope as Dplus KIA keep their cool and make that retake a reality.
I mean, again, it's the tiny things. They had a player flank stockroom here from Dplus. They one-tap the planter, one-tap the guy covering on the floor, and they make the 5v5 into a 5v3. They flank above, they retake beneath, and they get another round secured. But this is still Kinotrope planting against them, finding the gap, pressuring a bomb set rush, then taking map space. Kinotrope, once more, they do so many things correctly. They do so many things well. But Dplus, I gotta say, their adaptation in the mid to late rounds, saying, guys, this is the situation in front of us. How do we deal with it? And how many times they work together? They push. When they're flanking upstairs, they had a player walk in the door trying to take the gunfight, while a second player impacted the wall to distract the opponent. Like, there's all these small mini plays constantly happening from the side of Dplus, showing great level of synergy and team coordination, utilizing every single player and every piece of primary and secondary gadget. Now they've been hiding the bandit on this tertiary bomb site, and that's going to be the spanner in the works. Hey, we can trick the walls. Somehow Kinotrope didn't know about this because they picked up the Maverick, which we almost never get see here in tier 1 level of play, and it is the #1 counter to the bandit, of course. So it's perfect.
In theory, but in reality, you never know how those Maverick holes are going to work out. And we don't have a lot of soft destruction here. I guess the shotgun from the gridlock secondary might be able to destroy the soft part of the wall if we Mav top and bottom here for Kawau. But obviously it takes a long time compared to a simple exothermic charge. But at least it does guarantee that you get that wall open despite any bandit tricking.
Interesting. We have an early fire pop there on the Sky Bridge. This is the thing that Dplus did do very differently than Kinotrope is. Kinotrope, they were giving up the map space for free and only playing by the bomb side. Dplus are extending very deep into the building, putting down a Goyo canister, they shoot one drone, they shoot that stall for 20 seconds, then they fall back kind of step by step. It's very kind of, you know, new generation way of playing for Dplus. You're going to fight for the entirety of the map space. Kinotrope almost playing old school Siege in a way, which isn't bad, it's just a different way of choosing it stylistically. But as you said, just peek holes on the side with the Maverick. Doesn't apply a lot of pressure because you cannot walk on in, so there's no need to watch that vertically here from Dplus. They have less angles to worry about. Kinotrope, this attack feels a little bit simplistic to me. And I think Dplus is not going to have an issue with that.
Oh, nice
Less is more.
shots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, despite the Dogobi call and the Lion scan, Midi still finds that kill. That is the massive testament to his roaming ability, but he's not able to find a second one. Good reply from Eclair, only takes a little bit of damage. Much needed one for Kinotrope, but still plenty of work to be done on this top floor to try and clear out these roamers and assert vertical dominance. Even on the bomb side, things are going to get awkward. But look at the Sens wall rolling on out. There's no Solus on the board here for Dplus, which means that they're just going to have to play off the sound cues and other information. There's some Valkyrie cams in sight. Perhaps Midi can be sitting those to call for info. Falls is taken down Eclair. Good deep push from Akayu, finds one, but a spray from Levy, peeking out from the bomb site, finds another kill. Now he's being pressured from behind him, but it's only 2 players left up for Kino. Gatarada needs to have a big impact. The plant goes down for Akayu despite 2 players on that top floor for Dplus. Muzi's got 10 kills, tearing it up in this round, in this game, but he needs to get active now. It's a 2v2 retake as Kinotrope further their advantage, and Gatarada has the perfect angle. Muzi needs to hit the shot of his life coming down the staircase. Meanwhile, Falls upstairs doesn't have a way back onto the site safely as of yet. Big kill though for Muzi. This might open the gates for the round. Akayu to find one, but Muzi! Oh my god, Muzi! That's why this guy here is a world champ, and that's why he came all the way to Dplus. Massive clutch up and match point for Dplus KIA.
Another round where Kinotrope, they do so many things so well. Another round in the attack where they get down that diffuser. Another round where they're looking like they're actually gonna win it until they don't. Muzi, a dance on that staircase, up and down, back and forth, finds the 1v1 to open it up, and then you drop the hatch, you push the door together, you force that kind of 2v1 sort of gunfight. Dplus, yes, they're up 6-3, but we cannot understate just how close these rounds have been and how much potential Kinotrope have had every single time. The issue is potential doesn't win you a map. Performing, executing, and succeeding in a round, that is what you need. And they were just, what, 5 seconds shy of it? There are not many seconds left spare there for Muzi once he found the kills. Again, flank watch was good, map control was great, problem solving the bomb site, sense walling and walking through, getting a couple of kills. So many things are done well. Yet, it's a round loss.
Yeah, that is insane stuff from Muzi. 12 kills, only 2 deaths in the whole bloody map. We played 9 rounds so far. He's only died in 2 of them. How does that even happen when his team has lost 3 rounds? I genuinely don't know how he's achieved such an insane scoreline, but a big clutch like that. Yeah, really, he's got Kinotrope in his back pocket at the moment. It's massive because, yes, this guy was once a world champion. Once upon a time, Muzi was regarded as, potentially the best player in the world. Back at peak NIP days, him and Pino were like the 2-star fraggers on that team. But you know what Muzi was doing before he joined Dplus? He was a bench warmer for NIP. He's been sitting on the bench doing nothing for that roster because people said maybe he's just not as good as he once was. Maybe he's past his prime. Well, he comes down, fresh new team, and he looks fire here for Dplus. A great round for him. And now for Dplus KIA, I mean, look at this. They've just made a clean sweep of 3 different bomb site defenses. Yeah. Kinotrope now have to do the same on the attacking side just to push overtime.
And Dplus is being smart. They go back to top floor, they pick up the Clash again, pick up a bunch of like anti-push. Kindred banned the smoke, now they play Tashanka. It's again, I said this back in after the 7th round was played. Do you ban the Clash to make top floor weaker, but then don't do anything about the secondary and tertiary bomb side that we just saw? Or do you do something else? Well, they banned the smoke, which means Clash will get abused, of course, and now Kindred have to counter. They got the Nomad, they got the Capital, they got a Bog that can do it vertically. They do technically have different ways of dealing with Nears, but it comes down to how well they can execute upon it. And is Nears going to make a mistake? Not necessarily. Because now that you have Tashanka, you have a different way of winning this round if you're Dplus. You can deny any of the safe plant positions from a very, very far away angle, bouncing those Molotovs from Tashanka. And if Leipzig's gonna push you in these hallways, you can also do the same thing. Tashanka fire the floor and stun and force back Aegir on the BB. So we gotta see how Kindred can problem solve. Right now it's Bog downstairs looking for the Kite Claws to help open up the walls, and then try and find a bit of a Verticality on Tashanka and Clash's location, because those are the two most important defenders for this round.
There's so much time delay here. Aegir needs to find a big kill.
Close.
But yeah, he gets revealed. That deeper signals to Dplus that he's trying to sneak up the mezzanine, and it's not so sneaky anymore, is it? Blackbeard could have a big impact, but like you said, can't afford to see this clash at any point. Aggressive play now from Akayu. He's got an EMP in pocket he could use on the clash. Oh, he's completely frying the clash now. Nears goes for a swing. Oh my god! He's gone and found double. 4v3 now, and the Brazilians are well in control. Muzi holding down the fort in Mask. C4 goes out. Akayu finds one. Good reply from Muzi. As the Warden can peer through the smoke, looks to get aggressive. He knows exactly where Gatarada is. It's shotgun v shotgun. As the Hibana brings out the Supernova, and it is super indeed. Eclair and Gatarada now, 15 seconds or less, and they have to clutch. There's a Clash Shield staring Eclair down. We need Gatarada to be the man of the hour, but he's been shut down by guess who? It's Muzi! For Dplus KIA, he has been their hero, and he asserts his dominance on Kinotrope. Now they're one map away from the grand final. Kafe coming up next.
region has got to offer.
Yeah, a little bit of a quick one, hey? The first half looked very tight, very close, but second half, a very different story. How did you feel about Kinotrope versus Muzi?
I fixed my camera, James. It's out of focus. Get that later. You know, unlike Muzi's gameplay, crystal clear. My camera, not so much. Muzi had one of the most dominating one mappers of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, ridiculous. There's a whole highlight reel just for this guy alone.
Yeah, it was insane. 1v1 clutch in the first half, and another 1v1 clutch later on as well. Muzi was just always there, always with one of his teammates, sometimes making a play by himself. Insane performance from him. Such a glow up. And of course, it's the only roster change that Dplus KIA have made coming into 2026 was picking up Muzi. And a lot of people might have thought, okay, like, I mean, yeah, you've got some pedigree here in Muzi. He has a lot of history. He's won a 6 Invitational with NIP. But it's been a long time.
It's been a while.
Since, yeah, of course. He was in Black Dragons before that. But of course, Bullets, who previously was on this team, you know, had to depart. You look at the comparison between these two players. Muzi, 15 kills to 2 deaths, 7.5 KD ratio. Dude, like, that is an instant accusation if you find that in ranked. Entry kills 2. He also had 2 clutches, which this graphic doesn't even show you. It's insane. 83% cost rating. This is like one of the best single map results I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And the fact that Kinotrope had, you know, a lot of close rounds with Muzi popping off. I mean, they would have won 1 or maybe even 2 more rounds from the side of Kinotrope had Muzi not been in their way. It just goes to show, yeah, 7-3 scoreline, but at the end, honestly, that could have been a 5-1 half, 4-2 half for Kinotrope on the defensive side, easily rocking them into a regulation victory on side swap. It was Muzi, it was Dplus showing up. and having to put in 110% just to lock up Lair.
Yeah, and Kinotrope now really have their work cut out for them. Next up, we go to Kinotrope's map pick, and the Japanese will do what they can on Kafe to not only stop Dplus, but to stop the king of the match today, and that is Muzi. 15 kills in the first map to just 2 deaths. What can he achieve on Kafe? I guess it's time to find out. Kinotrope fight for survival here on Kafe. Dplus, they can taste that grand final and the revenge that they want to find against CAG, that they could find later this afternoon if they can take down Kinotrope here.
So good luck, have fun. It's called in the in-game chat. Operator bans on the way. We saw Monty banned up by both teams previously on Lair. We saw Mira being played a handful of rounds actually, mostly by Kinotrope. So those two get removed. The second set is gonna be the Grim and the Ella. Okay.
A Muzi ban.
So Kinotrope with some target bans here.
Yeah.
Don't see that every day.
Strange to see the Ella banned. I mean, I'm looking at map 1. Dplus didn't play Ella at all.
And it's Kafe, it's a window map.
Yeah, it's funny. It's not like the most... I would have thought if you're going to ban a trap, yeah, Denari. But typically you'd expect to ban something like the Azami instead of that Ella. Very unusual. Even the Malusi, I mean, that's the main trap operator that we saw Dplus KIA running. They ran it a lot.
Yeah.
Both teams, in fact, really love that Malusi last game. So yeah, I don't know what Kinotrope is cooking here.
Also, a Mossy being brought out in round number 1. Mossy is a number that we still... I feel like we don't know exactly how to rate him. We see him in EML a little bit. Players like Bentimaster and T2 is quite fond of that operator. Dplus playing it a bit at times. It's one of those cases of like, if the Mossy Piss catches a drone or two, you can have some insane value, because it's so hard as an attacker to figure out where those drones are and if they're yours or the enemies. But if you don't find anything, you just have like a beneath average weapon and a C4. At least you get that secondary super shorty back nowadays to do some rotations to help your teammates out. But it does still feel to me a little bit like Mossy's a low value operator on average, with some high ceilings, of course.
He just doesn't have all the secondary effects that a Mute does, for example. You know, Mute is stopping drones, but also protecting you against, you know, the Deimos and a whole bunch of other operators. Whereas the Mute, all it does, the Mozzie, all it does is stop drones. But yeah, there we go. We do see one get caught. But now Levy, I mean, he's not in position just yet. He's still doing a setup with his shotgun. He's not in position to go and move that drone. He might be able to in a moment, if he's lucky.
Oh, he's checking right now. But I don't see it, so maybe it got destroyed by Kinotrope. He's checking the default camps instead. The thing about Kafe here is if you don't destroy the basement cameras, the camera in bakery and the camera bottom right, you can actually check those default cameras as a defender and go, guys, it's gonna be a top-down attack. They're only gonna be attacking from the roof. Because those two cameras downstairs, they see the only ways in the building on the entirety of the bottom floor.
Oh.
So they should know what's happening. Look at timing that swing. That's such a valuable trade-off, right? You take down the Blackbeard, but you die. As Mitty was only passive util on the Melusi, you're gonna take that any day of the week because you're taking down the #1 push operator from Kinotrope's attack.
Yeah, huge boost here for the defensive side. What do Kinotrope look to do now? A bit of a repel, a bit of a lurk as well from Gadarada. He also has one Dokubi call still left in pocket. I don't think Kinotrope really have many ways to try and deal with that castle barricade. We're out of Rotero drones now from the Flores, and the nades from Ayagator would need to rotate into position and land perfectly to clear that castle barricade, which is very difficult to do with a grenade these days.
45 left in Kinotrope. They've kind of stopped their push, you know, with Kafe going down. A good flash goes out, but can they find their way into these bars?
Oh, good kill.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, finding Falls was a critical moment there, opening up cocktail balcony. However, now Nears can just simply rotate back into position. Dplus KIA, they might have lost a player, but they responded, and Kinotrope were not able to rotate into that position in time. Pressure coming up from the white stairs for Gadarada, but it's not enough. We need Kinotrope to have
15.
multiple points of pressure, and 15 seconds did not give them very much time at all. The diffuser is cold on the ground inside of the bomb site. Dplus KIA not feeling a lot of pressure. They can retake. They can rotate around the map. It'll have to be a big 2K from Kafe, but doesn't find either of them. Nia's low HP, doesn't seemingly matter. And Gatorada is still stuck at the bottom of the white stairs around the D+1 just by patiently sitting back on the bomb site and winning the round on time.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you lose the Blackbeard early on, it makes it that much more difficult to push here from the attackers, so relying solely on one operator. Dplus being so good, Moosey being the big talking point all of Lair, and if you guys want to be a bit more like Moosey, you're not going to start in Tier 1 teams, right? Where you can start is actually going to be in Tier 3 and later on in Tier 2.
That's so true, man. I mean, a lot of these players started from the very bottom. They grinded, and I actually remember this Kinotrope team way back in the day when they were known as Donuts USG. They played in the Tier 3 into the Tier 2 of, in the Japan League. They ended up beating CAG, the best team in the region, in the grand final. The Challenger circuit has launched, and how this works, Pengu, is you start by playing in these weekly play-in cups. And you can sign up for as many of them as you want. If you become the champions any 1 week, you immediately qualify for the Challenger circuit, right? So it means that a lot of people, they've just qualified, they've just registered for one of the cups. Don't just register for the first week, because you might lose that one.
Them all.
Register for all of them. Seriously, and even if you win and you qualify, you can probably maybe give it a shot, play again, get some practice in. It's a great chance for you to start your path to pro. It starts next weekend. Play-ins day 1 and 2 are May 2nd and 3rd. You can scan that QR code that was on the screen there. If you rewind the video, you'll be able to register. And yeah, get on it. Tier 2 is where your journey to the Pro League begins, and perhaps even one day your journey to the Major or the Six Invitational.
And I know a lot of people are going to say, but what are the odds of that actually working out? That's the thing. There are so many players' journey who started seeing out of nowhere, where you made a friendship roster, you play with the boys, and you got scouted by a much better team, and you got an offer as an individual, or your team of friendship made that magic happen, and you end up going further and further and further. Great wallbang there, taking down Nears. Great start from Kinotrope. But yeah, Tier 2, Tier 3 Siege is the place to be. And even if you don't have aspirations of maybe going to Tier 1 and actual Pro League competition, because you got a real-life job, you got real-life friends, you actually want to do those kind of things, it's still going to be a fun experience to play with your friends and just do that together. It's a more competitive version of Siege Ranked, right? Where there's going to be high-level players and high-level teams.
It's where the journey starts, so jump on it. Of course, throughout APAC, we have the Challenger circuit running all year long. It's so exciting. APAC North, Asia, whatever region you're from, there's Challenger circuit for you to play in. And you might even qualify to Tier 1 if you stick with it. Speaking of Tier 1, of course, Dplus just one map away from the grand final here in APAC North. However, they've lost a player very early on. There's 0 picks here for Kinotrope. Very unusual as the smokes go in. A Nitro cell to be tossed on over out. And it does take down Carwell. Levy didn't have info, but he has done his job. Levy's also heard the second one, taking down Gatorada. The fire makes it very difficult for Kinotrope to execute into the side. Good kill from Ayagator, and Eclair as well joins with the pistol, no less. The GSH coming into action. Just falls on Muzi now with a minute to play. Very unusual that we'll see a minute to play in a 2v2.
So hard to plant here, though, for Kinotrope. You remember when you're in a 2v2 position, and one attacker goes to plant, you're effectively covering 1 versus 2 defenders. So Dplus, they can, again, keep playing down the timer. Give Kinotrope bomb site control because they cannot plant anyone that are mining.
Nice shots.
But they find a pick huge onto Muzi. He goes down. Agator 5-1 now. Just looking for falls for the last player. They got the yellow ping. They lock in that final kill, and Kinotrope, they fight back. Blitz in the bombs that gets you forward. They die into the fire. They get shot down on the flank, but still, they have a way back into the round.
Big 4K from Ayagator that round on the gridlock as well. And it goes to show the value that Kinotrope had in the offseason with all of their shuffles. They picked up Ayagator from Scars, who obviously already has a little bit of team chemistry with Eclair, who was his coach on Scars, who also joined the roster this stage, and Gatorada, because Gatorada and Ayagator back in the day were part of that original core 5 of CAG that played for such a long time in the Japan region and dominated the very top of Japan and APAC for the longest time. And now back on the same team, they're looking like they are working well in tandem. Ayagator carrying the round for his team. I mean, it's just him and Eclair that have kills so far for Kinotrope in the first 2 rounds.
I mean, it's about Moose and how good he was, and it's only fair that Ayagator's gonna have a, another banger performance as well, just to even up the score here. Go 1 for 1. Now, Lair is a bit of battle of individual heroics. We haven't seen both teams, fully come down to teamwork, while they're both playing for executes and, of course, going for that bomb that has been a sole player popping off. But Kinotrope, what I really want to praise for them is they are throwing curveballs and not playing default siege, right? That previous round, what was that attack? I have no idea. But it worked in the end. They got strong positionings, they got into the bomb side, and while they touched with C4 and Go Your Fire, they still had a way to fight back. So they are giving Dplus a fight for adaptation, a fight for counterplaying in the mid round of the server. See what they can do this time around. They got the IQ, they got some ratzing on the Dokkaebi, they got some entry for the Blackbeard, they find the Denari lasers that was going to be triple stacked beneath the window, doing a ton of damage if you were to jump on in.
Yeah, I like the usage of the IQ here, just scanning out so much info. We can see the Roteros from Flores come in and try and clear some of that util that's been spotted by the IQ. The Dokkaebi call rings out as well, putting the defenders in a bit of an awkward spot. How are the castle barricades going to get cleared? That's my question. We have the sledge, but it's not easy to get into position to actually sledge open these castle barricades, particularly the one on the washroom's door from top white.
We hear the windows getting shattered at this very moment. The castle barricade and secure double door can be very tricky to get a grenade in there correctly.
Kind needs to
gotta
rotate.
get it right beneath the castle barricade. So step one for Kinotrope should be to clear those castle barricades, because if defenders have put them up, it's because they care about what they're protecting. The thing is, they kind of just walk straight into Cigar instead. Now that castle double door protects them from any defender going into Piano for a flank late round. So it's actually kind of working in favor of Kinotrope at this very minute. And Nate goes out. Kawa, this time alive on the BB, marches on forward, clears Pixel on Piano, but as C4 goes out, takes out a Claire on the white staircase.
Wow.
That was cutting off the rotation and the ability to fall back or reaggress up a staircase. But with Dplus, they're going to take that first pick and just play on this primary floor. Because they got numbers advantage, and they're fishing with a second C4 in pocket as well. And if they go 2 for 2, that'll almost guarantee the round.
Problem is, Gutterrider is so low on HP here, needs to be careful with these C4s. They could pack a real punch, but Ayagator drops down immediately into reading and finds a kill. Dplus was so focused on trying to use those C4s, trying to contest the vert, they didn't realize they could get dropped on from up above. Levy now tries to retake. He's being watched. The prone angle from Ayagator, the snake in the grass. Falls now, will fall as well. Ayagator has another monstrous round for Kinotrope as they take the lead.
Again, really good explosiveness right there, where they're holding their angles, they're doing verticality, they're sledging open the floor, and then they're just walking through bomb site. The moment you hear that C4 rip, you just walk on in. You know they're going to catch the defenders on a bad timing, and the second they get the entry, everyone's working together, making quick work of the site, getting that last bit of map control. Kinotrope with a great read. This is Kafe on the attack where they're in full control. They have been very reliant on the Blackbeard of Kawa playing as shield operator, and it's actually not been banned away. I was thinking that it just might. It's been Dokkaebi banned instead. That gives, of course, that global presence of ratting out the building. And then, like you mentioned, the Melusi was the high pay grade operator as the trap op. That's been removed as well. So now Kinotrope, while they've lost the Dokkaebi that can kind of rat and skip the droning area, they've made the main push a lot stronger by banning away the Melusi.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea here from Kinotrope because of how much that Flores has had to do every single round, clearing out castle barricades, Melusi banshees, Denari lasers, now Maestro Evil Eyes as well. Get rid of that Melusi, it just alleviates a bit of pressure. It's funny, recently I've been talking with one of my friends that I play ranked with, and we both play a lot of chess as well. And there's a concept in chess where we call it overloaded. One piece is overloaded because it's trying to do too many things. You know, you have a bishop on one square, and it's protecting your knight on another square, and it's also protecting a pawn or something like that. And when one piece gets overloaded, you can trade evenly for that one piece, and then it doesn't matter. You get extra value because you've taken down that pivotal piece. So for example, if a Flores is really overloaded and you nade him off of a window, C4 him off of a window like we saw last round, then not only does that give you value to Malusi, gives you value to your Castle, your Maestro, even technically a Rooney gets somewhat countered by Flores as well, because you can jump through the gates and still manage to get it to detonate if you click the button fast enough. So yeah, I really like that ban there from Kinatrope. Just give a little bit more flexibility to that defensive lineup. The explosives are going to be less essential. In theory, until they bring the Maestro, that is.
In theory, yeah. That's the thing, right? I also think that that describes my issue when I play chess. I feel like every single one of my pieces are overloaded. It's like, oh, if I move this, like 4 things just get screwed over.
Do some lessons sometime.
Yeah, I'm awful at chess.
So am I. I still play it.
I always want to play like a Blitz version, because I feel like if I don't have time to think like fully about my mistakes, I won't feel bad about it, you know? Because you just kind of move off intuition and feel, rather than sitting down for like 20 minutes straight and thinking, what's the perfect move here?
Yeah, I feel you. No, I feel you for sure. I think a lot of people have the same problem in Siege, because Siege is such a punishing game, similar to chess. You make one wrong move, and it's all over. Now we've had the bans come out, like we said, Dokubi Malusi. This has got a lot of the same strats being run here by Dplus. I think, was that a player in the elevator?
Loading new mag.
No, that was all the way at Cocktail. So it's surprising to see Ayagator go down so early. But look, if there's anyone that you want to take down on Kinatrope, it's definitely Ayagator right now.
And it's just stalled out the round completely. One big thing missing right now, Kawa not gonna shield on a Twitch instead. No mind, she's gonna rappel on in.
Oh my god.
He gets you forward.
Yeah, Nitro Cell doesn't pan out so well for Kinatrope. Dplus are on the verge of tying things up here, and the Evil Eyes are a real hindrance as well. Kawa will find Muzi, but a lot of work still to be done for Kinatrope, and they don't have a lot of ways to clear out these Evil Eyes. Perhaps they didn't spot the Maestro in the prep phase, because they could have repicked onto a number of counter operators, but they didn't do so. And great play from Midi. Amidst the chaos, he goes for a peek, and that is pretty much the final nail in the coffin for the round. Carwow and Eclair in a 2 versus 4. It's nigh impossible.
The Eli see everything once they walk in. They got a crossfire from Piano and Cocktail as well, so there's no real way for Kinatrope to get a shot at this on the field. Like, look, this is waiting for them. The moment they walk on in, they are also gonna open up the castle barricade, but they actually get shot down. It's gonna deny one of the crossfires. So the Claire and Kawa both on low health. Kawa now injured, leaving just one attacker left alive. Nears, what a guy. He plays the Clash, he plays the Maestro, he got the Evil Eye injured, and the final kill from Freezer as well. A convincing round for Dplus.
Yeah, potentially the most convincing so far. And now Kinatrope have no opportunities to ban out any more defenders. This castle has been so hammered home by Dplus, and they always have other operators that complement it. It just puts so much explosive pressure on Kinatrope. We need so many nades, so many other explosives, whether it's the Flores, the Ash, the Zafia, Gone Sixes. You've got so much pressure here, because it's not just the castle, it's also, I mean, in this round, the Goyo. We've also got a bulletproof camera from Muzi as well. Muzi alone on the castle is bringing 5 pieces of bulletproof utility.
It's funny because it's called a bulletproof camera, but it actually can get destroyed by bullets.
Well, yeah, because it's bulletproof on the front, not on the side.
Yeah, but surely you could have built it where the whole it's encased in a full bulletproof cover, right? Isn't it bad design?
It is bad design. You should probably have a chat to Mira. I think Mira is like the head of tech or whatever in Team Rainbow. She's the boss.
I mean,
so
who wouldn't want to have a chat with Mira?
Yeah, I bet, man. I bet. Well, I mean, these days she's getting banned away so much in ranked. I can't talk to her at all.
96% of what? No, it's awful.
Insane, dude.
Like, so this is the thing, right? Thank God this game is free to play, because imagine paying for it, but then Ace and Mira are locked forever because they're always banned away.
It's funny. Awful. It happened back in the day when one of my mates from back in the day in high school, he got Siege, he started playing, and he was like, dude, okay, give me like some operators that are good for like a beginner to play. And at the time, it was Jackal, was like the obvious one. I was like, all right, dude, just Jackal. Like, you know, if you're gonna spend some money on like buying an operator, buy Jackal because he's a great way to learn how to play the game, right? Because it's easy gun. You got, you know, pretty simple gadget. And then he's like, dude, why the hell did you get me to buy Jackal? Because he's banned every single game. And I'm sure that'd be the same if you're like, yeah, get Mira, get Ace. You never get a chance to play it.
That's so true. It's funny because, you know, stats and the vast majority of people banning the same operator. We've had, you know, parts of the game where like Jackal was a very strong operator, therefore he was banned often. Mira very strong, she gets banned often. The whole Ace thing where everyone's banning Ace, it's not to say that he's overpoweredly strong as a hard breacher. He's just very fast and intuitive to use. Yeah. Fast intro, finds one, finds two, then gets traded by the Thorn Trap.
God
Chaos
damn
on the
it.
server. Got him out with a third.
Oh my god.
That's even numbers. It's a 2-on-2 with half the round to play. What just happened?
Flying chaotic round. Oh my god. Ayagator was insane though. That was a big 2K.
He's 11-3
Can I say,
games
hashtag justice for Ayagator. No one should be dying to a Thorn Trap after performing that well. Thorn, I hate you as an operator. I'm sorry, but I don't like you. You killed my boy. 2v2 as it gets back into an even scoreline. Akinatrope have broken through a lot of the setup. Last time this ended up on Akinatrope 2v2 on this bomb site, Pengu. They did win it. They had Ayagator that time around. This time it's up to Leclerc and Akayu to step up.
Again, the issue with this bomb site on attack is that you can't really plant inside of mining at all. There's so many long lines of sight from red stairs, from pillar. So you kind of want to try and attack the dining bomb site. But then comes the problem. Falls is hiding inside a train and can lock things down as a centerpiece, with Nears watching from above inside a piano and cigar. He's got the walk-in. They got 2 smoke grenades and 2 candelas. If they use those 2 pieces of utilities correctly, they can dislodge the crossfire and maybe try and go for a plant cover.
Good angle from the hatch. Good pressure deep inside a train, but yes, they are baiting it indeed. Akayu is going for a plan on the other bomb site, and DK have absolutely no clue about it. None the wiser. Why is Akayu going deep for that pick? That is a very aggressive and risky way to play it. Nia's now in a 1v1. Eclair has fallen back all the way to the white stairs, but I believe there's a full reinforcement on the fireplace wall, so he doesn't have an easy way to win this fight. He's going to have to push all the way down the white stairs into the hallway to try and deny that disable of the defuse.
Interesting.
He hears Nia's... Oh my god, going for the reinforcement was a fake. Goes for it now. I think he's going to have the read here on where Eclair is pushing from. Eclair, you're going to have to go through the shot through the wall! No. He ninjas it! Eclair, you have just been made to look the fool. A lot of height there for Niers and for Dplus KIA. They know they had no right to win that.
Yeah, big smile saying, guys, we just stuck it, man. I think the issue there is so they threw the smoke grenades in the door when they went for the plant. And then once it goes down, Eclair walks out of the bomb site and Ying dies before they can do much about it, right? I don't think they fully grasped what the wall setup looked like for Kinotrope. So if you're Eclair, you're probably thinking the whole wall was open with a shotgun line of sight, which means when you swing that corner, you can immediately see the guy defusing. The issue is it was like the tiniest shotgun hole only close to the door frame, not far away from it. So he can't see the counter defuse, has to rely on a wall bang and get lucky, and he starts to panic a little bit when he realizes that. So the reason why the bomb went down is the same reason why they didn't play the post plan perfectly. They were lacking a bit of information on how to play that post. It's something that in the perfect world you cannot discuss before or as you go for that plant, but think back about how that plant even happened. They went mining double door, spamming candelas, then they tossed a smoke grenade from far away, sprinted back towards dining, and instantly hit a plant. That was like a mid-round, spur of the moment adaptation, and because of that they didn't have the full picture. So they get down the diffuser, but they don't get the round victory. Another close one between Dplus and Kinotrope. The final round in the first half, Kinotrope looking to tie things up once more, just like on Lair. Get that 3-3 half, get a good start. After all, we tend to say that Kafe is very defender favored, although these are not sure. Moosey, so good before, so good again. Gets the window bang to Claire, but Ayagator, he's always in the map, and he's always looking for a fight. He is 12-3 in the first 5, and now into 6 rounds.
Ayagator has single-handedly put the team on his back.
He has.
Wait, threat detected. This area is hostile.
but thankfully he's on the Solid Snake, so he can very quickly clear map control here on the ground floor. Problem is, not a lot of vertical capability here. It's just the Buck and the Ram. If they are able to get into position, then that's great, but I thought perhaps there might be a little bit too much contest. It looks like they are able to get into position, thankfully. So the real problem is that there's no hard breach on this lineup, and no real counter to the clash as well. So the verticality being the only real ingredient Kinotrope have, they need to make the most of it.
Strategically,
Hello.
they don't have a ton of things to do in this round, right? They have none of that, like, you know, the Capital, no shield. I'm a little bit curious how Kinotrope intend to plant in this one. Could also just be a case of going for kills. They got the ramp verticality, sure, but then they gotta go either bakery or attack that hatch drop onto laundry freezer. I'm curious what they're gonna opt for here, because as I said, they don't have a lot of ways to cover the lines of sight. No easy ways to get a couple of kills. But with Gato Rada droning outside a bakery, this could be kind of like a backstab situation where you bait the verticality, you maybe drop the hatch, and then you push bakery instead. But I think he might have misthrown the guy in bakery. I don't think he saw his location.
Reloading, cover me.
Oh, maybe he did.
No, he definitely saw him. He goes for the swing, goes for a second as well, and gets traded. I feel like maybe that was a little bit too early and asynchronous with the rest of his squad. Could have waited for the rest of the team and gone for that execute. 3v3, but one of those three on the Dplus side is a clash. Now that can work both in their favor and against them. It's one less gun up, but it also means that he can pretty much single-handedly get information on an entire area of the map. But the verticality from Carwow and Akayu together teams up and takes down that clash. Now Levy's in an awkward spot all the way down at the whiskey bar. Midi and him need to try and clutch up. 20 seconds left to play.
They get it with Diffuser. Gonna go in towards Bakery now. Mitzi can literally win the round for his team single-handed, but he has to go big right now.
Yes, he does, and Levy's found one. Good trade from Carwow. He needs to find another one as a Diffuser is caught on the ground. Are you going to shut down? But Mitty! Another clutch for Dplus. This time it's Mitty's turn, and he laps them both up. Dplus KIA are looking phenomenal. 4-2 at the end of the split. So with the 1v2 clutch from Midi, Dplus lock in a 4-2 defensive split. Despite Ayagator's best efforts, it was certainly Muzi's turn to go ham on map 1. Ayagator is nearly matching him 12-4 so far on map 2, but it isn't enough. Dplus have really overcome on that defensive side. Now they switch to the attack. They only need 3 rounds to knock Kinotrope out of the tournament and book a date with CAG in the grand final.
But it's the exact same story as Lair. The last 2 rounds of Dplus have both been clutches. They've both been a 2v2 into a 1v1 type of clutch scenario. This could have again easily been a round lead advantage for Kinotrope, but instead, they're playing from behind. Now, Kinotrope will go on to defend here in Kafe, which can be very strong, but the way that Dplus were attacking on Lair and how good they were executing and going step by step, I mean, they were near flawless on their attacks. It does kind of beg the question, is a 4-2 enough? I'm just not sure it is. I really am not. So I fear a bit here for Kinotrope. They have such a good showing. And the 7-3 scoreline on Lair and the 2-4 scoreline here in Kafe, it does not show the real story.
We saw the replay of that midi 1v2 clutch there. A couple of things I noticed. Firstly, obviously, Ayagator is the top fragger from Kinotrope. He's the hard one to take down. Midi shot the gas pipe, just a little tap, so that the fire is going to be hitting Ayagator as he goes to that peaks. Immediately, that gives Midi an advantage in the gunfight. Second thing I noticed was in the player reaction, only as Midi fired up, Niers got out of his chair to come over and dab him up. We had Hellraiser, their brand new coach for Dplus from Brazil. He's been in the Brazilian scene for a very long time. He came over and was congratulating him. Dplus, of course, all play in a team facility in Korea, whereas Kinotrope are all separate. We noticed that on the player cams, playing from home. Yeah. And the energy levels that gives to Dplus, especially because they're Brazilians, they already have a +2 to their energy score. It just gives such an advantage, especially in high-pressure games like this.
Niers is like the ultimate support player, right? In real life and in game. He plays the Clash, the Maestro, watches Caps in real life. He will run over and he's gonna dap up the clutcher. He is one of those guys, like a good teammate, as we say.
There's nothing better than when, like, you perform well and your teammates, like, gas you up. Like, yeah. I'm sure that we've all had that moment. Like, we try really hard, we have a big play, and your teammates are like, oh my god, why do they play that so badly? Like, the enemies are never that bad for me. How did you get that and I didn't? It's like, come on, just be like, dude, you're a god. Like, gas each other up. That is the secret.
Example number 10,000, why Nomad is not a good operator, and well, it gets punished regardless because they're watching it with their gun as well. Good job there from Dplus, finding 2 big kills. Cower strikes back though. Round's not over. Dplus, they're going fast into this one.
Oh my god, how does Niers lose that fight? Unfortunate for him. He might be the ultimate support, but he can't win his fight. Oh! What a genius play! Detonates the fire extinguisher. It actually knocks back the shield from falls and allows Kinotrope to go for that kill. This was, what, a 2v5 or something? Thankfully, Muzi doesn't let it slip all the way. Now Akayu puts down his second mirror window a little bit late into the round in a 1v2 and puts a bit of extra pressure on. His phone ringing, gives an audio cue to Dplus, and the Gridlock's tracks will restrict his mobility somewhat. I think that was just to lock down any aggressive flanks. And now Muzi and Levy look to clutch up.
Got that C4, so a plant shouldn't really be possible here from Dplus. They have to go for a kill. Once they get bathroom control, they have it right now. They gotta cut the bomb site in a half from the rotation and lock down the position. Look at this. He's using the bar that's not been opened up to cover his own location and can try and seek out that 1v1 gunfight.
I think they've got an audio cue, though. Good C4 goes over the top. There's info thanks to the bulletproof camera, but ain't enough. And Muzi, man, they are all so fired up. Every single round win, every single kill. And the fist bumps come out in abundance as well. Hell is certainly bringing a lot of fire to this Dplus roster. Now they're just 2 rounds away from putting it to bed.
So good from Dplus. Again, watching the Nomad air jab, you know, hearing, understanding the run out, and hitting the bomb site right after. They're attacking Kinotrope from every single angle at the exact same moment. And that is with Kinotrope getting a, I don't want to call it a lucky kill into Blitz, but a good kill, right? Like you said, popping the smoke canister to stun the shield away from the operator's face of Blitz right here, and then getting the kill right after. If that Blitz is alive in the 3v2, they can just run them over on the side itself and just make that round so much quicker. But they recompose and they figure out the 2v1 regardless, pushing together, using sound cues, using that Dokkaebi gadget. And Dplus, much like on Lair, in full control on their attacking side.
Even minor details here for Dplus make these players look so good. Notice in that 2v1 at the end, yes, they're peeking into information from Kinotrope. There was a bulletproof camera pinging them out for the defender trying to fight them. But notice how Muzi jumps on top of the cocktail bar and goes for a swing. It means that he can peek a deep angle over any potential cover that the player in bar is hiding behind. It's just, there's so much confidence from Dplus. And now there are really no second chances for Kinotrope. I mean, 2 rounds and it's done. Now they go all in on Kitchen, bomb site here, Kitchen and Cooking, and I mean, you've got Pulse, you've got Valkyrie, you've got Echo, so much information. They just have to make sure they use it and find these kills.
Easier said than done. I like it though. There's a good line of thinking, but Mir sees the Yoka drone and expects to run right after. That's Echo going down. That means now the play is over. Yes, those Yokas are still going to be pre-positioned on the roof and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, you're thinking, why is Echo the one to peek that, right? It's the wrong operator. But look at the defending lineup. Who has a great gun to make that kind of play? Maybe the Valkyrie, but they're a floor above. Isn't the 11 posted the Reaper? Probably not going to make that kind of move.
No. Not with the Echo dead. If the Echo was in play, it could have potentially knocked the shield back from the Blitz, but no, not to be. The Elamine actually does concuss Falls for a brief moment, but he gets into VIP unscathed.
Just waiting for the smoke to evaporate. Can check all the angles. Pulse no more C4 in pocket. So it kind of feels like a flank play has to happen now from the side of Kinotrope, or a crazy gunfight victory.
Well, here's the
because
flank.
They can start locking things down. Dokibako goes out, but they're going to hear it.
Ooh, Ayagator is in a 1v1 here against the Deimos. Gets the kill with the shotgun, though. That is a big kill. However, it does give Dplus the info that the Pulse is offside. They can flood inside. Falls, still full HP. Diffuser in pocket. He's actually not going to go for a play. He's going to go aggressive for a swing. Ooh. Finds Eclair. Looks for a second one as well. Flash comes out. Doesn't success. And so instead he has to take the 1v1 against the Caillou, but he finds the kill no matter what! Ayagator now, again, called upon to clutch for Kinotrope, and he can't get the angle onto Falls. 1v3, he spots out that second player, might be able to go for a wallbang onto midi, bit of damage done, but he himself is low on HP. Dplus know exactly what they're dealing with. It's a Pulse with a shotgun, and Nears is talking mad smack here against Kinotrope. Dplus are in their heads. And now Ayagator just says, come.
Come fight me.
Come and deal with me. Come fight me.
Discipline from Dplus.
It's going to be a floor bang, surely.
Angle's a bit awkward, yeah.
Oh, almost gets the kill. He's taunting him. He is taunting him. They're looking to try and fight back. Look at the reactions on these players' faces. Kinotrope, oh so glum, and Dplus more enthusiastic than ever. The winning reaction is somewhat more mild because they knew it was an inevitability. It's now match and series points for Dplus. They are desperate, burning for their chance at revenge against CAG, the only team that up until this point either of these rosters have lost to in Kickoff. Both Kinotrope and Dplus want their revenge against CAG. It looks like only Dplus will get it.
Also, I mean, we're expecting that Dplus, well, the winner of this game against CAG will be quite the series, right? Probably going to be a third mapper, maybe an overtime one of them. The quicker Dplus can win this, the better it is for them. We would talk about the whole like warming up into a series, having a BO3 to start off the day, then going to a grand finals, how that can be very successful for teams statistically. But if you play like 3 maps full overtime, that's probably not going to be an advantage, but more than a disadvantage, because you're just going to be so tired and burned out already, with only a small break between the first and second series. So Dplus, a 7-3 into maybe a 7-2 victory here would be like best case scenario. You get warm up without burning yourself out. You show only 2 maps, only some strats. Mind you, they didn't show much on their defense of Lair, and they haven't had to show much of their attacks here in Kafe either, if they would have closed it out shortly.
It's the constant conversation we've been having, especially here in APL, because we've had so many long days in the bracket.
Yeah.
Is it an advantage when you play 2 games in one day because you've had a warm-up, or is it a disadvantage because you're letting that fatigue set in? Now, today is a shorter day for these teams. Usually we have 3 best-of-3s up until this weekend when we only have 2 BO3s in one day. Dplus, should they win here, they go up against CAG without too much of a break.
Yeah.
And, I mean, immediately they're warmed up. It's only 2 maps. I mean, going into a potential 3 more, that's probably no more than they would do in a day of scrims anyway. Especially with, as you said, how dominant this second map has been. It's been a bit of a walk in the park for Dplus. I've no doubt they're looking warmed up.
Can they get it done? That's the question. They're just
He has
fishing.
the SI 2017 charm. That is an OG charm. I don't even have that.
He's been around. You know, Musi, I believe, was almost like the Brazilian Bolo. He's like underage YouTube content creator making montage clips and stuff, and was highly sought after by a couple of different rosters, and that's kind of how he came to fame. He came to pro play. Mitzi, though, gets the first kill. Gator, the carry of Kinotrope, 14 kills on Solace, removed very early on. So now I can be able to scout out those drones. Can't find the verticality, can't look for a flank. It's, yeah, critical player and operator. And with that, they drop down the skylight and take top floor control. So this is very quickly getting into favor of Dplus.
The Dokkaebi has been so difficult for Kinotrope to deal with as well. So much info gained by Dplus, and as soon as they ring that call, they just move in. They're even checking for every tiny little corner. They're making sure there are no rats in the rafters. They're pre-firing every single corner that someone could be hiding in for Kinotrope. And a second kill now onto Eclair. The smoke is down. The Solace is down. The 5 versus 3 advantage for Dplus. And this begins to feel inevitable.
They're so close. Breaking the last bit of the floor before bombs and execute. Deimos Tracker, 3 in pocket. They are flashes. They got frag grenades. They can neutral dump and just try and go for a plant and just watch those flanks. Kinotrope, they're waiting for the perfect moment to go for their play. They only get 1 shot at this. Flank red, flank brown, and get good timing.
Oh, great shot as well on a Gatorada. Midi goes down. An attempt at a response means nothing for Kinotrope. The Brazilians are burning for revenge. They breeze through the Japanese and book their spots back into a grand final and another chance at the Kings of APAC North.
And what better way to do that than go into a flawless final round, 7-3, 7-2, looking so strong on the attacks in particular. This step-by-step process here from Dplus and just getting to the bomb side, 5 attackers alive, and then picking it apart perfectly. That's how they got the rounds on Lair, and that's how they closed out here on Kafe. And again, this is a great warm-up into a grand finals because now you got a ton of confidence, good bit of clutches, you're fired up, and you've had great individual performances. That's going to give you all the things you need up against CAG.
And it was such a great opportunity for Dplus to really show off their individual play and their teamwork. They countered Kinotrope in terms of the strategy on Lair. Here on Kafe, they countered every attempt at a rat play. And Falls is apparently is so chill, he's so not warmed up after that he's going to put his jacket back on. It's a dominant 7-2 for the Brazilians to cap off what looks to be, slated to be, a tough series. In the end, it was anything but a very cut and dried affair. And for Kinotrope, sadly, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, CAG, they've been sitting down, they've been watching this game as it's been unfolding while they do their own match prep, and they can now sit down and go, okay, if we're gonna go to any of these maps of Kafe or Lair, now we can do a cheeky counter-strat, a little one-off, etc. And it does mean that if you're the team of Dplus who won here, you gotta go to different maps likely up against CAG for that exact reasoning. 100% KOST rather from Levy, so Musi did it on Lair and then Levy here in Kafe. It just goes to show exactly how dominant they were.
Yeah, that was a big game from Dplus. Exactly what they needed to warm up into our grand final, which now they've booked a spot into. And what a rematch opportunity that is going to be. In the upper bracket, we saw CAG and Dplus go head-to-head. And, man, CAG, they really cooked up some strats for that one. It was a 2 obliteration. Dplus did not know what hit them. And I feel like we were just as surprised as Dplus for it. Now they get a chance at revenge in this grand final. If anything, to me, it's such a shame that only one of these two teams, CAG or Dplus, can go to the major. But of course, to recap the game that just happened, let's have a chat with Hell, the coach from Dplus, brand new coach. Firstly, congratulations on such a big victory. How are you feeling after how easy that ended up being against Kinatrope?
I'm feeling very happy. Now we just focus on CAG and to the next match.
Good. What has been the biggest focus point for you guys as a roster since losing to CAG? Because obviously we're expecting Dplus, CAG fighting for first. That's logical. But when you lose to them, like you did in the upper bracket, what's been the focus point since to get back at them?
I think against our game, they counter us a lot, so we prepare better to this type of stuff. And I hope it will be a great game now, like a different one.
Of course, we saw Muzi put in one of the best performances an individual player has put in APAC in a very long time. On map 1, 15 kills, 2 deaths, 2 clutches. He was insane. Obviously, he's the new player on the team as well, just as you are a new coach on the roster. Tell me a bit about what it was like adapting with the changes in the roster, and of course, as for yourself, being one of the changes.
I told you guys in the first interview, I will put Muzi again in his prime, and he will literally bring back to the championship performance, you know? He's getting back, he's getting back.
I did say that.
Absolutely. Anything else you wanted to ask, Pengu, before we close up?
Expectations, predictions? Are you confident you guys can take it 2-0? Do you think it's going to be a 2-1? Any thoughts on how this is going to play out?
I think it will be a tough game. CAG, it's a good team. They play a nice siege. I think it's good to have a difficult match here in the region for prepare the teams for the major and even for the invitational. So I hope it will be a tough game and a good game too.
Quickly, Hel, before I let you go, do you have any words for CAG?
See ya.
Thank you very much. Good luck in your next game later, Hel.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. All right, so we've done our first match of the day. Only one more to go, and it is our grand final, CAG versus Dplus. And a lot of quiet confidence there from Hel and the Dplus roster. I'm not surprised at all after how much they obliterated Kinatrope in that first series.
No, and he did say it right there that in the very first interview, he's going to bring Boom Muzi back to, world championship kind of level, back to his prime. And I think it shows a lot here that Dplus, since losing to CAG, they've been working on their fundamentals, they've been working on the synergy, and just taking this region very serious and not thinking, oh, guys, it's going to be easy. Pff, don't worry about it. They've been locked in since going lower bracket. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, mostly convincing games.
Yeah, that's right. For Dplus, it is a big chance at revenge for Muzi. He is back into World Championship form, but one team stands in their way. CAG Osaka versus Dplus. The major is within reach, and the APAC North title is coming up after this.
Siege's 10-year anniversary behind us, and looking at the 10 years ahead, we're making some very exciting changes to the APAC Tier 2 ecosystem that will better unify what is already the most exciting league region in the world. Introducing the APL Challenger circuit. Let's start with our format. All teams will compete in an online best-of-1 single elimination bracket with ping. Just kidding. The APL Challenger circuit is composed of the OCE Rivals, the SEA Bootcamp Community Series, and North Rebellion. Each tournament will have 2 stages, with Stage 1 starting in May and Stage 2 starting in August. Each stage is broken down into 3 distinct phases. Let's start with Phase 1, Play-ins. Play-ins are comprised of 4 single elimination best-of-1 play days with best-of-3 qualification games. Each day will qualify 2 teams. Get knocked out? It's no stress. You can compete in every play-in day until you qualify. Next up, you ask? The regular stage will take our 8 qualified teams from play-ins and put them up against each other in a best-of-1 single round robin to decide who are our top 4 teams per region. Finally, our stages culminate in a 4-team double elimination best-of-3 bracket to decide who will be the stage's champion and take home the lion's share of the prize pool and perhaps, more importantly, Challenger Circuit points. What are Challenger Circuit points, you ask? These points are the lifeblood of the APL Challenger Circuit and will be used to qualify teams into the Challenger Series in 2027, where teams will have the opportunity to qualify into the APL, as well as the culmination of APL Challenger Circuit, the Gauntlet in OCE, the Elite Community Series in SEA, and the Rebellion Finals in North. So what are you waiting for? Start your path to pro now and sign up for the Stage 1 play-ins and start your ascendancy to becoming pro.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get 1 apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found 1. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesky gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, to the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
from CAG, fresh off of that win. Sparky, congratulations. A spot in the grand final, one away from the major. We had a couple of interviews earlier today, one with PJH, one with Hell from Dplus, and they were talking about CAG's counter-stratting of Dplus in that series last week. Coming into today, though, how much work was kind of put into Kinotrope and what they've been doing so far at this stage of Kickoff?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, so not as heavy as the Dplus game for sure. Not as heavy as the Dplus game. I think Kinotrope is is a hell of a team in terms of like their playstyle, which like I think it, like encompasses and sort of shows like what the APAC region is all about, pretty much. Especially like in the last few years. So yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say about they're just a weird team. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like they just do weird things. Like for example, on Lair, we never played smoke, right? So it's not a counter ban, it's a comfort ban. But like, how is smoke a comfort ban? Like, some things just don't make sense to me. Like, I cannot comprehend what they're doing. But some of the things they do actually do make sense, because they're nonsense, but it's the nonsense that works. Like that also the top teams do. Like those kind of unpredictable things. But some things I don't know. I don't know what to say.
On the topic of nonsense, actually, I want to go back to Bank briefly, because that was probably one of the most attacker-sided banks I think I've ever seen in my life. What the hell is going on there for both teams?
Yeah, no, Bank has to go. Like, Bank has to go. Like, it's everyone's got too figured out. Like, especially in the last stage, it's too attacker side. It's too static. It's just too figured out by the attack. It's like it has to go. Like it was a classic. Like last couple of years, it's classic. Now it's become like too much of a classic. Like it's too figured out. What was going on? I have no idea. We didn't adapt properly to what they were doing. We didn't really counter-strat that heavy in this game, and it was my fault, because like they're a very heavy. They're a team you need to counter-strat like heavily, but at the same time I was like, this is a new team, so I wasn't really sure what they were gonna do, because like first game they played in the league, they played totally different from the second game, and so I didn't really know what they were gonna bring up. So I just sort of trained more to stay flexible, and it gradually worked out.
Sparky, before we let you go, I just want to ask one last question. You guys are in the grand final now. You've obviously a week until that gets played. Just talk us through sort of like what's the next week going to be like for you and the team.
Another day in the office. Another week in the office. Same old.
That's the best answer, Sparky. Congratulations again on making the grand final, and best of luck next week.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He gets it just in time! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
A lovely little look back onto the interview from last week with CAG's brand new coach, Sparky, and what he had to say after they completely demolished KN. Kinotrope, and of course prior to that demolished Dplus. A big week for CAG, but it's about to get even bigger now. It's time for the grand final, Pengu. Yeah, it's time. It's either going to be Dplus or CAG. There's no question who the favorites are. CAG made a very quick sweep through that upper bracket, but Dplus are very warmed up.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure who's gonna take it at this point, right? If you go off the previous matchup, CAG, yeah, they made easy work of Dplus, but Dplus have been on a heater lately. They've been 2-0ing every single opponent, only losing, I think, 4 rounds is the most they've lost thus far against Scars, actually.
Do you need a reminder of what happened the last time these teams played? Because I've got one for you right here. I don't know if you remember this game, but what did you say? How many rounds did Dplus win in this series against CAG? It wasn't many, my friend. It really wasn't.
Hey, listen, okay? That was not the Moosey that we saw earlier today on Lair. That was a different one, okay? So, I'm just saying, if present day Moosey shows up against CAG in like 5 minutes from now, it's not gonna be the same result.
Yeah, very much the case. Dplus are going to be very much in this series straight after what was an unbelievable performance today, but we cannot discredit Dplus have a fire lit beneath them after what CAG did to them just a few weeks ago. This was an utter obliteration. We always knew coming into this stage that, you know, CAG, Dplus would be the two best teams in this region, and there's only one spot to go to the Salt Lake City Major. Of course, only one of these two teams went to the Sixth Invitational, and it wasn't CAG, it was Dplus. They performed exceptionally well there. They got a map off of FaZe, they beat Shopify Rebellion, they beat Black Dragons. But CAG, if anything, they are even more fired up after failing to qualify for Paris and after a tough slog in Munich. But on the flip side of that, we've seen a lot of these, you know, warm-up games actually end up advantageous to the winning team of that first game. So Dplus KIA, of course, they played both Helpless LFO and Scars on the same day. They beat them both. In the Asia League, we saw Daystar do the same thing after their warm-up against Elevate. They beat Soulsheart. Same case for Chiefs Esports Club in OCE. And that one, which we casted last weekend, I think is particularly notable because Chiefs, they almost lost that series. And yet the fact that they managed to come through and win against Rock LFO, especially after how tough that was, it was insane.
And it's important to note, but I also think with like mentioning that CAG didn't make SI, for example, CAG for the longest time in APL, they've been not getting like a free spot for every tournament, but they have been the #1 team for a longer time, pretty much always qualifying for international play. When you finally start missing out, your motivation goes up, your work ethic, or you make some roster changes, right? Which they have. DD is a player, right? That's a long-term statement now. They got an actual support staff, Sparky now, helping them from the sidelines, and they got more motivation with these changes as well to say, guys, let's get back to prime level. So if there ever was a time for CAG to get back to their highest peak, it is now, after missing out on SI.
Yeah, very much so. But let's talk about the team that did make it to Sixth Invitational. The team that we saw playing earlier today, of course, it is Dplus KIA. And my God, what these guys are capable of is utterly insane. They fortified their already very dominant domestic roster and successful international team with a new pickup in Muzi. The man front and center right now, we've said it before, world champion back in 2021 with NIP. And of course, they've also got Hellraiser, who we had a chance to speak to just a few moments ago in their post-match interview. Brand new coach. Dplus is looking even better than they were before.
They are. And I mean, this is the thing, when you, again, same argument for CAG, right? When you bring a new support staff or a new player, in this case, Hellraiser and Muzi, you're gonna need a little bit of time to get the gears together and figure out who's gonna do what and what the flow is gonna feel like. And Dplus, you said this in the game against Skittertrope, they're locked in the same like boot camp facility, right next to each other physically in the same space. And they are gonna finish that first series, turn their face to the right hand side, have a big monitor, and now as a full team, they can discuss the game veto, the map plan, the strategies up against CAG. So they're in the perfect environment of a quick turnaround from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, and it's been a bit over a year now since the Brazilians entered the APAC North region and this roster was first created. Since then, the story has really changed. I mean, once upon a time, they were the villains, but how can you not fall for that beautiful smile, that charismatic Falls in every interview he's done, and what these teams have achieved? Falls was himself the one quoted as saying, when they went to Sixth Invitational, he said, we think of ourselves as an APAC team. We might be all Brazilian, we might have a Brazilian coach, but we play and live in Korea. And if we win a Sixth Invitation, for example, that's a win for APAC, not a win for Brazil. And these guys did warm into it. You turn your mind back to stage 1 last year. They actually only came second in APAC North. They lost to, at the time, FearX. Stage 2, back with a vengeance. They beat CAG in the grand final, and they ended up winning APAC North. The Munich Major, they didn't do amazingly, but they didn't get first rounder, which is pretty good for a major debut. And the Sixth Invitational, while they eventually got knocked out by Weibo in APAC, they managed a top 12 finish. And like I said before, big win over Shopify Rebellion, big win over Black Dragons, taking a map off of the eventual champions in FaZe. We know what these guys are capable of, but this is going to be their hardest game that they have had as of yet, Pengu. They're going up against the Kings in APAC North. It is CAG Osaka.
Oh, it really is. And the thing about these guys is that they're crazy. And for the longest time, they're the most aggressive wild card of a team that would do the most unheard of strategies and taking risk after risk. But in more recent history, especially now with DD as a player, their former coach, they have gotten a lot more structured. They've gotten more specific, and they've actually gotten this kind of playstyle where almost like FaZe Clan over in Brazil, they can play super structured and do step-by-step when that is the best thing to do against your opponent. But they still got that firepower of the previous playstyle saying, okay, well, we don't have a Capital Grim and a Thermite, let's just full send it straight through a door or a barricade, just go for crazy plays.
Oh, yeah.
It's of course spearheaded by Anderton right there. He played the shields in the past, now he plays a lot of support operators like the Capital and starting those executes for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Anderton is without a doubt one of the best shield players in the world, if not the best in his prime. And he has carved...
He lost the spirits.
In his prime, I said.
Don't care about the prime. Spirits and Anderton had a 1v1.
Yeah,
Did they not?
That's why I said one of, if not the best.
He's one of, not the best.
Yeah, sure. All right, let's go. He's one of the best shield players of all time. And I guess
you.
you yourself probably in that conversation, so you probably want to, you know, humble him a little bit as well. But let's not forget that while CAG have been an unbelievable team, they actually have had a rough couple of months. Yes, they went to the Munich Major. They went 0-3, but they had unbelievably hard games against the likes of FaZe G2 and Furia. Then after that, they bail out very early in APAC Finals in Sydney. They get first rounded by Chiefs. The old Chiefs team that was hitting rock bottom, that was a surprise.
Yeah.
Then they go to the APAC Cup and they lose in the grand final to Soul's Heart while Anderton was busy subbed out off accepting some award. And then after that, they go to the sixth Invitational APAC LCQ in China on LAN and they lose to Soul's Heart from Thailand. This is a slew of back-to-back pitiful performance here from the best team in Japan and once upon a time the best team in APAC. It's quite a fall from grace from the form that they had at the end of Stage 2 and even at Reload when they made the grand final against Fury. It's been loss after loss now in Munich Regional Finals, APAC Cup, SILCQ, no appearance in Paris for these guys. This is their first chance since their disappointing Munich Major run to get back onto the international stage where they know they deserve to be.
And that's why it's so much more important for them as individuals, as a team, for the organization. Because if you make every single event, you're bound to miss out on one at some point, right? And that's okay because you've made all the previous ones. But when you list all these shortcomings in previous history, they need to start getting back on track. And this right here is a perfect opportunity for it. You have a still import roster, full Brazilian team in Dplus with a world-class player who's raised the hammer in Musi, right? Taking them out, getting first place in APAC North, qualifying for the major, and going to Salt Lake City next month. Almost regardless of what happens at the major, the fact that they qualified is enough for their story to begin and to refocus on this new iteration of themselves.
It's just crazy that only one of these teams can qualify for Salt Lake City because I feel like most people would argue that these guys have potential to get, you know, top 12, top 8 at the major. Both of these teams. Obviously, we saw Dplus do it, only losing to Weibo, and there's a lot of hype around CAG now that they've solidified themselves. DD is no longer just a sub-in from a coach. He's a full-time player now. They have a coach in Sparky, and they are really putting in a lot of prep work to their games. In fact, Shurik's been boasting about it. In the matchup that they played against Dplus in the upper bracket, before that game happened, Shurik took to Twitter and he said today's match has a secret strategy prepared. So please enjoy it, everyone. Winning's a given, of course. A little bit cocky from him. Thanks to our own hard work and thanks to all of the fans. Man, that is some big words. And they delivered 7-1, 7-2, destroying Dplus.
One of the only downsides of preparing some of those secret strategies is that when you're saving strats for the, the moment for it to be shown, well, what if you meet them again? Because that's what happened. You play Dplus upper bracket, you sent them down. Now Dplus make the gauntlet run below, winning 3 matches in a row, and now they're rematching the grand finals. Do they have more secret strats? Do they have to go back to the old defaults? Because what they did last time is not going to be working again. Hellraiser, the support staff of Dplus, will make sure of that because they're going to prepare for the worst case scenario, and that is going to be those pocket strats. So this goes to show who has more depth as a roster, who's more clutch on the day, and who actually is gonna be the better performer in the server.
Yeah, and of course, there's 2 sides to every story, right? We know that CAG love to prep, but hell, in his interview just after beating Kinotrope, we asked him about CAG, and he said, well, yes, that's the thing that we think sets Kinotrope, sets them apart from everything else, is they have so much ability to counter us. They counter us so well, and all their prep work makes such a big difference.
It's hard. Prep is always one of those awkward things because
like as a former player, you have internal analysis and external. Internal is you look at your own weaknesses and what you can do better and your playstyle, etc. And the external is you look at your specific opponent on the match day and go, what do we think they're gonna do? And some teams, they fall into the trap that you go into the external too much. You're thinking they're gonna play this bomb site into that bomb site into that bomb site. They're gonna play these operators, so we're gonna do this plan. You go into the server, they don't go for that bomb site, they don't pick those operators, and now because you haven't thought about what you're gonna do as your baseline gameplay, fully looking at your opponent, you cannot adapt on the fly. And that's where we have to see teams have good RGLs and good leadership that can say, guys, they're not doing what we thought they were based off the prep work. This is gonna be our strategy now. You can flip that switch in the middle of the game. Some rosters struggle with that more than somebody else, but I think both Dplus and CAG are quite good with this, with the addition of DD, who can call those strategies.
Yeah.
So I think, regardless of internal or external, I think they can both adjust on the fly if need be.
Well, the game's about to kick off, so let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this BO3. And we are fully expecting this to go the distance to all 3 maps. Last time, CAG destroyed Dplus 7-1 Lair, 7-2 Border. Neither of those maps will make it through the veto. Dplus banning out the Border, but then CAG, interestingly, banning out Lair, which means we go to Bank first up. Now, Pengu, I remember Sparky in that interview that we played just before this. He said that Bank is like such a hard, like it's such a figured out map. It's so attacker sided. The attackers have figured it out. He wants it gone. Well, guess what? CAG get a gift. They start on the attacking side.
I mean, hey, you know, it's in the map pool, you gotta play it, you know it, and I think CAG opting for that Kafe ban is probably off just watching Dplus performing so well on it right here, right now. And that could have been the deciding factor. Maybe CAG was sitting between a Kafe ban or a Bank ban and looking at that matchup against Kinocho, they go, okay, I guess we play Bank. That's what it's gonna be. But it's a best of 3, so you can actually go into a weaker map of your own and let your opponent have a strong one if you feel comfortable about the 2nd and 3rd map, Nighthaven into Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, it's about time to get into it. Of course, it's a big BO3 series, but Dplus have made a huge gamble here, going to Bank first up. We did see them beat Scars on this map already, but we can say the same for CAG. They've won this map before. They took down Kinotrope earlier in the bracket to make their way here to the grand final. But only one team can progress 4th. Only one team can raise the championship here in APAC North and make it to the Salt Lake City Major to represent this region. Will it be CAG or Dplus? Well, let's dig into it and find out.
Definitely gonna be expecting some multi-bans in this BO3. You know, we mentioned Anaton. We can talk about Falls. He's been an exceptional shield player for Dplus. Played a fair bit of Blackbeard in the early series against Kinotrope and had Monty target banned against him on both of the maps in that 2-0 victory. And there it is, CAG, they banned the Monty. Oh, sorry, all the way around. Dplus, they banned the Kite, and Dplus, they banned the Monty and the Blitz. A double shield ban, and then Kite and the Castle. We often speak about Bank being the whole, like, banning operators like the Asami, the Castle, the Clash, because that kind of gives you fortification on the bomber sides and protection from those rappel angles, especially on CEO. What they think about this also, Bank has a basement bomb side. On that basement bomb side, you really like the Kite. So here, it's pretty smart from CAG. They ban Castle, that really affects one bomb site, the top floor one in particular, and they also ban the Kite, which affects the basement one. So instead of doubling down on making one bomb site super unplayable, they're actually gonna try and make it just more attackable in general here for the Bank.
I gotta wonder, every time Anaton starts playing a game, is he like, alright guys, which shields am I not allowed to play this game? Because he is just the insane, most crazy shield player in APAC, and Monty ban, Blitz ban, sure, Blackbeard's still in, but so is his Ying, which he's pretty keen on playing some of the time. He's actually going to pick off of it at the final moment. Instead, look to lean more into the roam clear. We've got Dockerby and the Deimos together. That's not a new player, Zaka. If you're wondering and you've been watching this team for a long time, that's Arkuli. He's actually changed his name. He wants to be called Zaka now, so we'll keep referring to him as that, but yeah, just keep in mind that is actually that classic Arkuli player that you would know from many times throughout history.
OG player.
CAG in general has one of the longest cores in Siege history as well. There was a graphic that was made and released on social media, I think yesterday, that spoke about the longest duos and longest trios and all these kind of things. And CAG, they're on that list. They were.
Yeah, I think they were one of the longest 5 stacks as well with that original roster with Ayagator and Galarada on it as well that are now playing for Kinetro. Oh, wow, that's a long angle there. Surprised that Niers is exposed quite so deeply.
Come out of the castle barricade. This open area extension is going to be a little bit more tricky as long as the side, drone down, line scan as well. Now, risk assessment here for CAG. Do you jump in the window and risk the 50-50 gunfight? Do you wait for your teammates to figure it out first? Do you cut him off and let him fall back? Because some players, they want to get the kills on the rooms. And some are fine with letting the defenders run back towards the bomb site and getting that 5v5 bombs that executed by them surrendering the map space. Dplus are really fighting heavily here. The open area, tellers, and archives. They have 4 people roaming on the first floor, and only 4 is playing solo in server. The bomb site and Garage especially is very clear for the taking.
But despite having so many roamers, Dplus actually have a lot of map control as well. They're covering off both of the lobby hatches as well based on their position and the open area hatches. Oh, this could be a freebie here.
It's right below him.
Does Zaka know about it? There's a player directly underneath the hatch. He's surely made enough noise now as the Fenrir eventually of Levy will go down, looking for a second kill, in for the spray, and Zaka confirms it. Dplus made a very risky decision to go for a heavy roam, and they've not found enough from it. It's now falls in a 1v3 as the rest of his team has been ripped to shreds, and he's been droned on out in the blue stairs. He falls back in towards server. He's got 2 impact grenades, but CAG drop into the bomb site. They look to try and pivot. They can look to try and plant B as well, as DD has that diffuser and is now into the bomb site, forcing it down in a safe position. Falls, use an impact to give him a little bit of mobility, but he's going to have to contest the long angle deep into Garage. Shurib finds him, and CAG well in control in the first round.
So well played. I mean, in that 3 versus 1, they go deep inside a garage to play the DMR angle from very, very far away. They plan very safely, not expose themselves to the A door or the soft holes that are from all the way into server. And also very impressively, they recognize that the roam was a very big investment from the side of Dplus. So guess what? They spent all 5 Grim Bees. They spent all the Doke calls, all 3 Lion scans. Everything was invested for the roam clear. They knew they were going to win or lose the round off of that. And that's why they invested fully into it and didn't leave anything for the side later on.
Perfect. I love it. Now, if you guys want to have a chance to jump in and play Tier 2, scan the QR code on screen right now. The Challenger circuit starts, I believe it's next weekend with the play-ins. If you win a play-in cup, you qualify for the Challenger circuit. So jump in it. That's where your path to pro begins. I'm really keen to see how the new format in Tier 2 pans out. Of course, that's where these players start their journey into Tier 1. We've seen that with so many of these players in the past, and that's the first step towards getting to the major, which is what is the focus for CAG and Dplus here today. Like you said, phenomenal start on the attacking side to CAG, and Dplus now have to decide, okay, I guess we change up our bomb site. Let's not go back to the basement. It was very hard to roam, but the funny thing is, the basement, if anything, is probably the most unique bomb site on this map. The rest of them play out very similarly. You know, a lot of it becomes contest on the top floor, contest on the ground floor.
Yeah.
A lot of repel action, a lot of vertical game as well.
So this time they're gonna play, of course, a little bit further up. Play janitor, play stock, play meeting. So what do we have? We have verticality from DD on the ram. We got Anacin on the shield operator of the Blackbeard for quick entry. They're fishing with those C4s down below. It's Niers on the mutes. The issue again, like you said, like the bomb sites are quite unique in the sense the bomb site of open area itself might not be very strong, but the areas around the bomb site are playing Telos archives, playing like server stairs, playing on the main hallway inside of the elevator, for example. It's all very strong. So it all comes down to map control. And it's why CAG are playing so many things that can alter the map, right? Double Soft Destroyer, Ram Buck, playing Heartbreacher, of course, in the Ace. It's all to just shape it into their advantage and take it step by step. And by forcing the roamers away from top floor, they can then do the verticality and force them away from the primary floor. And then either they can get a couple of kills, hopefully, or they can get access to that bomb site later on. Plenty of time. half the round to go. And again, early pick. Good yellow ping, good bit of drone work with the sound cue. And Saka / Arcoli finds falls as well. 5v3.
This is an utter decimation. However, Dplus do
hold
fight back for 2 kills. A good retake. Bottom square for Nears as well. When the eventual push comes out onto the bomb site, there are still some Kiba barriers up from the Azami to create these fortified position. The DMRs from Shuri and Chibisu will need to come to life on those.
Very good last shot from Dplus. Even numbers is not too bad for CAG because they still got the Blackbeard. Chibisu found one as well. Levy goes down, so they have a C4 pocket of Nears and pre-placed thorn traps from Musi. That's all they have to work with. Their issue here for CAG, Diffuser is left upstairs on that janitor's hatch. And I think this Chibisu is gonna walk up and try and find it. A good trade again from the Skylight double door, and they get Diffuser. Now they can let Anderson. Oh, sorry, he's dead. So they lost the shield actually. That changes things. Nears is in a great position to fight it. Third angle is too good. They see him from all the way in stock, and they lock in that final kill. I was gonna say, with anything going down, you can fight back in those individual gunfights with the SMG-11 and a long line of sight. It becomes so much more difficult. And CAG, I mean, they strike back time and time again. So 1-for-1 trade. But because CAG started in the lead, they also finish in the lead.
And ironically there, you pointed out the diffuser being stuck on the top floor. It was CAG going back to get that diffuser that meant that Chibisu was actually in position to refrag onto Musi, who was in bottom square. Musi in bottom square, though, that was definitely the X factor that I was worried about for CAG. That was Dplus's trick up their sleeve. And yes, exactly like you said, taking down the Blackbeard, the shield, really makes it so much harder for CAG to convert numbers advantages. If you've got a numbers advantage, and your advantage is that you have, like, you know, 2 players with guns against 2 players with guns, but you also have a shield, that's pretty, like, that is like having a 4v2. It really so much value. It's different if it's like an actual 2v2, but one of your 2 is a shield. It's kind of the opposite, because you have 1 less gun. You have to get a lot more creative, and it puts a lot of pressure on that shield player to have an influence. It puts a lot of pressure on the only player with a gun to really land their shots.
So CAG in the first 3 rounds now, they've shown us the aggressive roam clear. They've shown off the tougher take with the Blackbeard. Now they're showing us some more execute enabling operators like the Ying getting to the mix, the Capitao as well. The downside to this lineup is a little bit weaker at dealing with extensive roam from Dplus, but look at the bottom right of the screen. Basement server room, basement bank garage, basement server room. There are only 2 people roaming now on the first floor. So CAG, they invest a lot of drones in the prep phase, sacrificing them by driving them deep into the building. They figure out how many roamers are on the map, and then they pick the operators accordingly. They see a low amount of roaming presence, therefore they pick strong bomb site execute operators because they're gonna get to that bomb site because only 2 people can stop them in the roam. On round number 1, they saw 4 roamers, so they picked more roam clearers, but then they're on the corner of copy. They saw Banera is clear, they saw kitchen is clear, I guess guys just jump in the window. No, Levi was hiding close by the window the entire freaking time and takes down one of those 2 important numbers that I mentioned. Capitao, no longer active in play. This can actually change the entire strategy now from CAG and how they're going to approach it going forward.
On the flip side, it does mean that now CAG know for certain that Dplus have a Warden. So Anaton knows to be a little bit extra careful when it comes to using those Ying Candelas. But now the roam is completely dismantled. Oh, thanks to Dplus falling back, it's time for CAG to figure out how they're going to use these execute operators to actually push into the site. And step 1 is going to be server, which is difficult because there's a cheeky little Falls loitering at the bottom of server stairs. A grenade from Zaka could be big. There's still 1 more gas remaining here for Falls. As he detonates his second last one, he still has 1 more in pocket. He's just deployed it and now detonated it as well. So he has used all of his gas and wasted a hell of a lot of time.
And they're fighting as well.
Oh my god.
He jumps down, but a long last side is open.
Oh my god, he spots out the other player as well. Falls will go down, 50 seconds to play. Anaton has been massive on this drop down into server. It was so risky. There were so many lines of sight open and all he had was a shotgun, and yet it works.
Big question here. Do you go for the backstep if you're Shuri? Because if you die, the flank on the main stairs is wide open and you have a player stuck in the elevator. They're gonna Candela spam the hatches, work down the backside. It's gonna be a split take. They're gonna attack from everywhere at the same time.
DD is the solo player over on the server side. Anderton will fall, but the flashbang comes out. Allows Mini to potentially get traded. No, he falls on back. Muzi now.
15.
He holds down the fight in the side, but Levy will go down after finding one. It's now Muzi in a 1v2. He's inside a vault lobby, and I don't think Shurib knows his position. Finally does get some info as the shots rattle on out. Didi has to get outside. He can go all the way back to blue stairs. And a big gunfight for Shurib. The DMR will get the better of Muzi. A big round for Shurib. A chaotic round for CAG. But 3 in a row is a phenomenal start to Bank.
Again, really good adaptation. You see there's like 3 very big moments for CAG. They start off by perfectly picking the right operators because they know the roam game is very weak, like I mentioned. But then they lose the capital. Then they recognize, guys, we have to try and get numbers advantage. So we have to get a bit more aggressive than we'd like to. Instead of simply waiting for the toxic babes on the server stairs to clear, they must strike the smoke and just go for a gunfight. It's going to be Anderton dropping down server, looking for not 1 kill, looking for the Asami who was covering the smoke, and then isolating the smoke after, hoping for a 2-for-0 trade, or in worst case, a 2-for-1 trade. Because they end up in a numbers advantage, getting to a 4 versus 3, they now have more angles they can attack from than Dplus can defend. So now, they choose a split. They walk down main stairs, they drop the elevator hatch, and they push server all at the same time, while also dropping the lobby hatch into vault. That means there's 4 areas of attack with only 3 guns. There's gonna be a gap somewhere. And as long as one of those 4 people succeed, they can then go for a plant while covering, or they can get even more kills and therefore just get an incredible numbers advantage. So CAG are showing us 3 separate times they're met with a problem, and then they make the right changes, and they get a counterplay. And that's the only reason why they're winning. Dplus, they played their paper strat from the beginning. Soft roam, fall back, play server, see what happens. That's what Dplus were doing. And it's CAG look at all those elements and going, we have an answer, we have an answer, we have an answer. It's so well done from CAG.
A bit of CAG split theory, but it has this like unique CAG flavor to it, doesn't it, with the Ying shotgun. It's beautiful. I love to see it. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It's 3-0. Dplus have a real solid chance at fighting back here. And for the first time, we're seeing Nears bring out the clash. Something that we saw Dplus use time and time again against Kinotrope in our first series today.
It was very successful previously. But against CAG, they have better problem-solving skills than Kinotrope. I can say that with certainty. Also, another small thing, Falls has been hiding the Capcan the entire drone phase this time around. I think Dplus have recognized that CAG always have the perfect counter, so they gotta start hiding certain ops now and try and bait out some plays. DMRs, man. Do you think we'll get a DMR nerf, or do you think we're just gonna have to accept the DMR situation as it is?
It's a good question. I feel like eventually maybe, but
I'm not sure.
How do you nerf DMRs?
I think
Without
there's a lot of ways to
buffing
go about
other
it.
stuff. Like, you can't make a DMR a 3-shot kill. That just doesn't, like, that's never going to work.
No,
right?
you have to reduce the magazine size, I think, is the easiest counter. Because, like, 21 bullets DMR versus, like, 25 bullet automatic weapons does seem a bit hard. If you made it, like... Because I think the Lion Twitch DMR used to be 11 bullets back in the day. And then they buffed it a long time ago before DMRs were meta.
Glaz's used to be 11 as well, and now it's 16.
Right.
But yes, no, I fully agree with you. I think that's probably the only way you can nerf it. I wouldn't want to like nerf the damage into Oblivion or nerf the ability to do destruction, because that's what makes them unique. Don't nerf their ability to deal with Azami, because that buffs Azami, who's already really strong.
Exactly.
But yes, I mean, CAG know how to use these DMRs so well, and they know how to play this a little bit unusually. Look at this play from the Glaz. It's not just a clear, normal execute. It's an unusual smoke cover. Even if he doesn't get any kill through the smokes here, it puts so much pressure on Dplus, and it gives him so much ground.
Exchanges bullets with Levy, and also finds Falls.
Oh my god!
The big one and second one as well. Anderton is farming on top main.
Oh, he is so goddamn good. Anderton, 2.5 kills with the Glaz DMR and looks for more. Shurib joins the fray as well. Phenomenal game so far from Shurib. A 6th kill. As desperately Dplus look for a safe haven, they will find none whatsoever. Every round seems more dominant than the last. The CAG, and they found 4 in a row.
And again, why do CAG win this round so effortlessly? Sure, Anderton absolutely pops off, but it's how he does it that's so important to me. Look at the defending lineup, right? They had no counterplay. There is no Warden, there's a single bulletproof camera, the Clash is fighting for stock control on the other side of the map. There is nothing that can really stop Anderton, not even a C4 in proximity. So he has complete free reign to take lobby stairs control and just take the most crucial area of the map off 2 smoke grenades. No counterplay whatsoever. Dplus forced to make a desperate attempt of a play. They get shut down, and they've also called their tactical timeout. And this makes sense because this entire game has been a tactical problem. They are being counter-stratted and overly figured out by CAG.
And now Dplus need to counter back as quickly as possible. You can't afford to go 6-0 down on your defensive side. Maybe 5-1 is redeemable. With what Sparky said about how attacker-sided Bank is, his belief. I mean, CAG is certainly proving his point at the moment. Dplus will need to have a response. If this is a 4-2, I think that is a really great outcome for Dplus. But these rounds haven't been close. CAG have been getting better and better, building more and more momentum. I mean, what a beautiful play here from Anderton. He tried to kill the player in Janitors, failed to do so. Instead, gets the kill on the falls. An attempt at a trade from Muzi is immediately shut down. And suddenly the round is open for CAG. That's the problem with so many of these bomb sites on Bank. If you lose a critical position, like on that top floor, if you lose front desk, the round is pretty much over.
You can't retake it because those window repels and CEO, they shut down any movement on the bomb side. So you fight in your position and no one can replace you, and that's the problem. Also, it's kind of criminal how Dplus, they're not playing Warden at all so far.
We saw
I
one
actually
round,
didn't
right?
check. Yeah, but like, there was one round where like it didn't end up mattering, right? Because like the basement round where he attacked Smoke and Asami, like on top floor, almost every single team, they play a Warden and Janitors because you can oversee so many areas to the side. Had you had a Warden and Janitors instead of the Smoke with SMG11, you arguably have a fighting chance against the Glass. You get a C4, you can see the smokes, etc. There's an playability there. They also banned the Ying, so obviously Dplus are saying, we're respecting the Ying. But have they forgotten the job against Anderton? This guy is famous for his shield plays, his glass, and nowadays his Capitao as well. He plays, and of course the Ying, so he plays these operators. And it feels like Dplus are not fully expecting him to bring out the full arsenal of operator, but he has been. He's doing 4 different high-value ops so far, and all of them has found success.
I mean, it's just insane when you have 3 operator bans for Dplus, all of them are specifically to ban Anderton's operators, and yet he's still got his other signature operators like the Blackbeard available. I mean, if it wasn't for Walker's short-lived but highly successful career, I think it would just be, like, without a doubt, Anderton's the best Japanese player ever to touch this game.
That's definitely the conversation. It's funny because Walker and Anderton, the beauty for me is that they were both recognized as incredibly high-level players throughout their careers, but for such different reasons. Walker was like, you know, your Kent Raketti-style mechanical god who will just win every gunfight known to man. Anderton plays the wonky operators with the wrong guns and just makes it work, and it's like the opener for his team. He will find an advantage somewhere. Now, there is a world where what if Walker and Anderton teamed up and, you know, they lived in a CAG and lived happily ever after? And what could have been? You know, what could have been?
Oh, man. Maybe one day, but I think Walker's too successful as a content creator to go back into competing.
Yeah. He's got like nice lifestyle, you know, like less work hours, more freedom.
Yeah.
Pro play is hard, dude. It's a rough industry. You play for long hours every day, same game every day. And you're so result dependent. Like, you don't qualify for the major, which these 2 teams are fighting for right now. You're seen as a failure. And that's just by losing the wrong game in the grand finals. That's it. That's one bad game.
That's a huge amount of money gone as well, a huge amount of your income. And, you know, who knows if your organization decides to, you know, drop you or drop the team or lower your salaries or whatever it is. So your results are so much the determiners of your success. But a good hold here from Dplus, being slowly but surely picked apart by CAG on every single goddamn window. Muzi now on a 1v5 as he finds the first kill. Time is ticking away, and CAG seem to be going for kills. DD-Man needs to start threatening this with a plan. Indeed, he will do so. It allows Anderton to fall off a little bit, not give Muzi too much freedom. What an angle as well from inside a staff room. Chibisu standing on top of the bomb. And a lot of fire brought by CAG. 5 rounds in a row. That one nearly flawless. They just get better and better with every round that goes by.
That's ridiculous again. It's a matter of the rounds that CG they play slow, they get to the quote-unquote perfect execute where things are flawlessly done from them. And the rounds that they are fast, they are successful in the entries, which means they can keep building upon that numbers advantage and just forcing favorable gunfights. Again, they're playing both styles. They're playing the fast, they're playing the slow, they're doing both of them really well. Individually, Dplus, they've also just not really found themselves. Moosey is 6 and 5, he's positive. That's great. But then you have 0-5 midi, 0-5 falls, 1-5 nears, 3-5 levy. So strategically, CAG are adapting better and counter-stratting better. Individually, CAG are shooting better. And that is how you get a 5-0 that's not even looking close. Because there is no area right now where Dplus are truly fighting back. Not yet, at least.
You know what makes it scarier is that this is Dplus's map pick, man. Like, oh.
Yeah.
You pick a really attack.
I mean,
it's like the thing that used to happen back in the day when we had Skyscraper and Theme Park in the map pool, and a lot of our games were best of ones. No one wanted to pick either of them because they're so defender-sided. If you pick the map, your opponent will pick defense start, and you're going to have maybe at best like a 4-2 loss or a 5-1 loss in the half. But often, you start attack on a map you've picked in Skyscraper or Theme Park, and you go 6-0 down. And Dplus have kind of done the same thing here. They pick a map that's very attacker-sided, but I think people forget how attacker-sided Bank is because the game itself is defensive-sided. So you'll often see 3-3 halves on this map, forgetting that when you're playing against a team of CAG's caliber, you're going to get picked apart.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if they got a 2-4 half on Bank defense, it's not the end of the world, but that ship has sailed. The best they can opt for now is a 5-1 half, and that is, or 1-5 half, and that's just not good enough. So you need to meet that baseline. Dplus, they will get their turn on attack, so like, does starting side really matter, guys? Well, I sure would rather start up 5-1 than down 1-5. Much rather. Now let's see if Midi can pull off a heist on top floor. He's getting Deimos tracked. They got Dokebikol as well looking for him. Shuri with the Nuke DMR is taking garage control, applying a bit of pressure on the bomb side as well, where only one defender currently is.
Yeah, well, look at this.
Levy goes down.
Even the shoulder peek here from DD is huge. I mean, this guy used to be a coach, right? And he's still got the mechanics to know how to play this so well. He shoulder peeks to bait out the shots. He had no other reason to believe Falls was in that position. But he's got himself an early advantage, a little bit of damage as well. And now Midi is alone on the top floor roaming in a 3v5.
They don't gotta kill him. They can ignore him. Akoli or Saka, he's locked him up top floor. He can keep on spam tracking him. He has to go for a flank play. They know the bomb side is weak because one defender's in server and Nuke got the kill in garage.
And
so dies as well. It doesn't matter.
It's so over. There is no universe where CAG does not completely dismantle Dplus here. A good kill for Moosey. He's one of the only players on Dplus who is firing up today. Midi and Falls both on the donuts as Falls feels a lot of pressure, sees a player. He knows he's being pushed also from Dirt Tunnel. He's got so many players to worry about. DD Man pushes off the stun. And Moosey now in a 1v4. He's going to need to ace to try and keep this half alive. Good kill onto Anaton. As DD Man makes his way into server, but Jibisu from downtown. CAG are everywhere all at once. And 6-0 is a kill away to start this grand final.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down, you never broke down. My back used to be up against walls, it's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask, hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could've split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself, I don't wanna spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peep the drive, see how I stayed in my lane when they shifted. I knew that time could not erase what my destiny's written. Right there next to these writtens. In my skin and my DNA like the one that was risen. I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up. Changed all my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I claimed it up. Yeah, that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, two rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do they get real. I got my eyes on the prize, and else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were at one time, that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really matter, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it was. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up. And that seems enough, but one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a Jesuit, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do thinking of it make me wrong. It hasn't been too long.
In what universe can Doctor Strange see all of the different possibilities, all the potential outcomes, and run that perfect line? The one potential future that sees Dplus make it back from a 6-0 deficit on their map pick. It's going to have to be an utter miracle for Dplus, because CAG look untouchable.
And to make it all worse, you know, I'm sure some people go, oh yeah, but this is surely CAG's map pick. They're supposed to win, so Dplus will bring back a second. No, Dplus picked the bank. CAG chose the attack and starting side. They've been destroying Dplus on their map pick. So no matter what happens here, next up, we got Nighthaven, which CAG chose to play on. They'll be prepared for that one as well. And mind you, the mental warfare right now, the way in which CAG are winning, they are picking the right operators, they're destroying the roam, they're executing the bomb site, they're rushing, they are absolutely everywhere in the server. And how Dplus played their last defensive rounds, it was every single player looking for just a gunfight. They were eagle challenging in garage, they were eagle challenging in server, they had a solo roam at top floor on the Mussy. Like, they didn't play as a team anymore. It was like, guys, let's just try and do something, let's try and get some kills. It is one of those, this map is completely over. I guess if you're a Dplus fan, you wait for Nighthaven, because I don't think the mental comeback is happening here in Bank. They need like a break.
And once you're 6-0 down, you're like, okay, we can't afford to take risks. And Siege is a game about risks, especially the current meta. You need to take risks, and guess what? Anderson is hiding the clash.
Disgusting. It's so disgusting.
6-0 up, you're hiding the bloody clash. Come on, bro.
Yeah, it's what they're gonna pick the shield, they're gonna crush some of those operators, they're gonna play for bomb site late round. What stops all of that? The clash. You can now retake main stairs late round. You can fight for server. You can walk into the A bomb site and ignore the hatch partially. Like, there are so many small tricks that clash can give you. And on top of that, they're playing a Rooney laser gates on the hatches that you can actually trick by standing below them and then walk away, and then you can pop the heart destruction on the hatch whenever you want to. They're playing some traps in Thorn, and then they got protection and will mine planted out in smoke. So CAG are obviously not going to play super hard for the roam game. They've only have one player in open area, that's going to be Chibi, so they have Rooney, the most expendable operator, has utility. And they can fall back literally right now and just bonker in the bomb site and say, hello Dplus, we will meet you in the 5v5 on site, here's the clash, and if they want, they can 5-man swing this player, because he is stuck in the corner.
Oh my god, he's so dead. That is disgusting.
It's over. That's Bank.
And that's Muzi, your player who went 15 kills to 2 deaths in our first map that he played today against Kinotrope. He's now the only player going positive in this matchup for DK. Midian Falls still on the donut. Niaz has 1 kill. Levy has 3 in 6 rounds. Muzi tried to make a risky play, but because of Anaton on the clash, which was hidden in the prep phase, it doesn't work.
Again, very often you don't want to send a player inside a garage very early, because you can just get 5v1 with or without the clash. You kind of want to take the map control first, get the hatches breached, and then late round you send a guy in garage, almost like a backstabber, like surprise effect when the other defenders are busy looking in other directions. But they drone garage, they saw it was clear, and they also saw there's nobody on their own game. So I guess it's people taking. He does go down. That's actually a huge pick from Levy. That's smoke. 3 toxic base from action. That's 30 seconds of plant denial and 30 seconds on that clock that you cannot get back now if you're CAG. So now it's even more down to Anaton in the clash to try and stall as long as he possibly can up against the Capital. He's burning, James.
He is burning, and he's forced all the way back. He's not going to be able to retreat into the bomb site. This might be a glimmer of hope here for Dplus. Still Candelas to work with. One last fire comes out, bit of damage onto Zaka, and Anderton is finally finished off. Dplus are on the verge of finally finding their first round. They've dealt with the clash. They've dealt with the smoke. No more one-by. It's just Shurip and Chibisu now. But Chibisu has the DMR, and Shurip also has 2 Thorn Traps. Razor Blooms in pocket for the late round. But Dplus have such a numbers advantage. Surely they can't fumble this.
They shouldn't. They can go for a default plant and just cover everything. They have one spare Candela. They find the player on the hatch as well, crossing over, shooting a 1v4, going for a flank. I think they know. They drop down the hatch. They're planning on the bomb side.
And this plant not likely to be denied from up above while there are other angles to watch. He almost denies the plant, but it doesn't matter because Levy comes in for it. It is not a 7-0 today. Dplus switch at the half, and despite losing Muzi early, they finally get that monkey off the back. They finally get themselves on the scoreboard.
Very impressive round from Dplus, finding those kills and just staying in it. We actually see a big smile there from Falls. I mean, you can argue that CAG maybe overcooked around a little bit. Like, should they have exposed themselves to Cats on Fire to peek in those hatches? Because I think 3 separate members died from a mixture of the A hatch, the red hallway hatch, and then server hatch. They were bunkered down in a 5v4 with Clash, with Smoke, etc. You kind of want to give Dplus as much map control for free and just play by the side and utilize your strong operators. But Dplus, they had 6 can openers. They could breach every single hatch known to man. They had Capital Grim for information and getting those freebies. CAG, all they need though is one round where they punish Dplus, or one round where Dplus they make a crucial mistake, because that's the benefit of start on attack on the stronger side. You can get yourself in such a strong position that all you need is to get lucky, arguably, and you can just win. So Dplus have to be perfect for the following 5 rounds now of that first victory.
5 seconds to go. Nice little Denari tripwire there from Zaka as well to prevent a quick rush into Archives. You'd be running straight into the Denari laser and then straight into the Banshee from Malusi as well. The Twitch, though, might be able to deal with the Denaris, perhaps. Realistically, that's the only thing that the Twitch here will counter from Dplus. But as we know, it'll often come down to the roam clear on this bomb site in staff room open area, and step 1 of the roam clear is opening up this top floor. Getting some vertical game, looking down into Archives and tellers below.
Opening 5 is going to be so important. Dplus to start strong, and as I say that, cast the curse. Shuri takes down Mitzi, but it's just the Twitch. Just like a Musi Darden basement attack, it is not the most important operator in the game. It's more like the Togepi, the Bok, the Harbinger of the Ace. Those are going to be your more pivotal operators.
What was the info?
The C4 prep downstairs. I don't think there's any real information, just a bit of a sound cue, and of course Tibisu inside of Janitor's Closet giving information, but he's dropped down now. Now you do have 2 C4s, so you can spend one of them kind of wishy-washy without the information and save the last one for late round, you know, plant denial or something like that. What a shot. All the way to the basement. Now we see Musi on the box between the vertical destruction, and Anderton waiting in response to strike back with a C4.
That pre-placed C4 could be deadly, but like you said, he doesn't have a lot of info. I think he'll just be waiting to hear the Buck Skeleton Key open up an angle nearby. He's walking very close towards it. But he's playing very carefully and very slowly here. CAG, though, not giving up any unnecessary advantage.
Yeah, Anderton, again, a very smart player today. He's always been smart, but usually over-aggressive and over-eager. Chibisu is over-eager. He swings the double door. Meanwhile, Shurip gets injured and confirmed by Levy. But this means that when every attacker Dplus loses, they lose map control with that. Someone has to replace False's location bottom square, and he only got off a single Selma charge. So the bomb site has so much protection and so many strong positions to hide behind.
Chibisu is the perfect operator in this position as well. There are 4 flashbangs available for Dplus. And here's the Warden. Now he's being heard as the Dokkaebi comes into it. No spray transfer onto the second, but the first might be damage enough. Nia's now on the verge of the bomb site, and Muzi's still upstairs. These 2 Dplus players separated, and they need to team up. Anderton still has control. And Nia's, I don't know what his plan is, but Muzi's just dropped down to his death. Nia's now needs to find all three as he gets the first. It's just the first step, and guess who's on for a flank? It's Anaton from way downtown. They know where he is. A second spray from DD. Don't make me sweat here. Niz can't go hunting for these kills. CAG know that they have the advantage. They can sit back and wait because the game is coming home. One map in the bag for CAG, a 7-1 domination. And their map pick of Nighthaven Labs is coming up next.
Out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, to the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
He gets it just in time! It's not time to make it! It is APAC North!
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Gave us flashbacks to the last time these teams met. Dplus promised us it would be different, but CAG had other ideas. 7-1 domination after a 6-0 first half, attacking Bank for CAG. It's not a good day in the office for Dplus.
Not against CAG, but a great start against Kinotrope, and it gave us so much hope for this entire match against CAG in the grand finals. But if Bank is going to be how this game is going to play forward onto Nighthaven Labs, the second map, it's going to be a very quick day.
Before we look,
CAG are looking like the better team.
Absolutely. Before we look forward onto Nighthaven Labs, let's look back on Bank. And man, what a rough game for Falls. 0 kills, Midi 1 kill. For most of that game, Muzi was the only one that was actually firing for Dplus. And in the end, not a single player was positive. On the flip side, you had Shibisu, 11-3, playing in not really that aggressive position. He was playing a lot of vertical operators. Anaton was doing well. Man, Zaka was having the time of his life as well. It was just an utter domination, especially on the attacking half for CAG.
I mean, it's a matter of everyone working together, and it's why the executes from the CAG starting attack, they were so lethal. Because every single time a fight would happen, there's a follow-up fight, like a 2v1, or they're fighting in 2 different angles at the same time, getting 2 separate kills. When they're going for these executes, everybody's doing something. There's nobody sitting around on drones and just making calls. DD's in the action, Team is in the action. Nobody is playing that true support role of, hey, I'm not gonna go for a kill. They don't have that kind of player right now. They're all so capable.
Yeah, and there's so much energy. It's something we talked about in the Dplus Kinotrope match earlier today. Dplus have an advantage over many other teams in APAC North because they play in a team house and they have that Brazilian energy. They have their coach behind them. They're firing each other up. When someone has a big clutch or a big moment, they're all jumping out of their seats and running over to that player. CAG can't do that because they're not in the same place. And yet we see no lack of energy from their cameras whatsoever. Anaton flexing his muscles, Shurip having a laugh, and CAG are looking untouchable at the moment. Moving into Nighthaven Labs, our next map on the docket, this is where CAG wanted to take us, and they haven't yet revealed this map so far in Kickoff as well. Neither team have played Nighthaven Labs as of yet. This does not bode well for Dplus.
No, and the thing about CAG is that they're very good at being proactive. You know, when a round is happening, they can see the problems and they can pick them apart. And even if they lose an important number like a Capitan basement attack on Bank, they can still have a counter strat. But they're also so good at figuring out what arrows to bring in the first place. So they're good at step 1, they're good at step 3. It doesn't feel like CAG have any real weaknesses. For me, Dplus just have to hit back in the server and let every single player drop the numbers like Musi, you know, getting 8 kills, getting the score. But because if you let CAG just overrun you in the gunfights, they are gonna pick you apart.
Well, I sure hope that Dplus have been working on this map because it has been quite a while since we last saw them play it. Way back at the 6th Invitational was the last time we saw this map played, and it was not a pretty sight for Dplus. As for CAG, they've decided to take us to Nighthaven Labs to be the battleground for what could be the last map of APAC North in Kickoff. CAG so close they can taste the salt in their mouth already for the upcoming major. For Dplus, it's going to have to be a big run from one map in the series down, but they've already made a deep run here in the lower bracket, and I see a few smiles on Falls and Midi's faces, so don't count it out yet. Dplus have still got a bit of fight in them yet.
Electro Bros banned away the Kite and the Bandit, the Thermite, and the Grim. I love me some Thermite bans, man. Finally, on maps like Clubhouse, maps like Nighthaven Labs, we got those external double reinforceable walls. Thermite can just pop them. He has 3 charges. He has secondary shotgun, throwable utility, so much value. And yet we see teams ban Ace time and time again. So big fan here from the side of Dplus and what they're opting for. What it's going to do here with the Thermite ban is going to make it a little bit harder to challenge those external walls, because now you're either going to play Ace, Hibana, or secondary can openers, and it's very easy to make the mistake of making a vault rotation hole. Meaning you got to press spacebar, jump into the rotation, making sound and locking you in animation, and you're much weaker in those gunfights.
And you also just gotta bring more high-pitch operators in general, because Ace can't get all 3 walls very comfortably, and only 2 can openers also cannot reach 3 walls. So it does mean you're gonna stretch the attacking lineup a little bit more thin. And if you're up against CAG, that's always good to do, because if you don't give them many different problems to solve, they will just take 5 different counters to your one problem.
And Dplus, of course, had the choice of starting on the defensive side. This is where they want to be.
Yeah.
But we did see this team play Nighthaven Labs twice at 6 Invitational. They beat Daystar on it 7-5. But in the group stage, they were actually destroyed by Black Dragons on this map. It was the one map they lost in the series, and they only won a single defensive round. They got 7-1'd.
Oh.
They didn't win any attacks whatsoever out of 6 attempts. So you can see why they want to start on their defense. It's where they're more comfortable. But it certainly wasn't the story of Bank at all. We need them to get into it quickly here. And for CAG, like you said, they've brought a lot of good tools to the table here. Lots of tin can openers, a lot of hard breach, plenty to do so. And of course, Anaton back on a shield operator.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds are going to be the most important. One could argue for Dplus, just like from the mental side of things, getting back into it. If you lose a round in a similar fashion as on Bank, you can just get that trauma, you know, rolling back into the back of your mind, being like, okay guys, yeah, I've seen this one before. CAG playing kind of slow and cautious at the minute, droning for the Thorn Razor Blooms, air jabbing off the swings and the pushes. We see what I'm talking about. That's a vault breach in throughout IT. So when you make this play, you gotta make sure they don't swing you. They actually tank the air jab, but because of the timing and sprint in the exact same moment, they get a freebie. Dplus forcing the play, and CAG punishing them right back.
That's a very big kill. And well played from CAG. They've got the mind games over Dplus. Midi kept trying to burn those air jabs, and CAG read the situation perfectly. Ooh, good bit of fire there. Nears detonates one of those Goyo canisters. And Nade here to try and enable an entry from Anaton. It's a 1 versus 1 as he destroys that C4 that was left naked above his doorframe. Oh no, actually I think it didn't get destroyed, but it doesn't matter because he just wins the fight on Levy regardless. Now that C4 is cold in the water. 5v3 for CAG as desperately Muzi gets aggressive for 1, traded by Zaka. Anaton into the bomb site, bit of tech from the Blackbeard, and it is once again utter destruction of Dplus.
Just like on Bank, exact same story. CAG, they get opening pick and then they steamroll the entirety of the round. Again, Anaton just walking into Aqua, finding isolated kill after isolated kill, and because you get early numbers advantage, they can afford to make, you know, a mistake. They can afford to get caught off guard, wide swing an angle, and then losing one player because they have another gun right behind the first one to then go for a secondary attempt right after. So here, Shuri wide swings, gets caught on bad timing, but then Anaton walks in, then Saka starts peeking, and they all just work together. CAG, they have this thing where if you give them what they want in a round, they will always get to the end goal and get that round victory. Dplus, they feel this desperate desire, this desperate need to disrupt them from getting to the bomb site, but in doing so, they keep surrendering opening pick and starting 4 versus 5. And that's the troublesome, right? Because do you play more passive and give CAG free control of most of the map? Or do you need to play more aggressive and just lose or win the entire round in the first minute 30 seconds? It feels like a lose-lose if you're a Dplus member, because again, you're still not winning your individual gunfights. How does Anaton ADS 2 people with Blackbeard in a 1v1? That shouldn't really be happening, but it has been happening all day today.
Just classic Anaton for you. He's always confident with that Blackbeard at taking fights. And when you take a fight with a Blackbeard, sometimes it feels like a 50-50 or a 40-60. With Anaton, it's always like a 70-30 at worst. It's just how good he is with these shields. He knows every minor bit of tech. You know, he of course pioneered the drop shot in the Monty back in the day at the Mexico Major. Dplus has now changed bombs, so they're going to control room. They brought the mirror. Now this is a new task that CAG will have to deal with. Mirror windows and Vulcan canisters both vulnerable, however, to that Twitch.
So a C4, Levy's hoping to hit the right spot at the right time. The Selmas are going out. You see, it's now or never, because once that wall is opened up, you gotta fall away. He's gonna pop the C4 and actually help out CAG a little bit by popping the explosive canister as well on the door entry. And now nobody can die to it later on. But this is Dplus fighting back. They're holding their ground top floor, looking to challenge CAG on the entries. And I think that answers the question. Will they play more passive or will they play more aggressive?
Looks like they don't want to overcommit to too much aggression. And I don't blame Dplus for feeling that way. I mean, time and time again, they have been just met with so much confidence from CAG. Wow, great nade from Anderton. I think Levy must have been pressured from the other angle as well. A bit of gunfire that forced him into that corner. Could not have worked out better timing here for CAG.
And again, they find their one, and now Shrew has to go for a bit of a contest here on Catwalk Stairs, but then Anderton walks in right after. They're gonna fall on back, use that mirror window, but guess what? Anderton, the perfect counter, bonks it out, shatters it, forcing him further and further back. He's taking two people's full attention, and he's somehow staying alive!
And now he's gonna take the fight as well. It's unbelievable from CAG. Once again, with Anderton leading the way, the tip of the spear thrust deep into Dplus's heart. 1v5 for Midi on the bomb site. As CAG say, okay, it's another day in the office. Let's just start working the floor. We've got time.
Once Anderton sees him, yep, that's it. 50-50 ADS, spam, lean, get the kill, scream at your monitor. That is Anderton being a part of 4 separate fights in that round, right? He's there to help things on the catwalk rafters, inside a command, into a darker hallway, and then finds the final player. He is literally in the majority of the fighting. Mind you, he also got the grenade kill to get the opening pick. He was there for the very beginning and for the very end. How he lives, he takes both impact grenades, by the way. 1, 2, takes 0 damage, blocks the left and right hand side, spaces them on their own keeper barrier. His teammate gets 1 kill, he gets the second. That is a disgusting amount of value.
Yeah. At this point, if you're a Dplus, you're thinking, wait a second, guys. We didn't ban out any shields this time around. We had a chance on map 1 to ban all 3. We only decided to ban 2. Do we ban the Blackbeard after this next round? But then, wait. It's Anderton. He's going to go into Monty. He's going to go into Blitz. He's going to go into Capital, for goodness sake. He might go Ying.
It's not worth it, is it?
You know, there's so many other operators that Anderton can do, and it's just bloody terrifying. But when the Blackbeard is that dominant, and it's only one of the tools in his arsenal, how the hell do you fight against it?
So I could honestly see, CAG either banning Warden or banning Clash, right? You ban the Clash to enable the shield after this round, or you ban the Warden and just pick like Glass Ying every single round for the last 3 and just take some rounds with that. Dplus, like you mentioned, what can they ban? They can ban 1 shield, but there's 3 other left open for Anderton. Is that worth it? Probably not. You could ban a power-up in like the Capital, because that gets bought with a very high frequency, or you go for a second Heart Breacher ban, but that seems very low value to me. But my TLDR says CAG is probably going to get stronger off the 3rd operator ban regardless.
Probably Muzi, thankfully for Dplus, gets aggressive, finds 1 kill, but Zaka, so much confidence to just get aggressive and respond. Wow, even when Dplus think they've won, they've actually lost, because that is not a worthwhile trade for Dplus, losing there. Azami so early on into the round. Nears is now cornered, backed up into this position. Almost to kill, a lot of damage, and in fact the injure onto Levy. And while Nears is able to respond onto Anderton, and Zaka will go down. Maybe if Levy's able to be picked up here, this could be a huge round for Dplus.
Anderton saw the one roam at top floor, went in and got the injury, and assumed it was clear because of that, but there was indeed a second player, Levy and Nears, both in command.
Oh, both of them are
cornering this player.
They baited another kill out of it.
He's hiding at T though. Look at Nears. He gets 1 for free DD, but I did a 50-50. He wins both of those, though, and gets Dplus their first shot on at him in laps a lot quicker than on Bank, but still a bit of concern, right? Because that could have easily gone down to a 1v1. But at the end of the day, Dplus, they clutch up, they fight back, but it's CAG controlling the pace. They opted to go in quickly. They opted to skip the droning and just take the risk and assume things were clear.
The danger here is that Dplus won that round, yes, but how did they win it, right? They just peaked over and over and over again. And if CAG adapt to that, maybe pick a shield again.
Clash Blackbeard.
It changes. So yeah, the Blackbeard ban finally does come out. Funnily enough, that's the one round we didn't see it picked by CAG. But the Clash ban tells us something, Pengu. It tells us that even though that Blackbeard's come through, we're going to see Blitz and Monty.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you ban the Clash, you definitely want to lean heavily into the shields for CAG. Whereas if they ban the Warden, like I mentioned, they can play the Ying and the Glass every single round. And Dplus are going to know this. Like, the second you see that Clash ban, we all know what's going to be up. The scary thing is, often teams, they will ban the Monty, and then, you know, Clash in defense, so that you can play like the Blackbeard, the Blitz, the Fuse. And then you ban the Clash in response, so that you can play the more difficult shields. Well, Anderson can play the Monty with Clash being banned. He is practically unkillable now. There are so few ways to die as a Monty player at this level of player that Anderson can bring, except for like a crazy C4 or verticality or a crossfire.
They have 4
Anderson
C4s to give it a go.
They have 4 C4s, but CAG can also change their entire playstyle. They've been playing for kills, they've been playing for map control. They can now try and force direct plant attempts because that's what Monty kind of gives you. So this is going to open up another avenue for CAG that they didn't actually show us on Bank at all. And they haven't shown us yet here on Nighthaven.
Wow, that was an interesting spawn peek. I've not seen that one before. Now, another layer of this setup here from Dplus is we've got the open mirror window, which doesn't just enable a very cheeky angle from midi. It also allows the sentry, who's not only brought C4, but also the impact grenades, to impact trick any hard breach placed on this wall. So if an Ace Selma goes out to try and expand that mirror into a walkable hole, one impact and boom, it's gone.
And with the thermite ban as well, you can't just go on the far left rappel and just open it up. So you gotta do this cool like top right corner, but that's a rappel angle, no way in towards the building. So you do need to get a second breach ideally on that wall, or just simply not do it and then just like walk in garage door and have a gun watching it instead. But you really want to get that pressure with the entry. C4 goes out. Now it's Selma time. No impact grenades sadly on this lineup. It's actually only going to be 4 C4s and barbed wire, so a bit of a missed opportunity, I would argue there, enabling the Selma to go through. But they get a kill. Falls on the electric window, finds Chibisu on the Nomad. That's actually a pretty big pick.
Yeah, I like this from Falls. I think he's playing this really well with the pulse. By playing down inside of the site, constantly feeding information, not only to Midi, who is trying to go for that aggressive play, but also just to enable him to go for a peek. If CAG are asleep at the wheel at any point, now he can continue calling the positions of these players.
I don't know, IT is fully clear, for example, could go for a retake if they really want to try and risk it all. Second C4 cuts towards catwalk door, but it misses. Now, CAG, technically speaking, just need Aqua control, where Anakin is looking to go right now. If they get Aqua, they can go for a plant. But then my worry here, there's nobody behind Anakin. It's just him and his lonesome. Actually, no. They can have Saka from below walk up the Aqua stairs if he really wants to go for it, or use the verticality. And they also got a kill earlier. Didi took down Mitty on the striker. Not the most important operator, but it does mean there are no more C4s in play from Dplus.
Vertical play here from Zucker is huge as well. 4 players on the bomb site trying to find a safe haven from the vertical potential. And now Anaton needs to get aggressive. How long does he just play passively here? There might be a crossfire onto his position as the keeper barriers dissipate, but Muzi will fire up. Look for a retake, falls over peaks. It's now a 3v1. And Anaton on the Monty can call out where Muzi is. Tries to get aggressive. Back onto his position. But in he goes with the Monty again for Anaton. 3 rounds on the board for CAG.
I mean, this is criminal. I don't know if it's Dplus being scared or overthinking it or what it is, but Anderson is now 2 rounds in a row, solo walked into Aka without a gun behind him, without any sort of support. Most teams, I feel like on defense, would just send 2 defenders, sprint into Anderson, and force the 2v1 fight against the Monty and take him out. But they're so worried about it being a bait play because on paper, why would the shield be alone? It is a bad play to go solo. But this is the problem. When you are one of the best shield players in the world, you can go solo, somehow not die, somehow get 2 kills, and just win the round for your team. CAG, by having Anaton on their roster, being exceptionally good on the shields, are getting an outrageous amount of value every single round. Like, normally you send 2 or 3 people Aqua, and maybe if you're lucky or maybe if you're good, you get Aqua control. They send 1 silly shield, and they get 2 kills and full map control on bomb side. Like, it's so free.
Yeah.
And Dplus have to worry about the Monty, but they have to worry about the frontal attack as well. And what am I spying here? I'm spying Chibisu getting on the glass.
You got Glaz, you got Monty, and then you've got tons of breachability, both
no
hard
Warden.
and soft. Yeah, you're right. And look, we even have redundancy in the hard breach thanks to Anaton bringing the tin can openers as well. And yeah, these these Vulcan canisters are nice, the mirror windows are nice, and there's no twitch to counter him. But you're really going to need to get maximum value out of that utility here. Otherwise, CAG should roll over Dplus.
So let's keep watching the Anaton Masterclass. Walking solo into meeting to connector, taking quick map control. Meanwhile, Shurib's ratted in the basement, just looking for that hatch on the catwalk staircase, looking to catch off any of the defenders looking to go for it. So CAG, they're making a proactive play somewhere on the map. Then they put one sole player, just making a rat play. He's looking to go for the run out, it's true. Shurib says, you know, spent like 60 seconds waiting for the play. I'm not gonna spend any more time on it. I can walk up any of the staircase and link up with my teammates because we can see the silhouettes of Chibisu and Monty making good work, but SMC11 sniper shot from across the building takes down the glass. Shurib does find Nears.
Wow, and Shurib is really on a bit of a solo lurk with the sledge. He's snuck himself all the way deep into kitchen now. Very unusual position for him. As the vert opened up above the bomb site now inside IT. A Dplus just fortifying their positions further, enabling for a little bit of a retake. Anaton can quickly take down that keeper barrier. But that is not a great area to try and walk through. Wow, Anaton takes a hell of a lot of damage. That's uncharacteristic of him. Look at the re-aggression from Dplus. They actually retook connector control.
Yeah, the thing is, this might be plantable low-key. If Monty can get inside the bomb site and not die to a Guma and get stuck in it, they can watch the icy breach from the staircase, jump in the bomb site window and go for a plant. There's no C4, no plant denial, and even have basement control. This Guma is a problem.
He's taking tons of damage from it as well. He needs to pull it out, but he's worried about the fire. One sliver of HP, but verticality finally gets it done. Takes the Gumine out, jumps straight outside and finds a kill. Oh my god! Anaton is begging for dear life, but he cannot afford to take a single lick of damage here. Muzi and Levy still up for Dplus. Zaka's on the floor, and not likely to be revived. If he even so much as walks into a Gumine, the round should be over.
They're gonna try and bait the play. Anaton can walk into the bomb site and then shoot flanks upstairs. And right now, Dplus, they're rotating to hear it. Yeah, he's baiting it. So Anaton's gonna distract them on the verticality and then get Shurib a free kill maybe.
He knows that both of them are. He's just found one. Now Shurib can like to rotate. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Muzi feels like he needs to go hunting for it. But actually all Muzi needs to do is hunt down Anaton. Watching for the defuse. Shurib goes down. It's a 1v1. With a 1 HP Monty, but Anaton is the best player in the game when it comes to these situations. How does he get it done with such low HP? Muzi has 30 seconds to work it, and he finds the kill! A big clutch up for Muzi, a much needed one, and Dplus get their second round against CAG on Nighthaven Labs.
Such a close round, and it comes down to the fact that there are so few seconds on the clock that Shurib can't really bait Anaton, because if he were to die, they lose the round on a timer. So he has to hold the aggressive angle, expose himself to a pre-fire shot from Muzi, which of course he connects. Anaton, had he had a bit more health to survive one of those like stray bullets, he can probably play that out for a lot longer, and maybe just then the timer can favor him. But I mean, the fact that he just walks out of there like that, turtle killing his back. I mean, fantastic play.
Yeah, it goes to show how good he is with the shield. He knows the tech. Like, if he had immediately, like, put the shield back in front of him, then he would have had his back exposed. He would have died.
Yeah, he would have. It's stuck in the animation.
Muzi's been the main character, though, for Dplus today. He had 2 clutches against Kinotrope on that map where he went 15-2, and now he's just got a massive clutch there as well. Such a sorely needed one. After the results in map 1, after CAG found a 3-1 lead here on Labs, Dplus need to tie the scoreline here as we look to close the half.
10 seconds to go. Dude, it really has been Muzi's show today. I mean, it feels like the only player fighting back against CAG. He's the one clutching, the one fighting for openings, the guy actually winning his gunfights. It has been too much of a one-man show, I think, and I genuinely believe that's been a difference maker. And it sounds so simple, like, oh, the other players gotta hit their shots. But like, when no one is winning a single gunfight, CAG almost no matter where they go, they will just get a free kill, they'll get free map control, they get a plant down, whatever. They don't have any pressure against them. If I'm a CG, dude, I'm gonna drone out the operators. Go, okay, Moosey's playing a warehouse. Let's go somewhere else, right? Let's fight the weaker players that can't fight back as equally. And now it's Annie on the glass this time.
Yeah.
Mind you, that round was Tibuso dying on glass as the first pick, and it still comes down to a 1v1.
Getting pre-fight out of this world as well. And Mears is on the Oryx, so you can see how much Dplus are respecting the Monty pick. They're even picking such a selfish operator as Oryx that doesn't bring a lot of util to the table in case they have to deal with the Aniton Monty again. Not to be this round. No shield to hide behind. Instead, Aniton looks to hide in the smoke.
So again, the drone work from CG is so good. They knew that there was an Oryx. They don't play it. Aniton doesn't see the player. Didn't stand still for long enough for those banana glasses to toggle on for the yellow area. Therefore, goes down. Again, a big loss in the glass. And trade back missed as well. Moosey stays alive. This is Dplus' best round thus far.
Yeah, and it's because they are just getting so aggressive. Dplus have realized we can't let CAG play the way they want to play. We have to keep taking the fight to them. And that they do. The Moosey pick on the Azami is also a fantastic way to do that. Can keep refortifying positions. The Dokkaebi from Chibisu puts a hell of a lot of pressure on. DD Man brings out the Rayora and looks to try and push aggressively into the bomb site in tandem with his teammate in Chibisu behind him. Desperate times for CAG, and they don't know whether there's a player behind this mirror window or not. Falls needs to try and reposition into it. Flashbangs go out. He manages to dodge both of them. Doesn't know where these players are for CAG. They look to try and put the pressure on the bomb site, and the Rayora gate goes down. Levy's on the Solars. He should be able to deny this plan from up above. If he uses his gadget, he sees the angle, takes down DD Man. And Dplus might be about to make this comeback happen. Another kill for him as well. The Nitro Cell comes out as well. And Shurip's caught in a really awkward crossfire between Moosey and Levy. And thank you to Levy, seeing Dplus, as the Solus single-handedly prevents this round from going down the toilet. And the half is redeemed for Dplus. 3-3. And a chance to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Also, the first time CAG make a small error, just planting beneath the verticality, nobody watching it, like you said, against the Solars. They knew exactly where that plant was going down. Instead, they could have flooded the bomb site, you know, go 2v1, go 3v1, just fight for that control. But they don't. Now, this gives Dplus the mental way back into the game and a bit of confidence on the side swap, because when you go onto the attack, you need that confidence to make the entry plays.
And Dplus have a chance to talk to their coach, Hell, and you can see he's got plenty to say. Same on the flip side, though, for CAG. They can talk to Sparky, their brand new coach, who had plenty to say in the interview last week. DD's also clearly a large part of this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Former coach, now turned player, and clearly one of the leadership figures. Both teams have 2 whole minutes to discuss as a roster how they're going to flip the switch come the second half.
So let's take a look at Aniton's highlight package here, because he has been the most valuable player on Item Lab. Again, as I said, solo taking Akko with the shields, going for ones, doing the shield tech, and probably won them 2 of those 3 rounds single-handedly.
Yeah, not just on the Blackbeard, but also later on the Montaigne. Man, look at the amount of pressure that he gives, and he's just yellow pinging. And as soon as he thinks that the pressure is off of him, he looks to take the fight. He knows all the tech in those fights. He has so much confidence playing those shields. Now, of course, he flips onto the defensive side. It's a massive testament to Dplus. They were able to bring it back to a 3-3, and this was another decisive moment. Huge 1v2 clutch from Moosey, technically a 1v3 with Zaka. Unrevivable on the ground. He even bested the Monty in the 1v1. Aniton has had a huge impact, but now as we switch to the defense, what does he have to say for the team? What does DD have to say? What does Sparky bring from his outsider perspective?
I'm curious. I feel like if Dplus had adjusted their defenses earlier with the aggression, they could have probably had like I want to say better results, but they got a 3-3 half, right? But they could have gotten like an earlier round victory. But also, if Dplus make that adaptation a lot earlier, it gives CAG a chance to counter that aggression and pick different operators. So maybe it was like the perfect time for Dplus to go, you know, all the way, like the Oryx, the Eagle challenging, and let's just fight them. And now CG, because of side swap, can't make any adjustments to that specific playstyle. Now CG go on defense. They will ban the Monty themselves, very smart, and the Thermite, big fan. And Dplus ban the Electrobros, ensuring that the walls rather can be opened up. So it's very similar setting to what we saw previously, except that the Monty is actually target banned.
It's quite telling, though, that the Monty's the one banned, not the Blackbeard, because we did see a lot of Blackbeard from Dplus earlier today in that Kinotrope game to a lot of success. Falls was insane.
Yeah. But it's harder to play the Blackbeard, right? Like, you're more exposed, you can't just extend and walk about.
Yeah. Much more offensive, much less defensive. Anaton once again hiding that clash and allowing his teammates as well. I wonder at what point, if you're Dplus, do you think, look guys, we've only seen 4 operators in prep phase. I don't think we've spotted Anaton yet. Which one do you think it's going?
Yeah. Maybe that's how you do it. It's not about how many operators you've seen. It's about which player have you seen, right? Because Anaton is the clash player.
Like if you spot a mirror and you're like, oh, that's Anaton. Okay, they don't have a clash. You know?
Yeah, that's pretty safe assumption actually. And it, you know, there's the thing where Dplus, you know, they are still like a new import roster here in APL. They haven't played against Anaton for 7 years straight. But if you were like a Japanese team, you probably would think this way very easily, right? Go, okay, Anaton's missing. He's gonna pick a cheese operator.
Oh wow.
Okay, we're just up the staircase in 20 seconds. We get an opening pick. Again, great confidence and display of aggression there from Dplus. Now playing in a very strong 5 versus 4 on an attacker favorite map.
Notice that we're using Ihabana here, which is much harder to impact trick. Levied eventually gets traded. So Chibisu thankfully redeems CAG a little bit. Very aggressive roaming smoke. Anaton on this clash has just continued to try and impact trick. The problem is he's going up against a Hibana that has so many hard breach ability, so many ex-Kairos, that far more than you could ever impact trick.
It has made the breach a little bit awkward, right? It takes a lot of time, a lot of people, one to Ibana, one to cover, and now they gotta get the other, and they get the drone destroyed as well. So CAG might not know this, but they are getting a lot of value from just delaying the inevitable. The wall will get opened up. No more cell mass, only 2 Kairos in pocket, 1 flourish drone, and 2 flashbangs. Like, or sorry, 4 flashbangs in total, 6 flashbangs in total. I can't count at all. There are plenty of flashbangs, but nothing else to work with really for Dplus. They got a Warden, look at that.
Yeah, nullified by the Warden there. Azaka goes and picks. Midi, aggressive as well. That's a player in Connector. Oh, DD Man's getting completely sold by Chibisu, and unfortunately that leads him to dying. So Chibisu, that was a little bit of an unfortunate situation. No Warden now, which means his flashbangs are so much more dominant. Look at Niers, wants to make his way inside. Good kill on a Chibisu, looks for another one. And he finds it on Azaka as well. In with the pistol. Falls, claims the final kill. And Dplus take the lead for the first time in this series.
Oh, and this is CAG now 2 rounds in a row, making a couple of errors that are gonna cost them the round. The Toxic Babe actually team killed, I think it was, what is DD in the corner, because he has to now stand up and then he's exposed to the IT breach, where proning actually meant that he was safe. The Clash Shield not being pre-positioned on the ground means that Anaton couldn't fight back, and then they both get caught in the timing and IT walk in. This is CAG getting a little bit sloppy with the communication of who's gonna do what and exactly how they're going to approach it. But I gotta praise Dplus. I mean, that right there, they capitalized perfectly off of Niers' aggression.
Yeah, perfect work there. And look at Muzi up out of his chair.
Oh, yeah.
Dplus, again, they're getting to feed off the energy of being physically present in the same space in that team house. A little bit of energy, gets them 1 or 2 rounds, and then 1 or 2 rounds, gets them the confidence to push this the distance to Clubhouse. There's one thing on their mind, and that is making it to the major.
5 seconds left.
Getting revenge against CAG for destroying them in the upper bracket. Now they've come back burning for revenge into this grand final through the lower bracket. We know that if Dplus go to the Salt Lake City Major, I would say that they look even better than they did in Paris, where they took down both Shopify Rebellion, who, by the way, will be in Salt Lake City. They might get a rematch, and Black Dragons. Plus taking a map off of FaZe, who they also may meet at the Major.
So with this newfound momentum, are they really gonna opt for direct attack? They got Thatcher, Capital, Glass. It looks like they're gonna smoke, plant, fire off, and just catch the C4s or smoke grenades if they think there are any with the EMPs. High risk, high reward. And with the lack of map control presence, it does seem to be the case that anything can kind of sniff this out. He sees 2 or 3 people, hears a bunch of different steps outside. He's the guys, they're looking to make a play. Let's get ready for it.
And the Thatcher's not just a counter for C4s, but also a counter for the Yokai drones. As we just saw, it managed to EMP one of those Yokai drones away. But the Clash is here, waiting, ready to receive. Anderton sets down that shield and brings out his gun. But Nears hasn't made a move as of yet. I believe he wants to use his gun 6 to clear that shield. Yeah. Has Anderson picked it up again? Is it on his back pocket or is it
on his back right now? He's played this very smartly. So the second he heard a Glass, he just peeled back to the boost spot position instead. They're waiting for the Yokai to get back in for information. And it's just to stay alive. So risky here. He can't see the Glass, obviously.
Perfect!
Oh,
the gun 6 comes out! They destroy the shield and immediately Falls finds the kill. That's very well played. Anderton has just been duped on the shield. Something that happens oh so rarely, and now Dplus are on the verge of looking to execute into the side. Shibisu cannot peek thanks to the fire. Is there plant denial from up above? No more EMPs, which means DD Man can from above in assembly using the low Yokai drones prevent this plant going down, and Shibisu's covered his back onto midi. DD Man has more plant denial. As he hears the plant start to go down, the Nitro Cell will miss. The angle might be on here from Chibisu. He needs to try and swing it. Chibisu finds the kill. The plant does not go down, and a good trade from Falls will not be enough for Dplus.
What now? No more smokes, no more utilities, just a Thatcher with a gun and Glass it out in his smokes. They got the verticality in the gunfight. The crossfires are there. They're fighting back. Huge shot from Moosey that opened things up for them.
DD Man's an awkward spot. I don't know if his Yokais are still active, but Moosey's going big! A 3rd kill for Moosey! The plant's going down from Falls. Zaka now has to clutch up. No util to speak of, as Falls is now up again and can look to protect this diffuser with his life. The frag needs to come through from Zaka, and it does. 1v1 against Moosey! But he finds the critical kill, and now it's Zaka's turn to clutch with 1 HP for CAG. Dplus will not run away with an advantage. CAG will go toe-to-toe with them.
Oh, what a shame. He wanted to play it smart and go upstairs and just play the verticality, but because Glass dies, he's thinking, okay, I can't make it back upstairs in time. So if Saka goes for an instant defuse, I lose on the timer. So he walks back down the staircase, and he's not ready for the fight. Saka's not ready for the fight, and it becomes super awkward. Look at this. They walk into each other, one reloading, one sprinting, and they both have to go for the ADS animation. 1 HP left for Saka. CAG, despite, I don't know, getting countered by the MPs, the Gone 6 with the Glass, perfectly countering Anderton. It's honestly DD buying enough time with the Echo Stuns that gave CAG a fighting chance in the round, and then just being on the drone saying, okay, they're not planting directly in the smoke, so they must be planting either boost spot or far left-hand side of the breach. And then they get a smoke bank to deny to get them a bit more time as well. 4-4. But Dplus, they are locked in. They are finally here to play. And Moosey as an individual, dude, this guy is only just getting started. He is getting better and better with each and every single round against CAG.
Jammer ready to activate.
9 kills about to break double digits, but the same can be said for Anderton, who's fragged out like crazy in this game, but we can't deny he's had a couple of quiet rounds. Couple of rounds where he has been hard counted here. It happens when he was playing Monty in the first half, down to 1 HP, taking a lot of mid-round pepper damage, shots to the feet, bit of explosives here or there, and it led to him losing a 1v1 clutch at the end of the round against Moosey that he would usually win. It happened then in that just previous round against the Glaz. That clash did fall. Shurip, though, actually able to destroy the Selma, and it doesn't fully open a vaultable hole for Dplus.
C4ing it, is that even worth it? They're using C4s as impact. I mean, it could be, but I mean, you have 2 C4s and 2 impact grenades, so they're working both sides. But like you said, with the X-Kairos and Ibana, they're still gonna get the wall regardless. And with 2 summer charges spare on the other side of the building, they will also get that wall. I think with the 2 spare reinforcements from CAG...
Oh, he baits it!
Oh... They're hoping to deny enough with the C4s and impact grenades, then reinforce the internal walls with catwalk and meeting, and then there's not gonna be any, you know, hard destruction left for the attack. That could be the win condition here for CAG. They can do it right here if they wanted to, but they do lose Shuri barely, so I'm not sure they're not boxing just yet. Oy.
I think this is a really good strat here. Look at, there's no more Selmas left for midi. There's only 2 more X-Kairos pellets left for Falls, and now they realistically can completely reinforce up and fall back into the site. With the Clash to hide behind, that is a huge, huge setup.
That's what they're doing. So the only issue is the lost Shuri. They cannot cover every single area. They're gonna give up IT, Catwalk, and Connector completely for free. So CAG know exactly where the fight's gonna be happening. Connector door, IT door, and Aqua. Technically, only 3 areas. That's actually not too bad.
A lot of damage done onto Falls, but Zacharias is 1 bullet away from his own demise. If Falls lands 1 more shot with that DMR, it's all over for Zachar on the bomb site. No more Keybo's barriers to use or to hide behind as well. Dplus, despite a valiant effort from CAG, playing that high breach minigame, Dplus are looking really solid in this round. They need a gap, they need to find a kill, and that is the gap they've been looking for. Zachar over peaks, goes for a cheeky prone one, but a big shotgun kill from DD Man to lock down. Electrical Connector though, he knows there's a player in that position.
Team kill.
Muzi! He's been fragging out so hard, he's killing his own team, and now he's fallen. It's Midi in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. DD Man on the close range angle. Midi brings the pistol to a shotgun fight, but DD Man cannot switch weapons in time. 10 seconds left to play as Shibisu looks for a pre-fight. He's going up against the pistol. There's no universe. He should lose this. He brings out a pistol of his own and finally finds the kill. A desk slam of victory and of gratitude that he landed that clutch. And Midi himself is frustrated as CAG just edge away with the lead.
Down to the wire, pistol versus pistol, 7 seconds left. The thank you team kill, I love you. Musi way too fired up, taking every single name in the server. Anybody in front of him gets shot. Oh, dude, it's again, honestly, CAG playing a very good round of strategy. Because the big question for me was, is that C4 worth it to deny the Selma charge? And usually, I'm gonna say no, it's not worth it. But when they play so heavily on the wall denial, knowing there's only gonna be the Ace and the Ibana, it enables that round. They reinforce the catwalk wall, reinforce the meeting wall, and there was only 1 Selma. And that can literally win or lose you the entirety of the round. There is no more hard destruction with every wall reinforced. And CAG, they limit how many angles they can get attacked from, plus they have the Clash. Clash is now banned, as it should have been, for sure. As is the Ace, actually. So CAG can keep up the same similar playstyle if they want to, or force them onto can openers. The only issue I have with the can openers, it's so many strong attackers, they have it, right? The Yings, the Grims, the Capitals,
Deimos,
Striker, Deimos, like you have so many easy access to those can openers that I'm not sure if banning Ace is actually gonna be worth it.
Yeah, and of course they can also bring the Hibana, but I guess the counter with the Hibana is just that it takes a very long time, which I think is the idea here from CAG. It worked out for them reasonably well last round, burning so much time. It looks like it's the Striker that's going to get picked up here for Midi. I think the Striker is a great pick as well. It's just hard to open up avenues when you already have a mirror window on the wall. That said, no mirror picks this round for CAG. So we go to the ground floor bomb site instead. Information and traps will be the name of the game. Anitson on these Valkyrie cameras. No direct counter for it. No Dokubi and no IQ. Not even a Thatcher, which is good for hunting Valk cams as well. None of these are brought to the table here, Nick.
I feel like it's going to be a very tough couple of rounds to CAG now. They're losing the Clash, and it might actually be about taking a page out of Dplus's book and just go for a bit more risky gunfights, if you will. I had to see what they opt for. Dplus will pop the bottom garage walls. They got the IT walls as well, so a ton of pressure right off the rip.
No more hard breach though.
No more hard breach, no anymore.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, the vertical angle of doom. From the rooftop down through the verticality in towards the bomb site.
Couldn't have
That's
been an
man.
better operator to take down as well.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully there's no ying and there's no smoke grenades, but it does mean that the bomb site is now weakened. Either you gotta replace that player and lose a different position, or just say, hey, the bomb site's open for the taking, but Tplus strikes back, takes down Levy. That's gonna be the Ram, whose job is done. Air depth goes out to lock down that IT area for the verticality. This is Dplus saying, hey, we're looking for step 2. It's gonna be about setting up for the bomb site, then going for that step 3, which will be executed. They're all outside the building, just waiting to enter the window.
Good flash. Zaka does not get baited out. Instead, the Hibana of Nias jumps into warehouse. Bit of damage from the barbed wire. It's no worries. And CAG have completely forfeited control of that top floor, giving it up to Dplus. Now Dplus have it, and they're like, okay, cool, what do we do with it? They might not realize CAG have rotated down into the basement. Anderson still has a C4 in pocket. There are Valkyrie cameras on both of the objectives as well.
Without any top floor presence, though, it means that the win condition is fighting them on the bomb site and beneath it. And they lose the first one. Shuri was ratting in the corner by the chassis, and he's gonna get shot down. It feels a bit like this C4 Fanatine could literally win or lose in the entirety of the round. Timer is still 30 seconds, so Dplus with plenty of time to make a mistake. They don't gotta go too fast just yet.
But Dplus do need to push to break point here. They cannot afford to lose this round. As they find Chibisu, they trade him back, and the Azami of Zaka is about to get targeted. They bait out the swing, and now it's Anderson down into a 1v3. He's got some information, but not nearly enough. Mini finds both of the final frags. He strikes true on the striker. Muzi up again. So fired up to fist pump Hellraiser, and now Dplus are again tied up on the scoreboard. 5 rounds apiece.
And CAG, they're gonna have to go through the strat book, right? Which one do we pull out now, guys? We've seen that third operator ban. You know, the clash is gone. The C4's not really hitting their marks in terms of kills. While CAG have been great at denying the walls and stalling things out earlier, well, with the can openers, you don't get that same option of denying things. Because they just pop the wall right open. They're gonna go downstairs to the basement. They're getting out the Mussy, the Mira, the Nari lasers. Again, I'm not seeing the full vision here for CAG. It feels very much like we're good at doing a lot of different things, which may be good because if they don't know what Dplus are going to bring to the table, you do want to spread yourself thin for a lot of different options rather than saying, we think they're going to go for a roam clear. Let's play a really aggressive, like 4 people roam. And if they hit the bomb side, you just lose the round. So it does feel like CAG are just like over-preparing in a good way. But we saw what Dplus could do against Kinotrope. When they can go through step 1, 2, 3 and not get challenged on the roam clear, they have been so good at executing by the bomb side.
When it comes to that bomb side execute, Pengu, one thing that CAG have going for them is because they banned the Thermite and the Ace, any potential breach on that external double wall is going to be very small. It'll take all 18 pellets from the Hibana to make a sprintable breach. A proper big sprintable breach. Other than that, it's just going to be falls using the tin can openers, which means whether that's a vault or a crouch, Dplus are going to be very weak and exposed while they make their way onto the bomb side.
So early duel, Chibisu has been enabled to just go for whatever play that he sees fit.
Snake sees him.
He got 2 pick last round. Yeah, they got scanned out by the solid snake. He's also hacked the drone, which he can use to his advantage. The thing is, when you have the sole roamer of Chibisu, he doesn't have a teammate technically in hallway of DD, but he just has to go 1 for 1. If he gets a kill and dies, his job is technically done. But you do lose a lot of fracking power for the mid to late round because he's sitting on 12 kills. Like, you do want to have Chibisu alive for as long as you possibly can.
Oh, there's 2 players in this position. Midi could very well take both of them. He baits again and is forced back. And now these 2 players, DD and Chibisu, wonder, when do we make our move? Oh, he spots both of them. He knows there's 2 there now.
Uh-oh.
But the explosion there of the fire extinguisher does buy them enough time to try and retreat back to the bomb site. That's worthwhile. Half of the round done, and they manage to get back. However, Chibisu doesn't actually go back to the bomb site. Instead, he rejoins Zaka to try and support on this roam game. Nears, though, on the blitz, is really putting him under a hell of a lot of pressure. Takes the gunfight as well. Zaka goes down. Chibisu will not survive on this roam. And with Shureep to smoke, taken down earlier on an angle I didn't manage to catch, Anaton and DD Man are now the last two remaining alive for CAG.
They sell each other. I mean, surely if Blitz is pushing your teammate, you gotta watch the angle for that ADSing with the pistol, but no. So they die for nothing.
Nice shot.
Now Dplus, oh, well, they lose one player, but still got 4 alive, and then Blitz with nearly full HP. How do they fix this one? You gotta hit the shot of your life, DD.
He does, but no, instead, he gets triple P'd. He dies. Anaton now 1v4. If they bunch up, a Nitro Cell could be everything. They're not going to rush this. There's 30 seconds left to play. He sees where the Ram is, but Levy sees him first. It's map point for Dplus KIA. 1 more round, and we go to Clubhouse.
CAG can't figure out the pace right now. Again, the Blitz on the roam clear can just isolate player after player. They gave up top floor control very early on. CAG calling a tactical timeout. I mean, this makes sense. Things are not working. Things are falling apart. They've had a very close battle back and forth with Dplus, but it's time to try and lock in just 1 round so that they can go into OT and kind of reset the momentum.
It's a tense moment for CAG. Now Sparky can join in, give his own insights. Solid Snake tore apart that roam, as did the Blitz. The mirror has not been strong enough on the bomb site, and now the clash is banned. Which site do they go to now, Pengu? They've lost all of the 3 bomb sites that they have played. They've only won once on Tank Assembly, the basement where they just lost, and won once on that top floor.
Yeah, they're gonna be cooking up a specific strategies for this upcoming round.
It's gonna be top floor.
We're gonna go in top floor. Look at the lineup here. Okay, so they bring out stuff like the Ela Denari that counters the shields. The thing is, the top floor bomb side, low key is the least shield value bomb side, I would argue. You play shield on basement for the roam clear. You play shield on the tertiary to get in the building and go for a plant. On top floor, you only really play shields if you are like a big shield player. Which Anaton, he is. But Dplus, the only big shield that they tend to play consistently is when Falls brings out the Monty. And that's because it brings him a lot of stability and problem-solving skills. Because he's so safe, he don't have to worry about playing the game. We're just worrying about how to pick apart your opponent's game. So the second they see the side as top floor, Falls goes from Blitz onto Grim. So I have this slight worry that CAG are maybe overestimating the value of the shields and over-expecting it to get played, when this bomb set in particular doesn't tend to favor the shields.
And I feel like what has been the most impactful part of this bomb site here for Dplus's attacks has been control of IT early.
Yeah.
And control of Rafters. As soon as CAG lose both Rafters and IT, it's pretty much done. And you know what they've done this time around with the Ace and the Monty and the Thermite ban? Dplus bring us triple secondary hard breach charges in addition to that Hibana. There is so much hard breach ability.
So you low-key need to fight back in IT and Garage Rafters if you're CAG. But the problem is you're up against the 2 strongest operators in the game to clear it, Grim and Capital. And you don't have a Jaeger or Mai. So can you actually afford to fight back for that? Probably not. So it does beg the question, does CAG have an actual way to win this round outside of just going absolutely crazy in individual skills? It doesn't feel like it. They gotta show us what this tech town was all about, because man, that's 60 seconds to talk about every single detail of just this round, and then worry about OT if and when they get there.
The hard breach has already been opened up onto IT. You're right, it feels like for CAG, 1 or 2 aggressive, insane shots could essentially turn the tide of this round. Ooh, wow, that's a risky hard breach charge to place Falls. He goes for it. He was vulnerable if he had been peeked from IT. But no, he's lucky on the timing. It goes in, but Anaton pre-fires. Nears will go down. One of the top fraggers from Dplus taken down.
They got 2 spare reinforcements. I think they want this catwalk wall to work, but they see that the net is closing. They got connector angle with 2 members. They're on IT. They're on Garage Rafters. CAG thankfully did find the pick from Anaton, making it a 5v4.
He did miss the laser. Can just shoot it though. Knows the player's in the corner and cleans him up.
Oh, wow. He's going to have to tank one of those Denari lasers. The fire and the smoke may come out here from Muzi on the Capital, but Midi has been taken down. This could be a big opportunity for Falls. If he can find that kill on the long angle. Midi is actually going aggressive into the bomb site wall down to try and scout for information. While he goes down, it might enable for Levy to go and repeat, but no, DD man. He owns that dark corner inside the bomb site. He stands tall, SMG-11 and shotgun in tandem. Now Falls in a 1v4 after Chibisu's own heroics. DD man holds down the fort, and it's overtime on the docket for CAG.
It came down to hero plays. The way to win was to bring the fight to Dplus. Don't reinforce the walls, give them more angles to worry about, and don't simplify the attacking route. The issue is, now that Dplus has seen this strategy, they could just say, guys, if they're going to play against us like this, we can now pick other operators, go for a different kind of attacking approach because the sides will stay the same. CAG continue on defense, and Dplus continue on the attack. And now we see Dplus with their tactical timer because they said, well, now we have gone into OT. We have 3 rounds to worry about, not just 1. So let's figure out what small cheese that we can make ourselves now to deal with this new version of CAG that we just saw.
Into overtime we go, and it's again, it's going to be a chance for both teams to show us attack and defense now. And there's no question, it seems like attack has been where CAG found more comfort, but Dplus on the latter end of their defensive half found a few rounds put together. Now, if we do refresh our minds, that first half, very different situation to the second half. In terms of the ops that were available. CAG banned out that clash, and they had the Blackbeard banned against them, but they had that Monty. We are, however, going to continue on the defensive side for CAG for now. This means that they will get 2 defense attempts. I'm not sure if that favors or hinders them, because I feel like both teams seem overall a little bit more confident on their attacking side.
I was thinking here, Dplus can pick the shield, and CAG are thinking, they didn't bring it last time, so let's not bring as many trap operators, right? And this is where I feel like it gets mentally very challenging. CAG just went for a Denari, Ella, top floor hold shield counter. Dplus don't pick the shield. Now they might pick the shield, and there's only gonna be the Ella and no Denari. I think Denari was like the MVP last round. It gave DD Man so much space and information to work off the door in the breach because he had full knowledge of what was going to be happening and when it was going to be happening. Falls will go off it though, last second, so no blitz in action, so not too bad here. I'm a little bit surprised at the bomb site selection though.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of value here from Shuri on the Tuber out. This spawn peak could be everything. Oh, Chibisu, if you die here with 3 goo mines in pocket. Oh no, he does! No. A single goo mine will be laid to rest in this round as Chibisu is taken down early by Muzi. That is a devastating start for CAG.
I mean, we're talking the highest risk and the highest reward. If you take down Muzi and Capital, but if you lose all your Griswold mines and you lose a player in Chibisu, it's... Again, it works both ways. With CAG, they're a team. They make that conversation together and say, you know what, let's go for it. We will win or lose maybe this round off that spawn peak. Now, it's still completely playable, but it does mean that somebody else has to step up and make a hero play. It was Anakin last round who got that opening. It had to be him, Shuri, but DD Osaka to get it this time around. They got the mirror windows on the exterior wall to IT. 1 internally looking towards connector. And Dplus, with that opening pick, they're going to slow down the game a little bit here, saying, hey, we got a huge pick, which normally we're not going to have the pleasure of having. Let's not throw it.
It's interesting to see Shuri not electing to use his Tuber out on anything except seemingly this connector wall from servers.
Oh, they
He's
know.
being watched. Takes out the drone, but that does mean that the jig is up. Oh, this is a bit awkward. The mute jammers are going to stop the Kairos from the Hibana from going off too early. DD Man able to get a free kill onto Midi down below, evening up the numbers and alleviating a lot of vertical pressure. That mirror window will be safe.
That's a whole win condition. Like, they're going to send the block below and just open up the entire bomb site and then get the wall opened up, and now they can't. And mind you, they have a mute jammer on the mirror window, and the only way to breach it is going to be the 6-6 tower pellets, which are immune to the mute jammer. Or rather, are not immune to the mute jammer, and they have no more EMPs. So the mute jammer is going to stop them from opening the wall.
That air jet's
buff was
frozen right
needed
now.
to go below. So honestly, unless they send the second player downstairs and redrone the entire area with 50 seconds left, this wall will stay intact because they don't have any more EMPs.
Is there a mute jammer still?
There is a mid jammer still. They can't clear it.
Oh, that is
no
rough.
nades, no EMPs. Bok is dead. They gotta go for plan B. Catwalk and IT.
Sharif, though, getting exposed by the Grimm's Bees. Zaka is in such a critical position that he's been droned. They know exactly where he is. Exposed to the breach. Also exposed to outside of the door. But DD Man C4 rings true. Takes down one player. Another big entry, though, from Levy. As he makes his way up to 10 kills, Zaka is in a world of pain, and Muzi finally shuts him down. They're hunting for the kill, and DD Man's the last one standing for CAG. Everything looked like it was working for the Japanese up until Levy set foot in the building. It's another map point opportunity presented to Dplus.
Another round where CAG don't have the communication of who's holding what areas off the map. There's no crossfire on the connected door because they're so worried about the catwalk rafters. But mind you, catwalk rafters is not the bomb side. The connected door is. So they're holding an area that's very important, sure, but they're losing bomb site control and get forced into two separate gunfights, both of which they lose. That is the third round CAG have lost off just not watching the same angle together. So slight miscommunication, but it's Dplus saying, guys, we have to go for the play right now. We cannot get the wall. 3, 2, 1. Let's just try and make it work. And they do. They're finding their individual stride in the server, and they are finally hitting shots. They are finally helping Muzi.
And it's really starting to feel like that momentum has shifted in favor of Dplus. Obviously, first map, open and shut case, CAG were manhandling Dplus. Started this map, similar story. Anaton's running around amok on the Blitz, on the Blackbeard, on the Monty. We had a flawless round, and then we had that one clutch from Muzi. And then we had the second half come. Dplus was so much better on their attack than they did on their defense. A few of the rounds that CAG won were clutches of their own. And now Dplus, despite being disadvantageous in that final situation, by far, they come up big, thanks to Levy going huge with an entry into the bomb site. Now, DK back on their defensive side. And CAG have a hell of a task ahead of them.
And to my surprise, they actually don't opt for a Monty no shield at all for this one. They want to get more guns up, I suppose, but to just to cast people's mind back, it was Anaton on the shields, the Blackbeard that was in target band after round 3, and Monty after. That's how they are finding rounds. He's gonna be on the ram for this one. Chibisu was fired up the last couple of rounds on defense, but has not found a kill in the last 2. He was getting so many good fights earlier on. In the first 3 attempts. Spawn peak was rough. I mean, again, if we go back to that, if they had one more defender alive there, oh boy. Or Griswold lines with the walk-ins.
Yeah. I can't help but notice the alibi pick here from Nia is a very unusual one, but they know full well that Chibisu keeps running this solid snake. And so now these alibi prismas inside of the site may well bait him out. The thing is, an alibi prisma doesn't move or turn like an actual player does. So I think it's pretty easy to tell if it's a real player or a Plasma. But it doesn't seem to matter anyway because Chibis is the first one to fall. He dies to Levy upstairs. Muzi now in a world of pain. Really cornered here, but good pre-fire. Goodbye to Anaton. And I don't think there'll be a trade as well. CAG are picked to pieces. DD Man and Zaka are the last 2 standing. 4 players up from Dplus. Some on the bomb site and some on the roam. How the hell does Zaka and DD get back into this? Well, Zaka's on the floor. DD has everything to do now.
Stuck in a goo mine, right above him. Dplus are closing in. They're gonna give him the side free because I mean they don't need to worry about it. They got man advantage, but Levy gets injured.
They still know where he is, caught on camera. And so many players. They're all separated. They don't want to give up 1v1s.
Oh, the red
pings come out, but there's a player at the bottom of the blue stairs, and I don't think DD Man's going to be ready for it. Does he swing on contact? He just waits, and Muzi puts to bed what has been a Herculean effort for Dplus. 7-1 on Bank, but they come back with a vengeance, and they push us the distance. This grand final with a spot at the major on the line will be settled on map number 3, Clubhouse, coming up next.
region has got to offer.
Our grand final has gone the distance, and well deservedly so. There's only one spot up at the major for a team from APAC North. It's either going to be CAG or Dplus taking it. And after the first map, we thought it was a cut and dried affair. CAG 7-1 Dplus. And we're getting flashbacks to what happened a couple weeks ago in that lower bracket, and then came Nighthaven Labs, and Dplus gave us a serious show.
Slowly starting to get that feeling for, gagging for attacking, because it felt a little bit like CAG were back to throwing some of those rounds. There's a mixture of Dplus playing really well and taking advantage of those openings that CAG were leaving open. But that's the thing, CAG and Bank were playing basically flawless Siege. And for the first half of the attacking side of their Nighthaven, they were looking mighty fine. But those last couple of defensive rounds, they were not holding the doors, they were giving up the crossfires, and they were opening the door for Dplus to say, hey, walk in the bomb site, guys, take those gunfights. You don't want to do that. Moosey is back at prime level, dropping double digits every single map. He was the only reason why this game even made it to OT.
Very much so. I mean, let's not forget about his massive clutch against Aniton in the 1v1 up against a Monty. Very few people achieve 1v1 clutches against Monty, and you can see how much Zaka cares about beating Moosey when he's shooting his body after they finally get that kill. A couple of huge moments from CAG, then pushing it to overtime. But of course, it was not theirs to be had in overtime. Chibisu really struggled in that last couple of rounds, dying to a spawn peak, not good enough. But of course, Moosey and Aniton were the team carries for both teams. The names constantly on our lips. And, I mean, for very different reasons, of course. Yeah. Moosey was fragging the hell out no matter what role he was in, clutching up like crazy. Aniton, because of his instrumental role on the team as the tip of the spear, as that shield player.
Yeah, it really has been the story of the carries, and we even saw him earlier on Bank getting a little bit aggressive here with the Ying Shoddy, finding great success. And the story of Bank is that everything worked for CAG, and everything stopped working, only started partially working on Nighthaven Labs. And that's the beauty of a best of 3. You get to see 2 different maps, different playstyles, and if you go the distance and both teams get 1 each, you get to a final third deciding map, now where both teams have a really good sample size of enemy structure, operators, and playstyle.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've seen both of these teams at their peak in this series. We've both seen these teams struggle as well. He was that 1v1 from Moosey I was talking about. I mean, Aniton is by no means favored in this. Perhaps if it was full HP, he was favored. Yeah. But one shot, all it took is one bullet from Moosey with this SMG, and the hipfire eventually gets him. An impossible ask for Aniton, and a lot of frustration that not only did he fumble that round, but eventually that he fumbled the map as well. A lot of big rounds from different players on both teams. Huge 3Ks from Chibisu, a clutch from Zaka, of course, clutch from Moosey. Both Moosey and Levy and Niz having 3Ks. Even Midi had a 3K that round, so Fall's the only player that didn't 3K. It's TikTok time apparently though for Shirip, who's just on his little break, having a chill pill. Meanwhile, this is the difference between like your entry fragger and your IGL and your ex-coach. Like DD's there probably stratting up for Clubhouse, and Shirip's like, it's TikTok time.
Nappy's time. Oh man, no, you're right though. The IGL and the brains of the operation, you never really get to rest, because whenever other people are taking a break, eating, going for a walk, or going on your phone on Nappy's time, as you said, you're prepping for the next map, thinking about the small details, the micro, the macro, the various different operators. Often also talking to your support staff, your coach, or your analyst, being like, hey, what's the tendency on this bomb site, or what are some key operators, or what are things to look out for? You're always there working. But DD, being a former coach himself as well, knows that work ethic and is bringing that into his player role.
Very much so. And look, if CAG are to make it to the major, it'll be their first time going to an event with a coach in about a year. Of course, Reload back a year ago in Rio, that was when DD was on the coaching lineup, and they had a full 5 plus him coaching, and they went so deep that they made it to the grand final. So the sky is the limit when these guys have that full support. But of course, it's going to get a lot harder to make it to the major now that they've been pushed the distance into a 3rd map. And Dplus, really, not only did they win Nighthaven Labs, but I feel like even when it was a 6-6 scoreline it felt like Dplus had the momentum. I was pretty well convinced after Dplus were up, what, 4-3, I think? First round of the second half. It just felt like something had flipped, and Dplus was starting to run away with it.
It did, and I think it's a bit of a confidence issue, right? I mean, they were being so locked out of bank, being stuck in bad positions and corners, dying to people on rappels when outside the building. That's the nature of bank. It is such a difficult map to play on defense. While Night Haven is technically attacker favored by most people's metric, it is not as bad. You can actually move around a lot more and take fights and just feel more free-flowing. And I think players like Musi that we see right here and the players behind them, the entire team of Dplus, they need some space to work with. Give them some movement to take fights and walk around. We saw Musi find, again, so many disgusting kills against Kinotrop earlier today, especially on Lair, where he dropped, what, 15 or 16 kills in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, insane showing from Musi today. It's funny, when he first made his debut on the roster, I was thinking, is this going to be another one of those once was, had-beens? But no, not at all. I mean, Musi is back into peak form, back into championship form, and we've seen that today in not only the game against Kinotrope, where he went 15-2 on a single map, but even here against the best of the best in the APAC North region, even against CAG. Now, let's start talking about the upcoming map. We're going to Clubhouse as our decider. Now, I'm looking at my stats right here. Dplus in the last couple of months are 3-0. They beat Scars a week ago, 7-4. They beat Can You Be My Enemy 3 weeks ago, 7-1. And at the Six Invitational, they also beat Black Dragons on this map, 7-4. So some good wins. However, CAG have really been tested. They, of course, beat LFO No Name, the former Enterforce 36 roster. They've also beat Chiefs Esports Club at the APAC Finals last year. All the way back at the Munich Major, CAG almost beat Furia on this map, the now Team Liquid Alienware roster. It was a 6-8 loss. So this has for a long time been one of CAG's better maps, and they've put up some pretty solid results against good teams.
I'm curious though. Again, the strat book is kind of being exposed, right? You play 2 full maps. CG has shown the shields, the clash, the glass, and they've shown like their general playstyle. And with the current momentum swing in favor of Dplus, it's kind of shifted the conversation. Like, I generally thought that Clubhouse off the rip was going to be great for CAG when they get here. It feels a bit more neutral now, a bit more even, because like Night Haven Labs, you're gonna give Dplus a lot of space on the map to move around, go for gunfights, go for plays. And now with 4 separate players all finding their momentum in the server, all dropping like double digits, it's only Falls who's not there on the scoreboard, but he's not supposed to be. He's the IGL, he's the support player, he's often the shield player as well. It feels like Dplus in a prime position to take Clubhouse.
And one of the players that we don't talk about a lot on this roster is Levy. And it was one of those last rounds attacking on Night Haven Labs that he had a huge moment. Remember on that top floor, it seemed like CAG had plugged all the holes in their defense except that door into the bomb site from Electrical. Levy walks in and gets 3 kills on that round. He has had a lot of impact in this game, and yet he's not a name that is often on the tip of our tongue.
I mean, right, when Musi joins the roster, you gotta talk about your boy Musi. When it's gonna be Falls with the support staff of Hell taking interviews, you gotta talk about those guys. So I feel like Levy just gets overshadowed because he's around bigger names and players that have more presence for the broadcast reasons, right? Seeing those guys in the interviews. But it has been every single player putting in the effort there on Night Haven Labs, and that's the difference maker. It was just Musi fighting back on map number 1. It was the entire team eventually fighting back together on map number 2.
And it's not just Levy, but every single player on both of these rosters that need to step it up right now, because we're into the grand final of APAC North here in the APL, where there is only one spot at the major up for grabs, and it's come down to the final map on the final day in the final match in this double elimination bracket. Will it be the Japanese of Kagosaka or the Brazilian roster playing from Korea? In Dplus KIA, it all comes down to what happens in this next hour here on Club.
A lot of different ways this arbiter ban phase can go. We've seen ban a kite ban very frequently. Assam has been picked very often, but actually escaped the arbiter ban selection all times. Both teams playing the shield, both teams playing Gang and Capital, CAG playing the glass. We're gonna see Grim off the rip. Followed through with Kaid. Dplus, a team that really likes the Kaid bandit bans, just to like simplify the breaching. Which, to be fair, that was a big shot on Night Haven Labs for both of these two rosters. You know, defenders trying to deny the breach and attackers obviously trying to open it. Will be Grim Thermite with Kaid and Mira. Okay.
Which means that unlike what we've seen so far, pretty much every single game from Dplus KIA, they're leaving the Bandit in, which does leave a lot of hard breach potential here. Dplus, particularly on Night Haven Labs, they love just getting as many walls open as possible and then poking and prodding and having the opportunity to just make a play from any of their entry points, really leaning into that hard breach ability. Now that the Bandit is left in, Zaka has a chance now to look to juggle any of these walls. Particularly, I'd be thinking about the church wall. And if you lose the church wall on this bomb site, man, you're in for a rough time. But at least that Kaid ban means that Dplus won't have to worry about any wall denial specifically on those hatches.
Of course, Monty has survived the Arbiter ban phase, and Dplus, they do have a tendency to pick it when possible. Often it's actually down to falls to pick it, but right now it's nears at the current present moment. And what Monty gives you, and really any shield, is you can actually drop down a hatch with the diffuser and try and attempt a plan to go down. When you don't have a shield operator, dropping a hatch on Clubhouse is just... It's a really easy way for the round to go sideways because you just die mid-animation, you're hip firing, you can't fight back. And it takes a fair bit of time to hit the ground when you die so quickly in this game. So we'll see what they can opt for, but Dplus, they could literally go for a good old, third tunnel, kitchen hacks, execute once they get the roam map in control. Tons of options. The beauty of Clubhouse, there are so many ways to execute on every single bomb. So it comes down to personal preference and, of course, where you see the weaknesses in the server.
Both of these teams really love to do that, don't they? They love to poke and prod and then see, okay, where are the weaknesses? Where do we look to make our first incision? And I like the lineup here from Dplus. You talked about the Monty. I want to talk about Muzi's pick, Solid Snake. Man, so good, so versatile, especially when he runs that DMR. When it comes to the late round, he's going to be able to quickly take down any of these Keeper barriers, fortifying positions for CAG. But in the early round, he's going to very quickly be able to take map control with that Solid Snake. You're on the top floor, perhaps you're outside connector, outside gym, outside bedroom, you get that gadget out without even having to activate it. You immediately see, oh, we're all in the clear.
1 minute 45, full map control, no worry about the rumors whatsoever. This is Dplus being ahead of the curve. I like to say about half the round, 1 minute 30. That's when you're supposed to start doing these things. They are 10 to 15 seconds ahead of it. So, bar hatch open. Kitchen is about to follow through after as well. They know, as we said, Kai has been banned away. Nothing can stop it. You can't really impact trick the hatches these days. And also, CAG aren't trying to.
Wing conditions. The was so long, he can open it up while standing on top of the counter.
Yeah. No, you can do... People started doing some Kafe in mining to break the bottom floor. You stand on the mining machine itself, just clonking down and avoiding the C4s. It's pretty smart. The wing cons are a bit tricky for CAG. They have two C4s and Toxic Babes. They have to deny the Planter or take care of the Monty. For Dplus, you just gotta force it out. Start delaying, start dropping the Monty that down right now. Yep, and he can just stay alive. Just tank the C4.
It does tank that C4, at least the first one. The second C4 comes in from Zaka. That should be able to take down the player. However, the gas makes it much harder for Edson to try and make a play. He ends up going down, but Zaka has used his C4 to finish off the Monty. 3v4 at disadvantage for CAG, but at least they know that that diffuser and the Monty are both down cold on the ground inside of the bomb site.
Dplus have to go for the gotta main, go into third. They cannot just drop the hatch and go for a they'll die mid-air like I said before, and they know this. Gotta go for a 3-2-1 strike from every direction at the same time.
Oh, he's actually going to sneak on deep through. That's a big kill for Shoereap. Now he finds a second. Muzi's the last one standing, and in a 3v1. Surely there's no way that CAG fumble this. Muzi's all the way in blue, and he doesn't set foot in the bomb site. Big round from CAG to hold on to the basement.
Really good problem solving. Again, that spare keeper at the final seconds of the round to close off third tunnel and find the gap below the kitchen hatch. It's huge. CAG, I was worried for them. I saw a bit of panic in the server. The first C4 will get tanked by Monty. It'll take about 80% of his health bar. And then all you gotta do is get the smoke over there, throw out a single toxic bait. He'll die to the first or second tick off the gas. Then the round is over. You have 5v4, Monty's dead. No one can replace him on the hatch drop. But they start, you know, swinging and pushing into Monty and getting desperate, thinking he's planting or he's in a good position, etc. And they lose 2 bodies very early on. Finally, the second C4 comes through and takes care of the Monty, and then they stabilize. But for a short second there, CAG, it looked like they thought they fumbled around.
It was panic because Anaton felt like he needed to just
He had to make a play.
Anything. Like, it was deny that plan at any cost. That was the way he kind of thought of it. As soon as the C4 didn't kill the Monty, Anaton knows how good Montaignes are, right? He plays it better than anyone. There is a drone underneath, inside of CC, oh sorry, inside of Cash, underneath that cash box. Just does really give a lot of info here to Dplus. Yeah, it's funny though, we talked so much about different operators, right? So many different operators, you know, 2026 Siege is so much more complicated than year 1. Sometimes all that matters is a C4 or 2. And that wins a round for you.
That's the beauty, because it's always been that way, right? Like, if you go far enough back, it was Oregon before the rework. You had a C4 bot on laundry that had to hit the guy planting on the laundry machine when you boost yourself up. That was like year 1 Siege. You go 10 years into the future, Clubhouse basement, bank basement, it's the same thing. You still throw that 1 C4 into default plant spot and you win or lose the round. So much evolution, yet the same simple task.
This doesn't want to overcommit to peeking this by the looks of it. I think he's just looking to try and prevent any C4s being tossed on out. I assume that's why he's watching the angle.
It's actually
very
FK.
tight hip. In your professional opinion.
In my opinion, he's just vibing. He's like, guys, I'm doing something. He's like munching food on the side or having a drink or whatever, just hoping nothing goes wrong. We've all been there.
We've also all been that Maverick who's, you know, sitting back, doing your job, and hoping that you're not going to get absolutely destroyed by a C4 thrown your way or someone peeking your holes while you're trying to do the hard work of opening up that wall. So I'm glad that he did have some support. Falls had Nears nearby. Meanwhile, Levy's on a little bit of a solo run. Looking to try and breach open Cash as much as possible. Put some pressure on.
So the guy's gonna apply pressure elsewhere, get the windows open up, the office hatch, all the external walls that they can possibly find. Goyo Fire popped plenty, I think 2 or 3 of the Goyo canisters have been used already by CAG. 1 on catwalk rafters, 1 by the window. They have 1 deep in gym that could be a problem from Shuri. A Thorn Trap goes off, so does Cabs of 5. They're forced him to play, but the C4 goes out, doesn't find anything.
Oh, and aggressively pitching to the bomb site, it's Nears, but Shurip is there, finds 2, Falls will trade it on back, Falls for a full kill, that's huge. From the Maverick, now Diffuser in pocket, he looks for a safe place to plant. Can't plant in the bathroom, needs to make his way into the actual bomb site itself. Unfortunately, the gas pipe's already been detonated, so he can't use that, and Midi will swing and die. Immediately, the round falls apart for Dplus, and CAG look much more comfortable on that top floor.
Yeah, good use of utility. When the Cabs of Fire went out, they were throwing out C4s in response to one of the gunfights by the Jacuzzi breach, and they shot down the initial push. I think off screen, they also killed the player Levy probably on CCTV, so they got window control, they got CC control, they shot down the guy on Jacuzzi. Like, they literally had no way back into the building at the end of the round, so Dplus kind of falls apart before the round even gets to start. That is kind of the difficulty about Clubhouse is, if you get that perfect execute on the attack, it is the cleanest and simplest way to play the game. But if one person dies right before execute, or you die to C4, you get like pre-fight, for example, losing 1 player position can change everything here in Clubhouse. It's almost like the dominoes effect. It's like a network of things working together. Like, say you're attacking the CCTV rafters, right? Very classic. You're gonna have a guy on the external wall in CCTV breach who's trying to lock down the player on catwalk and cut the bomb set in half. You're gonna have a guy on Garrett's door and a guy Garrett's breach below trying to clear catwalk. If any of those 3 people die, the defender on catwalk rafters can now move around a lot more than usual, and now all of a sudden he's hard to kill. So every single attacker has to understand when their job is to simply stay alive, and when their job is to try and go for that active play. And if you're not synchronized together perfectly, that can honestly make or break a round.
I noticed the Tachenka pick here, and it makes me think back to something I saw on Twitter.
In NAL. I saw the tweet.
Yeah, I tagged you in it because I was like, man, you're going to love this. It was an insane Tachenka lineup onto the rafters to prevent that late round push.
I'm telling you, dude. Challenger requires so much effort in custom games to figure out the lineups. But yeah, what they did in NAL, I think it was MA that did it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Challenger was deep inside the cache bomb site, so the A bomb site here, and could actually have a lineup from deep inside the bomb site, over the server rack, over the reinforced walls and catwalk, and it would land on the wall itself, just like the C4 does, and by its 2 big kills, and they could deny the garage wall from being opened up by any, you know, close-range hard breacher that can open in the thermite for the entirety of the round. Meaning you had the breach and you had the CCTV window to jump straight into your death on the bomber side. And it's a complete lockout. And there are so many angles like that with the Challenger that we've never seen being used in pro play because it's so hard to find them.
Get obliterated, mate. So when you walk into the arena laser, does that guard break you?
Yep.
So, I mean, that was just a throw then, I guess, from Levy. Perhaps he didn't know that it guard broke him. He mustn't have realized. Unfortunate, though. Completely exposes him. And, yeah, the round was pretty much done as soon as that double kill from the C4 came out, wasn't it? I guess you can't call it over until Muzi is down.
But more or less so. Again, to Challenger, the crossfires, the thorn traps, the Rooney, they got 6 pieces of barbire, but Mitzi does find Shuri. Just gonna make the round a little bit easier, but see this diffuser case inside the CCTV breach, or right on the outside at least. And they should know. So there's a double man up the red staircase with the thorn trap, hits them both, now they can't sprint.
Yeah, and they're gonna have that debuff for a very long time. The fire from the Tachanka as well is starting to do some serious damage onto Muzi. The double reinforcement means that even the barbed wire is going to give him a little bit of damage. The double reinforcement means there's no way directly into the bomb site from rafters except jumping through the window into a dead 9-degree crossfire. There's no way that you win that here for Midi. Anaton's in the perfect position and he knows it. Diffuser as well outside the breach. Zaka takes down Muzi. It's Midi up against the world. Quick pre-fire from Anaton. The round was on lock from the get-go for CAG.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic case of Maverick. We haven't seen this, I think, in recent history, but I don't know, like a year, 2 years ago, when every team was playing Maverick, this would happen all the time. Where you try and open up the wall, one stray C4, somehow finds 1 or 2 people, it doesn't get shot, and the entire round is like statistically over. Still clutchable, but very unlikely. Dplus will call a little tactical timeout to talk things through. I think it's a matter of understanding how they want to play this game in terms of pace. Do they want to go for the very slow, very execute-heavy style that they've been doing so far? Because that has not been working, right? Or do they gotta, you know, increase the tempo a bit, play a bit more quick in the server, and play a bit more risky? Because what they need is a kill. These 5v5 executes are not working their way.
That's right. You can't leave it to CAG to try and counter your execute. You need to get active in the mid-round. The 3 defenses in a row, it's building up a lot of confidence for CAG to continue fighting here. The Habana ban, interesting. CAG seems so insistent at banning hard breaches on all of these maps, Pengu. The Habana ban is curious to me because it leaves Ace, Maverick, and the hard breach secondary gadget available. Wow, that could not have been more perfect for Anaton, just on the replay.
Left and right, yeah. It is perfect.
Yeah, that was a try.
Yeah, so they very clearly say that, hey, we don't think Ace is actually a very strong operator, and I have to agree with them. I actually think, in a lot of scenarios, Ace is the weakest hard breacher in the game. Of course, Maverick's a bit of a situational operator, so he doesn't count as much. Because he's the only counterable operators by non-wall deniers. You cannot impact trick Hibana and Thermite unless you're working off of the mirror window, but mirror's banned. So when you end up having like the Hibana ban in this case, it's like, well, now if you ace them open, you can impact trick. And if you just can open her, well, you're using secondary melee range destruction, or sorry, melee hard destruction, which doesn't work for every single wall. Like trying to breach bottom main, like triple tertiary and basement with a melee gadget, that's kind of hard. But throwing a Selma charge, that's easy.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Well secured. I've noticed round after round here, Mia's from Dplus managed to get drones deep into really influential positions in the bomb site. This round, he has one all the way down in AKs as well, just to watch for anyone down in the bomb site. Shibasu's forced back very quickly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Thankfully, Shurip is there to support him.
Asami is so good. It's like a pocket castle barricade, right? That just lasts you for a few seconds until they get shot out. But it literally is the difference maker between falling back on that main stairs window safely or dying trying to do so. And because they have the Asami in the right location and wait for it, it's a 5v5. So huge difference there. As more about the pace being a bit quicker from Dplus, I think they are green because Ying, Lion, and Blackbeard is a much quicker pace than what they previously had. It's a lot more about we can fight you, we can take the battle, and we can confidently just like execute later on. Don't gotta do the whole like set up this smoke and this fire and 3, 2, 1. No, whenever they want to. Ying and Blackbeard can go absolutely crazy in the server. And they've done a pretty good job of roam clearing as well. 1 minute 35, they're in bar, they're doing the last bit of roam checking. So a little bit slower, but still right on track.
Oh, Shuri, is he gonna get away with his life? Indeed he will. Despite a little bit of pressure on. Denari would not have gone astray there as well. We've seen so many good hard holds. I can't remember which player it was. Maybe it was an EML. It was an insane hard main stairs hold. Ended up winning the rounds. And the Denari was certainly an instrumental part of it. But like we've said, I guess CAG, they don't feel the need to try and force these fights in the mid-round. They're happy to leave it to the execute.
And I mean, they got the Warden, right? The perfect counter into Ying. Here comes the Selmas. If they have the impact grenades in the right location on Asami and Shuri, he can actually rotate over and then impact trick them. Yes, there'll still be a hole in the wall, but they can't enter, and that's the big thing. Because if they can't enter from that area, as long as you don't expose yourself to the angle, don't gotta worry too much about it. So that's the line of thinking here for the side of CAG. And they actually cleaned them clear off. They went back B below the verticality. They completely impact tricked the entirety of the wall. And now there's no more hard destruction.
Yeah, Anderton shut down as well. Dplus need to brute force their way in, but it might work out. It's a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough. No C4 follow-up here. However, the Tuberau will freeze the Blackbeard, slow him down. A lot of damage on a Chibisu. Be careful. He's worried about getting pushed, but he might actually be able to pull off a plant here as the execute comes in through blue, and the flashes from Falls as the Ying goes deep. It'll need to be a miraculous moment for Shurip in a 1v5, but no, Falls with a shotgun gets up in his face, and Dplus KIA find their first round at Clubhouse.
It's another case where CAG strategically they win the round. The impact tracking, the Tuberau freezes, but then Dplus they find the right picks. Nears in the BB, massively successful, gets in with the entry, buys a lot of time and space in the server, and they push together with the Ying Candelas. But this goes to show when Dplus they have the confidence to make the play, they actually can do it. But it feels like Dplus want to play a certain style of Siege and are only going to go back to like, let's frag it out mentality when they're forced to. Because they're going to breach triple, they're going to pick up at the bomb side, step 1, step 2, step 3. The moment they get impact trick, they're like, guys, 2 guys, go in the door. 1 guy, drop blue hatch. 1 guy, push bottom main. We have to go for broke. We have to go for kills. And it works out. They get the first round, huge. They're aiming for that 2-4 split. I mean, they need a 4-2 split worst case, right? They can, of course, fight for a 3-3, but it does seem a bit difficult.
That said, I just don't want to count out Dplus. And remember, it was a 3-1 lead in favor of CAG in the first half of Nighthaven Labs. Dplus managed to bring it back to 3-3. They managed to bring it back and close the entire map. So certainly don't want to count them out. I feel like there's such a momentum-based team. And once they have the confidence, they really put CAG on the back foot, and we saw their reactions after winning that round. I think it tells you everything you need to know. Again, I just can't help but feel like it's such a huge advantage to be all in the same place, especially for Brazilians. There's just something in the blood about Brazilians. They have so much more energy, and they feed off that energy so much more than so many other teams that we see in Siege.
They are warm people, as they just say, right? Very warm, very passionate.
Warm country, warm people.
Yeah, one country, one people. I was saying that I heard all the way back in when Brazil first entered Tier 1 international play in Siege. Like, I didn't know much about their culture, about the players from that region in general, because I hadn't faced them before. And we learned very quickly that they're a bit more free-flowing, like free spirits, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. Not very Danish.
not very Danish at all. And at first we thought, are these guys just like, are they crazy? Like, what are they on about, right? But then you gotta see their work ethic and how much they care and how much they put into everything. And you'll be like, okay, these guys, they might be free spirits, but they're not just here for fun. They're here to work.
That's right. They have an incredible work ethic, as do the Japanese. Let's not forget that. And they are certainly passionate rivals. Oh, wow, there's a player spotted. A little bit of damage. Beautiful play. Little good catch. And Shurip goes down the Azami. What a critical kill. A critical play to lose early on for CAG. Dplus are in a very good spot right now. Ooh, shotgun.
That's awkward.
Might land the angle, but no, DD man does help out massively. Shotgun ready for a second player, but he loses to Falls. However, it seems like the fire from Muzi will seal the deal. Now Falls, who has the diffuser, is currently just on flank watch. Muzi now looking to try and get into the building, but Chibisu is watching. And Zaka as well from the office position. Anderson needs to come back and support as well. Dplus KIA are well and truly flooded inside of the site, and the C4 does not land. Zaka needs to try and fight his way back into it. It's hard to do so when mid is going massive and has shut down Chibisu. Falls needs to get into a plant position, but the rest of his team is covering to perfection. No need to plant whatsoever. Falls was covering that cross for such a long time, and Dplus fire up for a second round in a row.
And look at how much better Dplus performing in the Sur when they're just playing these more free-flowing roles, right? The Yink and Dela the fire, rushing in, taking the gunfights, forcing the push. And they do it with confidence, they do it together. And then secondly, in that 4v3, they don't just start planting and just like hoping it goes down. They actually don't try and plant at all there for the majority of the round. They're just inside a gym, they're on the windows, they're in bathroom from Jacuzzi Breach, and they're just holding their rotations, knowing that CAG have to push into them. And they got the better position, they got the better guns, they got numbers advantage because they found that early pick. This is Dplus shifting their entire playstyle again. But they're being forced to. CAG are countering the original playstyle so well that Dplus are calling a tactical timeout, being told, guys, we gotta change how we play. It's the same exact thing that happened on Night Haven Labs. A clear shift suddenly after a specific round, and then they start finding success.
And I can't help but think that really just puts the pressure back on CAG to lock in a 4-2 split. If this ends up 3 in a row for Dplus, moving into their defense, it could be lights out for CAG. That could be it. Pressure's on right now. Final round of the half. Addison picks up the Maestro, and he's brought a lot of these Evil Eyes deep inside of the site, not just for information, but potential plant denial as well. And they will have to deal with Nears on that Monty. Likely going for a very similar plan to what we saw from them previously. Only one C4 on the board this time around.
It's funny how it's Nears that tends to play the the double Evil Eye. Let's not bring one, let's bring two. It's been Falls playing Monty for a majority of Kickoff. We've been watching Dplus at least, and it's been Nears today. It's been Falls on the more entry kind of operators, like opening up for his teammates on the Ying instead. Let's see what the vibe is gonna be. CAG falling back relatively early, surrendering a lot of map control. And I know that this is what they want. They want to play into the Maestro, the Jaeger, the side setup. But you are giving Dplus so much freedom right now to make all the right decisions. Plus, they have the Monty, which... CAG doesn't know this, of course, when they pick their strat, because attacker repicks in the game. Monty was picked once they saw the bomb site, once they saw the setup. But this does feel a bit scary to me. The way that CAG almost lost basement last time, or sorry, the first time around, was Monty dropping down kitchen edge, going for a plant, and they start panicking and swinging and dying. Then they clutch it, they make a huge play. But I feel like Dplus have learned from that past mistake, and they're gonna have a different way to execute around this. And that, I think, will be a problem with CAG, because they don't have any tools to deal with it.
I can't help but feel like Dplus might just go for a church execute.
Yeah.
The Candelas were so successful in doing that last time around. Remember, they found a kill with the Blackbeard, I believe it was, and then they went deep on the back of the Candelas, cleaned house. The Azami is real. Well, yeah, then it didn't matter.
No, yeah, but also in this round, they put two of the three Evil Eyes in back B. If they go for a church attack, the half utility isn't here. So if they breach this wall, like you said, this round could just be wraps. Anything can't play on his cameras anymore. But can they break it? Right now it's just 2 Brawl spams at the minute.
It's about to get to the pointy end of the round. Muzi looking to backstab from inside of blue. A little bit of damage onto Nears from an Evil. I didn't see where that one was. Needs to get into sight.
It's a PP.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, but Muzi finds his critical kill here in blue, and now blue has been completely seceded by CAG. Good kill. Muzi finds another one, but Zaka will trade him. That opens the gates for a potential retake from Shuri. Him and DD Man together. They join forces and they protect the president. And it's an untouchable deep in church. And on a hope and a prayer, CAG win the half.
What? Did they never get the wall, James? They had can openers on the Monty. They had so many pieces of utility, but I think at the end of the round there, when Anderson got the pistol kill, I don't think they ever broke through the wall. So CAG, they hold on again. They lock down the bomb site. They make it theirs. And with 0 roaming presence, they will win it once again. Whew.
Oh, it's tense. And look, if we're sighing in relief after a round like that, what must it feel like in the server for CAG and Dplus? Now a chance to talk to the coach, and Hell's got plenty to say for Dplus right now. They're about to move onto their defensive side, which means they set the tempo, they set the sight, they set the pace. But CAG have been terrifying on the attacking side.
Yeah,
First map today, 6 attack rounds in a row for CAG. And then to kick off Nighthaven Labs, it was 2 more in a row. So they are not out of the woods yet. Dplus needed so desperately to win that defensive bomb side of Church Arsenal on their final attack, and failing to do so has left them in such a precarious position. Dire straits now for Dplus.
CAG, I mean, it's very different way of playing Siege, right? We rarely see people give up so much map control so confidently, but it's not just a Clubhouse. On Nighthaven Labs, exact same story. Just playing on the wall denial, impact tricking, almost bringing back like an old school style way that has been kind of left in the past. Once upon a time, every single team, they ran impact tricks for the hatch denial and stuff, and then they nerfed the explosive radius of the impact. Now it's been forgotten. They brought it out on 2 maps now in a row, to huge success, and definitely catching Dplus off guard. And it's a big reason why they're finding these like round victories and why they're up now 4-2.
Two minutes to talk with the coaching team. What's it going to be? And yeah, the Monty's
gone.
But how many shields do you gamble on here? How many do you let through? Do you
just one.
Do you just go for the triple?
I think you just leave. I think you just leave Monty as the only ban rather. I don't think you double down or triple down, because there's so much utility on Clubhouse, and like Monty might be great for like this specific attack or this specific bomb side, but like Capital, for example, it cleans Catwalk Rafters. Grim is strong on every single attack. Monty is strong on most attacks. You need to go for high value operator bans when you're up against a flexible opponent. You know CG can play pretty much every attack in the game. We've seen us, the Ying, the Capital, the Grim, the Monty, Shields, the Glass. You cannot ban them all. So you have to look at, on average, how many rounds are each operator strong on, and you kind of go for the highest value. Glass is not going to be good on every single bomb site, for example, necessarily.
What's the lesser of all of these different evils? Like, what do you let through? What you got to play Anaton on one of his insane good meta cheese ops, right? For lack of a better descriptor.
Yep.
It's not going to be
get rid of
Monty. You can't let him have Monty. That's just a given, right? So what do you let him have? And yeah, the answer so far is going to be, you know, the Blitz if he wants it, the Blackbeard if he wants it, the Ying and the Glass. All of these are like classic Anaton ops. And for now, it's going to be the Blackbeard. The fact that you've left a few in actually gives him the flexibility to chop and change from round to round, from bomb site to bomb site.
Yeah.
You know, the Blackbeard being the long-range shield fighter is going to be very different to a Blitz, which is a short-range shield fighter, which is going to be different to the Ying Shoddy, which Anaton himself pioneered even before Ying had the Reaper secondary.
Yeah. And there's also why I think for this specific matchup, the third operator ban is super exciting to watch. Because if CHG, they shoot off like the Warden ban, they can now lean to the Ying Glass. And if Dplus don't read into that because they want to ban the Blackbeard Capital, well, then you get both the Ying and the Glass against you. So one thing is what's going to happen right now in the first 3 attacking and defensive rounds. It's going to be a second story for the last 3 or the following 3 after that. The Breach is fine. He just has to take the risk of proning in. It's okay. And it's just not two-faced. Didn't even wait for the drone, by the way. Just like full sent it in saying, there's not going to be anybody here. It's okay. Let's save those 5 seconds.
Something I'd like to see from Chibisu this round is to see if he can try and hunt down Levy's inactive shell on the bomb side, the Scopos shell. Because if he is... Ooh, that's a bit awkward there for Nias. If he is able to activate a drone on top of the shell and destroy it, then that will leave Levy no way back to the bomb site.
It is hard though, with so many people.
Did he see the
almost like keeping their ears open for it? I'm not sure if we saw it actually.
Well, because
he's communicating something right now.
Once you destroy it, once you disable it with the EMP, you know that it tells you what gadget it was, and I think that was the Scopos shell that he just saw.
And he started speaking on the player cam like quite a lot, but if he's might be cut off. Oh, doesn't see him. I mean, Mitzi has no idea, but now he saw the bullet tracers. He's going to be stuck in this corner. He's going to be out there because he's coming for him. There it is.
Oh, it's second.
No, he gets both. Main door as well, I guess, when they came for the retake.
Wow.
Well, that or Garrett's wall. I don't know exactly, but that's a huge two-piece.
This roam game has been massive here, but the Ella managed to drop down. Chibisu is waiting, ready to receive. Beautiful work from the Flores. He's only used one of his drones this round because he's found 3 kills. And Nias is still aggressive inside a kitchen. I mean, good luck, Dplus. You're going to have to really hope that this one goes crazy.
I mean, again, you have Eniton on the BB, so you get so much free information. He's letting do the work. They got the verticality. Once the hands drop, it's going to be basically a flawless round. Falls stuck in dirt tunnel, nowhere to be seen, so far away. And while he's got Goya canisters, he can't pop them all because he's 1v5.
Yeah, this is just where you line up behind Eniton. You say, let's follow the leader, let's find Falls and shut him down. As soon as they drone the site...
They're taking it nice and slow.
Look, they could just drone the site. 20 seconds to play, though. You really do need to get into a plant position. DD can just plant default inside a church, though. The wall's been opened up. He's really just going to bide his time. Okay, there he is. Now we drone him. 15 seconds to play. DD, this is very risky. DD is now on the ground. This is very winnable. Thankfully, for CAG, they get the kill. That was a little bit risky there. DD, I don't know why he dropped kitchen hatch. Probably should have just planted default with cover in church, but yeah, scary. Very, very scary. But the round is done.
What a round, though.
Yeah, I mean, insane roam clear. It's 5-2 now. What a lead CAG have established for themselves.
So Chibisu, off the intel of Saka, goes pool table window, just pre-fires the right-hand side corner, gets the kill. Right when that happens, Scopus' bottom garage and punches the garage wall. Chibisu instantly flicks it, almost straight transferred onto garage. Eniton then finds the room on top floor in gym, and it's like, he's gonna drop the gym hatch, be ready for it. So Chibisu looks away from the wall into the bottom garage and looks back towards the pool table window and just sees the Ella falling into his crosshair. And that's 3 kills in like, what, 5-10 seconds? And you literally win the round off that. It's that simple. And the beauty of information, the beauty of getting a person in the middle, the beauty of getting a person in the middle of the building, getting the Thatcher inside of bar, both gives you stature scanner like you were talking about, kind of like a mini IQ that can look for utility and look for the Scopo shell, but also gives you a set of ears in the middle of the entire building that can hear, strip, bathroom, and pool table where they found a player. It can hear anybody running above master bedroom, and it can hear towards main door. So you get so much value on a singular player, and that was Saka. That was Thatcher.
Yeah, great round from CAG. It doesn't bode well for Dplus now. 3 rounds trailing behind. And they go to what is one of the worst bomb sites on this map. And really, like, this cache CCTV, it's been so figured out on the attacking side. Defenses are desperately trying to implement new strategies like we talked about earlier with the Tachenka. But it's very hard to do. I think they might have prepped the Tachenka.
There is some destruction top of the CC wall here on Garrett Rafters. There is a world where they're bringing out the Tachenka strat that we saw in NAL a few days ago, right here. Not certain of it, but certainly a possibility.
Could be the case, but for now, CAG have made such good progress. I like the fact that on the far right-hand side, it's a feet hole, so that this rappel angle means that no one can swing the breach. And then in the middle, you have your actual entry hole. Gives so much flexibility, such an advantage to whoever is on this rappel.
All eyes in Capital, though. I mean, if you play this out cleanly, you can just take a Calculator's kill for free, work the round from there. Well, they don't have all 5 people in the area. Saka's gonna go in strip club instead for a backstab. He has a Tristone in pocket that could be used to clear out one of this with my discs, for example. Because that is gonna stall out this push. So Gridlock is gonna get working instead. The grenades tossed out, the track stingers, the flank watching the steps. Oh, they're looking for the bar player. Zach has a good flank opportunity, but misses his shots. That's critical.
Oh, big kill.
Wall banged as well.
The wall bang onto Zaka might give a gift here for Dplus. He needs so much more than that, though. When he's in an awkward spot, he can't retreat to the main stairs because of the explosion from the gas pipe. And a trade elsewhere between Chibisu and Midi bloodies both teams, but leaves Dplus in the advantage thanks to that early skirmish, that early kill onto Zaka. And now you can't afford to just have a player repelling the whole time. Sharif needs to get active, but why magnets? Pesky little things. He clears at least the Malusi's Banshee. Oh, he saw the foot there for a second.
Oh, he
accidentally fires himself. This is very awkward now, and Muzi springs up in his position to take down DD Man. Sharif missing that critical fire puts him in a world of pain, and Muzi free to reign supreme on top of the rafters. And it's in a 1v1 on the rafters, and Muzi holds it down. A critical round for Muzi to step up for the team yet again. And Dplus start to close the gap.
It does feel like a missed round though for CAG, right? If Saka doesn't whiff the shot on a still standing target in a bar, they get the 5v4. If they don't mess up the caps on fire later on rafters, Muzi should die for free, or at the very least be in a much weaker position because he's under so much pressure. But the fire goes the wrong way. You miss a shot inside a bar, you lose a player, and you gotta go for a desperate attempt of a round save. Dplus, all they need is one good round to get back that momentum, get that confidence, and start firing up. We see the scoreboard, we still have Falls and Moose is still fragging out. We gotta see Nears and Levy enter this action, 2-6 and 2-5. It was a team effort on Nighthaven Labs where every individual player could win their gunfights. We haven't seen them at that same level here on Clubhouse, but that side swap is still very recent, and it's a tough attack rounds there for Dplus. So I just want to see Nears and Levy now spring into action in these coming rounds.
10 seconds to go.
This is hard for Dplus because they know they can't afford to make any mistakes. You fumble one round and it's match point, series point, championship point, missing out on the major point. CAG though have a few different chances here to try out different bomb sites for the attacking side. Dplus, after failing basement, succeeding cache, now they go to gym bedroom. And what are CAG cooking? Of course, after this round, we're going to get the last operator bans to come through as well. So many options for both teams. Last chance to really feel out your opponent.
Yeah, right now it's giving Capital band vibes for me. Brought out like every single round by CAG, and while they did miss the fire in the previous round, you could definitely say that the pressure was there for Musi. He had to make a play because he knew that the fire was inevitable. It was gonna happen either way. That's a trippy laser. So it covers the gym window jump in, a bit of office / main stairs, maybe towards the Jacuzzi breach. And I think master door as well. It covers so much of the bomb side.
He's on for his roam. Actually, he hasn't deployed his shield as of yet. I wonder if his plan is to get it back on site, perhaps. Maybe the Frost was a last-minute pick. They know about that Frost. Hopefully they don't fall victim to any of those window jump-ins. And he gets back to site. Man, I mean, a second deployable shield already after this one inside a bedroom. Plus, you got the Azami. There is a slew of safe positions to hide on here for Dplus on this bomb site.
So an air jab on the master door to stop the pushing towards connector. Deployable shield put down middle of the round for office. This is Dplus choosing their areas. And mind you, pair all these pieces of utility, double shield with the Denari lasers. They have so much free information that guns don't have to worry about too much. And CAG don't have a ton of different ways to deal with it. Twitch drones already killed off. They have one frag grenade and pocket off Chibisu on the line. That's it. So this could very easily turn to CAG being stuck outside the building with no way in.
Here comes the fire, but Nears manages to dodge it inside a gym. A lot of pressure put onto these defenders. Oh, that fire he's going to get a taste of again, and that is going to expose him to Aniton. Finally, an opening frag for CAG. 40 seconds left to play, and he's worried about those frost mats underneath these windows. And if it does come to a desperate jump in, Dplus might be able to flourish in the chaos.
They could use their smoke grenades to figure out where the warden is. It's inside the office right now, so smoke jump in. But as I said, that Musi finds the kill, falls to the second. No smokes now for the attack. No safe way into the bomb site.
And the Denari lasers still up. Muzi finds yet another kill exposed, however. He will go down. Chimisu has to plant, but it's nigh impossible. Shurip trying to cover him, but he can't do so. Shurip desperate into the bomb site, but Mini closes the round for Dplus. Another defense on the board for the Brazilians. 1 round trailing behind CAG. And another chance to tie the scoreboard.
Round by round, Dplus, they are fighting back. They are closing the gap. CAG, again, not able to use the camps of smoke. Don't get to shroud off the entry positions. Because, mind you, if they can jump in the gym window safely without Musi killing 2 or 3 different people, they can look to the right. They can see the Denari laser on the master bedroom door. If they shoot that laser, now your teammate can walk on in and actually take a fight with you. But they kind of skip a couple of steps. They're stuck outside for a long time, and then they die before they can go for a proper execute. CAG have called their tactical timeout, and I think it's a good timing for it. They're still ahead, but they certainly need to figure out how they can get around and abort the attack, because there are these very small details now that they're messing up themselves, that they're in full control over. And that's the important thing. This is CAG in full control, making mistakes. This is fixable, by all means.
Don't have much room for error here. You lose 2 rounds, and it's match point against you. We know Dplus, when they lock in, they can find so many rounds in a row, they can bring it back. CAG did such a good job to win their first round on the attacking side, and perhaps it filled us with a little bit of false confidence for them, because since then, it's been 2 defenses straight now for Dplus, but those bomb sites are both locked, and now it forces them to go down to the basement. CAG obliterated Dplus in that basement bomb site, picks their roam to pieces, and they're actually going to go for seemingly another roam type setup. We've got the Scopos making its return. CAG, they've taken their tactical timeout. They know, in all likelihood, they'll be going to attack this basement bomb site. They know exactly how Dplus tried to defend it last time.
Bomb located by attackers.
This Denari, though, I can't lie. I am liking the value that we're seeing. I still reckon Denari is a bit of an... and I know you said this as well in the previous cast. Like, you also think it's underrated. It's one of those operators like Asami, like Tashanka, where it's going to take some time for people to figure out the best Denari lasers and innovate all the best ways to do it. And once you guys start seeing them more and more and more, it's a matter of copying them. But who's going to be the one to innovate? Who's going to be the one to go to a custom game and spend 10 hours just figuring out the craziest angles to do it with? Because, mind you, Asami, when she was first launched, was played very differently than she is today. People didn't understand all the strong areas to use the Samis on, how they would work on certain surfaces, how you can create one-way pixel angles and what stuff like that. Denari feels similar to me. So many opportunities for this operator to be creative because you have like a throwable, tiny gadget that can go anywhere.
I feel like Niers is in for a world of pain. He's going to swap back
He's
just in
back.
time. And his other shell got destroyed immediately after. He had no second chances there. Millimeters away from dying himself.
The issue is, right now, you're just a gun. You literally, all you have is a gun.
No
you
impacts.
have no impacts in pocket.
No shotgun.
You spent the impacts of the wrong game. Yeah, you have nothing. You're just the primary weapon. It's the best person to put on drone duty, though. But the only issue is here, you literally have no cameras besides defaults. There's no BP, there's no Valkyrie, Echo, Maestro. The only thing you can watch your value is like the bottom mainstairs camera, which is probably been shot by the section of the galaxy. So you are just a gun on base and bomb site. This is not ideal.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is worth surviving. Like, if that's what it costs, then it's worth to survive. Even if the operator is not great value.
See, we see the bonking from the counter, but no, he's gonna drop down again and just do it the regular way.
Sad.
You don't see the funny sledgehammer animation. Sledge has been played a fair bit today for Verticality. A lot of teams just opt for the ram and no second guessing it.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot of sledge from Shurip.
We can go for a breach here for CAG.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for the breach to rotate on over and then get the wall opened up. It's that and they can count the bandit charge. Right? There's 3 on the wall pre-placed. Only 1 wall can get pre-placed. If he gets 2 bandits with 1 grenade, that means that 1 wall cannot get electrified.
He's just rotating the
They actually
church,
get the
but
fire in there.
yeah, that's a good way to guarantee that that juggle will not come through from Muzi, even though he did rotate back into position to do so, but he misses his Nitro cell. Now there are no more C4s, but big kill from Levy. He finds an opening kill with the FMG. Anaton wants to get active as the smoke might obscure vision for a brief moment. Chibisu, aggressive into his position. Tron now fighting close range. The Scopos will fall. Chibisu comes in to support. It's now Anaton's turn to make mincemeat out of Muzi, but he will survive for another kill. Eventually he will fall. It comes all down to the Goyo who falls in a 1v2. Zaka coming in from blue, creeping behind enemy lines, puts it down and gets CAG onto match point, 1 round away from a return to the international stage.
For a short second there, I thought we were seeing the old CAG where they had a strong position and they run it down, right? And it's just sending it straight into the bomb side without the gadget recharging up to use it to counter the melee on the Blackbeard. But his teammates were there. Bottom main, swung the breach, player in blue, swung the rotate, they get the kill in church, and they restabilize. They were all committing together. Dplus were only seconds away from a round victory. Diffuse dropped bottom main. Not much time left in the clock. No crossfire from CAG either. It was a 50-50 gunfight, which Falls, unfortunately for him, failed to win. Dplus now, big task. What bomb set do you go to? Dplus, they have shown us in the past against weaker enemies that they can go onto the 4th option bomb site, the bar, here in Clubhouse. But they have not gone for it. Instead, they're going back to CCTV with a Sami band against them. That's crazy. Like, the only way you hold rafters now is playing Jaeger and Orwamai. They only have Orwamai here. And then you just pray that you can somehow hold on to catwalk rafters, but you have no protection, you have no cover. Like, this should be the freest catwalk take of your life if you're CAG. And it's kind of forcing Dplus to make plays elsewhere. Like, play in bar, play in lounge downstairs, and hopefully find a frag, because they need a frag to hold CCTV.
There's just no question Capital is going to make mincemeat out of Muzi unless if he achieves the impossible. That's an aggressive play from mid. He takes a lot of damage, eventually traded by Zaka. But that is the single most powerful operator you could strip away from the CAG attack.
I mean, this changes everything. The whole spiel that I just had, it goes out the window. You can absolutely hold catwalk rafters now. Like, sure, you can spam 6 flashbangs and 2 frag grenades, and they kind of work the similar way as the Capital Fire Arrow. Either you stay prone and you die to the grenade, or you run away and get shot by 3 guns waiting for you. But the Capital Fire covers a much larger area, and is much more difficult to mess up. So, I mean, Muzi can literally win the round single-handedly if CAG opt to go for catwalk attack.
Do they do so? Knowing that they're going up against Muzi, that's the problem. Like, you're going against the top fragger from Dplus, who already dismantled you last time you tried to defend this bomb site. He's got the Wamai Magnets to protect him, and you've lost your Capital. At this point, you almost have to say GG, go next, and form up on a different part of the map instead of focusing on Muzi. He even has a Vulcan canister from Goyo to support himself.
Yeah. It's been popped now by the Flores drone. I think you save this last line charge with the flashbang and nade spam so you get constant information on Muzi as well. Like I said, either you stay in your same position, die to the grenade, or you move, but you get pinged by the lion charge, plus they're going to be waiting for it. And CAG, the most logical thing to do is to clear Muzi. You can 4v1 him on catwalk. Nobody can really help this guy at all. It should be a freebie.
What for blinds? He can't see a damn thing, but all that matters is he finds Anaton. And nade goes down. Caught again by his magnet. Somehow he manages to survive. Now he's about to get peeked from the top of garage. Chibisu eventually shuts him out of it. The damage has been done, and no hard breach remains from CAG.
He shot the Selma before he died to the, or before he was gonna die to the grenade that got caught by the magnet. He shot the Selma charge off the wall as well. There's no more hard destruction. So now they gotta work the breach against the blue move camera with full information, or jump in the window and catwalk. That is a death sentence. They gotta push up red, push in breach, jump in window at the same time.
Muzi, again, worth his weight in gold, and Nears will join the fray. Zaka has found one, but he will have to do everything himself in a 1v3. No diffuser to speak of, no time whatsoever, and Nears puts to bed The ball that started rolling from Muzi, an unbelievable play from this hero for Dplus as they stave off defeat for one more round and are gifted an opportunity to once again push us into overtime.
Something like very minor detail that we rarely get to see. There are certain operators where if you go really, really fast, you actually get a much stronger chance of succeeding. And it's up against operators like the OMI. When you have a rechargeable gadget, if you keep waiting and waiting and waiting for the perfect opportunity, you are also giving more OMI magnets to that operator. Same with Lesion, right? That final magnet that saved his life, it actually got recharged in the middle of that execute. When the first flashbang came through and Muzi got like the hipfire blind headshot, he didn't have a spare magnet. It came up right after. So had CAG been 10 seconds faster, maybe even 5 seconds faster, there's a good chance he dies to the grenade. Because when you throw the grenade, it has like it's like 2 seconds if it bounces off a wall and 4 seconds if it doesn't, explosion timer. When it lands and the timer begins, when the magnet then picks it up, now it's a new separate timer. That meant that the grenade was just about to pop, but then the magnet grabs it and resets the timer back to that like 3-4 seconds. That's why he crawled away. So the tiniest of detail, again, 5 or 10 seconds on the clock, changes everything for CAG.
It's just an insane showing from Dplus, and particularly from Muzi. Man, every now and then you see a round like that and you're like, holy crap, this guy is the real deal. He can single-handedly turn the tide of a match. And that's what he needed to do in that moment, shoot the Selma and stay alive. And he did so to perfection. Now CAG have another chance, but Dplus, they're so confident at defending this gym bomb site that the Nari, the Castle, even the Frost making a reappearance. CAG struggled so desperately to clear this bomb site.
You definitely feel the pressure now if you're CAG. I mean, you maybe should have had Night Haven Labs. You had an incredible performance on Bank. It's slowly slipping away. If you go into overtime, that's only gonna get worse. Got Anderson back on his signature operator of the Blackbeard. That has been very successful for this team. You got DD-Man the Maverick ensuring that they can get through any wall that they need to get through. Remember what happened last time? They were stuck in this very location on the master bedroom, the gym windows. I guess the difference is that Blackbeard can vault in the window whenever he wants to. The issue is the council barricades are tricky with the grenades because they roll off the window ledge, and that's the right way of doing it, Chibisu. Good for showing us.
Oh, big kill there for Chibisu onto Nears. I believe the Nitro Cell opened up the other castle barricade, which does mean no more Nitros available here for Dplus to deal with that Blackbeard.
So again, CAG in a great position. They have so many frag grenades, by the way. They have 5 in pocket. They can jump in the window with the Blackbeard, but I don't know if they have knowledge of the Frost. We just heard the gun getting fired and the drones, and now they know that there are Frost mats beneath those windows. And it looks like they want to go for direct, right? Maverick is watching Jacuzzi. They're on the windows.
They're baiting a player in the corner.
Scouting out the... Yeah, I mean, maybe they're going to take offense, actually. They're going to change the attack.
They know someone's in the corner. The nade goes out. It's surely going to put a lot of pressure on Muzi. Big kills. They come in, and it rains for CAG. Levy is the last one standing. But these angry Japanese are hunting him down at the top of the stairs, though. He gets the drop on Anderson, concussed by the fire extinguisher. He needs 3 more kills to push this the distance, push this deeper and deeper. But he's being tracked by Zaka, who hunts him down. It's been a year of whiplash and heartbreak, but CAG are back with a vengeance. Conquerors of the upper bracket and once again, champions in APAC North.
And the mental resilience. When the game is slowly slipping away, you kind of choked on the second map, you go into the third, you see history repeating itself, another heartbreaker, right? No, they stay strong to the very end, they still kept making plays, they're seeking the pushes and playing with confidence. You can see how much it means to the players on all their reactions, everyone's standing up, they can't believe it. And for Dplus, honestly, a hard-fought comeback. Almost a shame we didn't go to overtime on the third map.
It's
but the fact that he even made that comeback on the second map, that was a big win in itself.
This series is a testament to the injustice of APAC North only getting 1 spot to the major. Both of these teams nigh inseparable. CAG, clearly the champions, but Dplus gave them such a run for their money and such a resurgence compared to this match that we saw between the two in the upper bracket prior. Muzi played out of his mind today, an unbelievable showing, and yet it is not enough for him to return to the international stage. CAG finally end Dplus's upper bracket run and qualify for the Salt Lake City Major.
Well.
Dplus now sadly will have to wait until EWC for a chance to return internationally. But for CAG, I mean, just look at their faces. They have earned this. They fought tooth and nail, and they are without a doubt the best team that APAC North has to offer. And we are lucky enough to get to hear it from their coach, brand new coach, Sparky. First up, man, congratulations. That was a very crazy game for us to watch. After a 7-1
for me as well.
and then for Dplus to bring it back on map 2, and then map 3 almost going to overtime. I don't know about you, but like, I'm feeling pretty tense. Surely you must be feeling a little bit of that second-hand anxiety after watching your boys.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. But they did a good showing today, so I'm really happy.
Really happy. Come on, really happy. Come on, man.
I'm happy. I'm happy. Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
Just making sure. I'm really impressed by the strategy you guys brought today. On Night Haven Labs, for example, impact triggering and C4 triggering, the hard breaching, the reinforcing the internal walls, just locking Dplus out of like entering the bomb site. It seemed like you guys brought so many turtle strats back to the game that we don't see from most regions. Was that like just like we know that they're not good at executing, or what was the line of thinking behind these strategies today?
No. We actually know they're better at executing the site. Like, it's a weakness playing the site against them. Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely, agree 100%. But the point is, we played a very different game against them the last time, okay? And they had a double game coming up today. So that means they didn't really have a lot of time to prep. So we just focused on being as unexpected, just like we did the other game, as possible. And countering basically all their prep play by making things that wouldn't make sense doing against them. You know what I mean? But actually would work. Yeah.
I gotta say, genius.
I got a question for you, Sparky. Obviously, you've been in the scene for a long time, worked on some Italian teams. I've got it here that you were with Makers at this Six Invitational 2021. Is that right? Did you go to Paris for that one?
I wasn't there actually because I think I was still underage. That's why I didn't go. And also they had a mental coach, and that team worked really well with the mental coach, which was like actually the esports manager of the org, and like they wanted him to be behind them because he's such like a character, you know.
So does that mean that I can say congratulations on making it to your first international event?
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations on making it to the major. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. And just to piggyback off what you guys were talking about just before about prep work, obviously Dplus, you were saying that you took advantage of the fact that they had 2 games to prep for. When you go to a major, mate, you're going to have a lot more than 2 games to prep for. You're going to be in a group with so many different teams, and they're all going to be a cut above. How do you think that's going to affect your job as the team's coach?
Yeah, no, actually, I understand the cut above phrase, but actually, we could have run them over today. It's just, I thought we had a better Night Haven in us, and we didn't. Like, absolutely, we didn't. And for club, we were just very tense. We did a couple pocket strats, like which I think is amazing, like reinforcing blue and armory. Was the first round in basement, I think. I think that's amazing. That's an amazing strat. We did a lot of pocket strats. But we didn't have as many on Night Haven, which I thought they would be able to come up with, like even more than we already had. And so I'm really honest in saying, like, we are gonna perform at the major, like 100%. I can guarantee you that.
Awesome. Well, to hear it. Congrats again to yourself for making it to your first international event, and also to the team. It's been such a hard road in the last 6 months or so for this roster. I really know about it. Obviously, after changing roster, not by choice, and then what happened in Munich, getting first rounded despite having really tough opponents, failing to qualify for SI, rough performance in Sydney, rough performance in China. It's now a time to return to the major for one of the best teams that APAC has ever seen. So I want to give you the floor and say, is there anything you'd like to say to any of the CAG fans out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I want to thank the organization, the company behind the CAG for all the support. Secondly, the fans and also the doubters, which give us the energy to perform. But most importantly, which is really important for me, the team. These guys have been working crazy. We've been waking up at 8 a.m. and finishing at 6 p.m. every day. Like, it's been crazy. Rento, the analyst, amazing work. All the players, Shu, Anitun, Zaka, Didi, and Chibisu. Just huge thank you to everyone and good job to them.
Well, congratulations on being champions in APAC North and for qualifying for the major, and good luck when you make it to Salt Lake City.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Sparky.
Thank you.
Unbelievable showing today from the CAG guys. And when you think about how long it's been since the last time they made their international appearance, it's been a while between drinks, Pengu, and it's so well-deserved. Yeah. I think you could potentially even say that this might be the strongest CAG we've seen in quite some time.
It definitely feels that they're scaling, as I like to say. They're getting better and better, and I think the addition of Spark has been quite phenomenal. Like, when Didi went from coach to player, that was like a big step up, I think, from the playstyle possibility of CAG. Now with proper support staff behind the boys and a different brain about the game. The logic today was that you usually don't want to let Dplus execute against you because they're really good at it. And I was thinking, like, yeah, like, why would you do that, right? But it's about just throwing them a curveball, saying their prep work goes out the window. They're gonna be not exhausted from that first game, but they're gonna have less time to figure things out because you cannot prep for CAG until you fight CAG. You gotta take that first match against Neutral very seriously. So the game plan today was nichely and tailored to their specific opponent. That is a huge skill to have as a roster.
Some things change, new roster changes, new support staff, new strats. Some things stay the same, and one thing that never changes about CAG is the best player on this team, and that's the one and only Anaton. Nobody is like this guy. He was our MVP of the day, and you could argue that he's been the MVP of APAC North as a whole, and I think it's only fitting that the Blackbeard and the Clash are standing behind him. This guy is a might to be reckoned with when he's on a shield, and even when he's not on a shield. Man, you wouldn't want to come across this guy in a dark street.
No, it's about the sheer power of having Anaton on your roster, because you know for a fact, like, do you ban the Ying, the Glass, any of the 4 shields? Like, what do you go for? Because you cannot give rid of all of them. So no matter what you do, Anaton is going to bring out a power-up to a very, very high level of siege the entire team can build around. And, you know, like Sparky said, he thought they had a bit of Nighthaven in them. I also believe that. And one of the only reasons why they went that competitively with Dplus was actually thanks to Anaton on those shield rounds. Yeah. So again, this guy is very deserving of the MVP. But I do want to give an honorable mention here to Musi. Without Musi today, this would have been a 2-0 blowout. It would have been not even a fair fight. So Musi is like the second choice. I just want to put that out there. He had a phenomenal series.
I mean, without a question, if Dplus had won, Musi would have been the MVP of today. There's no question about it. CAG joined Weibo as the second team from the APL to qualify through to the Salt Lake City Major. They are joining already 12 teams across EML, NAL, and SAL who've made it on through. Of course, we've also got the CNL. They're not on this graphic, plus 2 more teams from the APL, 1 from Asia, our second seed, and 1 from OCE. Let's talk about Asia. Weibo have already made it through, but that does not mean the job is done yet. For Weibo, or for Daystar or Orchid, our first match tomorrow, Pengu, qualifies the winner through to not only the grand final, but also to the major. And then that grand final, it's for a hell of a lot. There's 6 invitational points on the line, there's money on the line, and most importantly, you skip phase 1 at the major. You go straight through to phase 2.
That, I mean, on one side, that's a big one because, you know, you guarantee go further into the tournament. But I will always say this, for the weaker regions, which in this case would be like CNL and APL, I feel like you low-key want to go into the first phase to get some maps under your belt on a LAN environment. But if there's one team that can kind of skip that, it would be Weibo, because they are the best team from APL across the board, and they can fight for a realistic top 8, top 6 finish at this point. They have been phenomenal the last round.
And if my notes are correct, I believe that Weibo would be joining, whoever wins tomorrow in that grand final in Asia, would be joining CAG in phase 2, as they also managed to skip phase 1 as well, coming through from APAC North. Last thing before we close up, Pengu, who takes it tomorrow? Who takes the second spot from Asia? Is it Team Orchid or Daystar?
My heart wants to say Team Orchid. I think the way they play the game, their play styles, their strategy,
I think it fits better. I think if they were to qualify, they'd have a bit of performance at Daystar as well. So I'm gonna say Team Rocket.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna say Daystar, just to be interesting and
Just
to
to
be
be
contrarian and to be different. I say they'll win the whole thing. They'll take down Weibo as well. Who knows
Okay,
what will happen? I guess you guys will just have to watch tomorrow. We've also got Oceania on Sunday to qualify the final team from APL through to the major. But of course, let's not forget a massive congratulations to CAG, champions in APAC North once again.